Today, I want to share a sad story that happened in Indianapolis, a city known for blending modern life with old traditions. In this city of art museums and lively festivals, tragedy struck the Blackburn family. It was a normal day in November 2015 when Davy Blackburn returned home from his morning gym session. As he parked his car, a phone call delayed his exit. After finishing the call, he entered his house, only to be met with a horrifying sight. His wife lay motionless on the living room floor, surrounded by blood. Davy, overwhelmed with shock, hurried to his wife's side. He checked her pulse, which thankfully still beat faintly, and immediately dialed for emergency help. The scene in the living room was chaotic, with belongings scattered and a sense of fear hanging heavy in the air. Upstairs, their young child cried, unaware of the tragedy unfolding below. Emergency services arrived swiftly, but the damage was done. Amanda Blackburn, just 28 years old, was rushed to the hospital, fighting for her life. To truly understand the weight of this tragedy, we need to go back to the beginning. Amanda Grace Buers was born on July 31, 1987, in Muskegon, Michigan. She spent her school years in Indianapolis before her family relocated to Elkhart. There, Amanda graduated from Elkhart Christian Academy in 2006 before furthering her education at Pensacola Christian College in Florida, where she earned an associate's degree in 2008. Raised in a deeply religious household, Amanda's life revolved around her faith and family. Her father served as the lead pastor at First Baptist Church in Elkhart, instilling in her the values of Christianity and the importance of God's Word. Amanda's upbringing in the church deeply influenced her. While other kids were eager to experience grown-up life, attending parties and falling in love, Amanda cherished her faith and dreamed of serving Jesus. She had a special connection with God from a young age, her heart pure and her intentions sincere. Amanda's outward appearance matched her inner goodness. With her angelic blonde hair and warm smile, she radiated kindness. But it wasn't just her looks that were perfect. Her thoughts and heart were pure too. Every action she took was guided by love for others. As a teenager, Amanda made a vow to remain chaste until marriage, a promise she kept faithfully. However, her heart fluttered when she met Davy Blackburn, a fellow believer from Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Davy, studying religion at Southern Wesleyan University, shared Amanda's deep faith. They met on a blind date at a Christian concert arranged by Amanda's sister and Davy's best friend. Despite attending different colleges, Davy and Amanda's connection blossomed during their vacations together. Their love was innocent and pure, devoid of worldly desires. They enjoyed simple pleasures like walks and heartfelt conversations, finding joy in each other's company. Their relationship was built on a foundation of mutual respect, trust, and genuine affection. Before returning to school, Davy and Amanda shared a playful moment, having a mock milkshake drinking contest. Amanda lost, earning herself the nickname Milk Girl from Davy. In that moment, Davy realized he had found the woman he wanted to spend his life with. Despite being apart due to their studies, Davy and Amanda maintained a strong bond through constant messaging, calls, and long conversations. Every time they were together, they nurtured their relationship with care and respect. They even sought guidance from a psychologist to ensure they communicated effectively. On August 1, 2008, Amanda and Davy tied the knot, marking the beginning of their journey together. Davy felt a divine connection from their first kiss, believing it was part of God's plan for them. For the first 4 years of their marriage, they lived in South Carolina, where Davy served as an associate pastor at New Spring Church. However, Davy desired to start something new, and in 2012, they moved to Indianapolis to establish a church for youth. Their church quickly gained popularity, especially among young people, thanks to their weekly videos discussing relationship advice and biblical teachings. In 2014, they welcomed their first child, Weston, and life seemed perfect. But tragedy struck on November 10, 2015, when Amanda was brutally attacked in their home. Despite efforts to save her and her unborn child, she passed away the next day. The news of her death sparked an outpouring of sympathy and prayers on social media. In the midst of his grief, Davey released a statement honoring Amanda's life and faith. He pledged to continue their mission and believed that God would turn their tragedy into triumph. Despite the pain, he held on to hope, knowing that the best was yet to come. Davey Blackburn described the devastating loss of his wife, Amanda, as not only a tragedy for their family, but also a shock to the entire community. In his first interview with investigators, Davey recounted finding Amanda unconscious and badly injured in their living room. She was partially undressed, lying in a pool of blood. According to Davey, he had left the house around 6 a.m. to go to the gym, leaving the door unlocked as was their usual practice. However, upon his return at around 8:10 a.m., he discovered Amanda in distress. Despite his attempts to revive her, she remained unresponsive, prompting him to call emergency services at 8:22 a.m. Paramedics arrived shortly after Davey's call and found him outside the house, visibly distraught with blood on his hands. Davey appeared calm but confused, unable to comprehend the severity of Amanda's condition. He believed she might have fallen ill or fainted due to pregnancy complications. Emergency room doctors later confirmed that Amanda had sustained 3 gunshot wounds, including one to the head, indicating a violent struggle. Despite Davey's efforts to save her, Amanda tragically passed away the following day, along with their unborn child. During the investigation, Davey's alibi was corroborated by surveillance footage from the gym, and he was quickly ruled out as a suspect. However, authorities continued to search for leads, examining CCTV footage from nearby streets and interviewing neighbours and acquaintances in hopes of finding Amanda's assailant. Following Amanda's tragic death, neighbours reported unusual incidents in the area that morning. One neighbour heard gunshots about 35 minutes after Davey left the house, while another neighbour, Reginald Townsell, expressed at around 5:20 a.m. one woman reported a burglary at her apartment, where her belongings and car were taken. Shortly after, another home on Sunnyfield Court was burglarised, with valuables and personal items missing. Davey Blackburn himself made an emergency call after discovering Amanda's condition. Lieutenant Richard R.E.R. of the Indianapolis Police Department stated that they were exploring connections between these burglaries and Amanda's murder. Police released images of possible suspects from one of the burglarized homes, seeking public assistance in identifying them. Davey expressed confidence in the police investigation, believing that they were diligently working to apprehend Amanda's killer. Investigators were optimistic about promising leads, including clues such as a stolen pink sweater, cell phone records, and an ATM receipt found in a stolen vehicle used during the robberies. Despite challenges, they remained committed to bringing those responsible to justice. Authorities made significant progress in the investigation following the recovery of the stolen vehicle near the Blackburns' home on November 11th. The ATM receipt found inside matched Amanda Blackburn's stolen debit card, leading investigators to obtain a warrant to examine the ATM's surveillance footage. Video from the ATM revealed the driver wearing a stolen pink sweater, concealing his face. Using DNA testing, surveillance footage and witness statements, authorities identified Jan Watson as one of the suspects. Watson's DNA was found on the sweater, marking a crucial breakthrough in the case. Cell phone records further implicated Watson and Diana Gordon, showing their presence in the area at the time of the crime. The records also indicated their proximity to the Chase Bank where Amanda's debit card was used on the day of her murder. Larry Taylor emerged as the final piece of the puzzle. Surveillance footage and phone records led police to identify Taylor's involvement. Additionally, reports surfaced of a gun found near the Blackburn home, which was turned in to the Broad Ripple Fire Department. After thorough analysis by crime lab technicians, 18-year-old Larry Taylor and 21-year-old Jan Watson were charged with the murder of Amanda Blackburn. The combined efforts of DNA analysis, surveillance footage examination, and witness cooperation culminated in the identification and arrest of the suspects, bringing some closure to the tragic case. Following the crime lab's confirmation that a gun found near the Blackburns' home was indeed the murder weapon, all 3 suspects were apprehended. During questioning, Larry Taylor admitted to shooting Amanda Blackburn twice, claiming it was in self-defense. According to Taylor's account, he and his accomplices, Jayan Watson and Diana Gordon, had intended to rob the Blackburn house for money. Finding the front door unlocked, they entered and encountered Amanda. Taylor struck her with a gun to incapacitate her, while Watson and Gordon, feeling uneasy, left to find an ATM to use the stolen bank cards they already had. At the ATM, they were caught on CCTV, which ultimately led to their identification. Upon returning to the Blackburn house, they found Taylor engaged in a struggle with Amanda, who had regained consciousness and fought back. In the chaos, Taylor fatally shot Amanda before fleeing the scene with the stolen cards. Although Gordon was arrested for a parole violation, he was not charged with a felony as he did not enter the Blackburn home. Taylor's confession provided crucial evidence in the case, shedding light on the tragic events that unfolded that fateful morning. Court documents revealed that the Blackburn home was the third target of the November 10th attack by Larry Taylor, Jayan Watson, and Diana Gordon. In the first break-in, they stole valuables while the residents slept, discovering they were being recorded by a video camera but proceeding nonetheless. They then targeted another home, taking electronics, jewelry, and a distinctive pink sweater, which ultimately helped identify them. Police collected crucial evidence against the suspects, including Watson's DNA found on the pink sweater he used to cover his face during an ATM withdrawal using Amanda Blackburn's bank card. Watson and Gordon cooperated with the investigation in exchange for reduced sentences, while Taylor admitted to being near the scene but claimed confusion and memory loss. Formal charges were filed by the county prosecutor, with Larry Taylor facing 13 charges, including felony murder for Amanda Blackburn's death. Jayan Watson also faces felony charges, along with multiple counts of burglary, robbery, and theft. Diana Gordon, although not directly involved in the murder, faces burglary charges due to her association with the other suspects. Additionally, a fourth person, aware of the crimes but not directly involved, was identified. The prosecution pursued justice for Amanda's murder while holding all involved parties accountable for their actions. Larry Taylor was taken into custody after intense cooperation between the Indianapolis Metropolitan Police Department's Violent Crimes Unit, the Gang Unit, and federal marshals. Police Chief Rick Hite commended the tireless efforts of detectives who worked day and night to solve the case, with assistance from Assistant U.S. Attorney Josh Minkler and Prosecutor Terry Curry. Due to the victim's pregnancy, prosecutors considered additional charges related to the fetus, although there was insufficient evidence to support rape charges. Larry Taylor's first trial in December 2021 ended abruptly when it was discovered that a juror had shared case information with others, leading to a mistrial. The final trial took place in October 2022, with rigorous jury selection involving over 100 potential jurors filling out detailed questionnaires. Larry Joe Taylor was ultimately sentenced to 86 years in the Indiana State Correctional Institution for Amanda Blackburn's murder and related burglary charges. Diana Gordon and Jayan Watson agreed to plea agreements and testified against Taylor at trial, receiving sentences ranging from 20 to 35 years in prison. Currently, both Watson and Taylor are incarcerated in the Marion County Jail. In Indiana, a murder conviction can result in a prison sentence of 45 to 60 years, with some cases punishable by life imprisonment or the death penalty. Justice was served for Amanda Blackburn, though her tragic death remains a sobering reminder of the consequences of violent crime. The prosecutors sought to increase Larry Taylor's sentence by 20 years due to Amanda Blackburn's pregnancy at the time of her murder. Davy Blackburn, the church's pastor, expressed relief that his wife's killers had been apprehended, bringing a sense of closure and preventing further harm to others. Amanda's death deeply impacted thousands, including the state's chief executive, with over 2,000 people attending her funeral, including Governor Mike Pence. The church set up a donation page to help cover funeral and medical expenses, reflecting the community's support for the Blackburn family. Despite his grief, Davey chose to forgive Amanda's killers, emphasising grace and hope amidst tragedy. His journey from grief-stricken husband to popular blogger and speaker garnered national and international attention, with coverage in various media outlets. Davey's newfound prominence, coupled with an insurance payout after Amanda's death, raised questions about his financial motives and whether he intentionally left the door unlocked on the day of the murder. In March 2016, Davey purchased a new home, signalling a fresh start. By July 2016, he appeared content in his new marriage, sharing photos of his home and expressing happiness in his blog posts. Davey's story is a testament to finding solace in faith and moving forward despite profound loss. His message of turning to Jesus for strength resonated with many, offering a beacon of hope in the face of tragedy.
Friday, March 27, 2015, was an exciting day for 17-year-old Tierra Hall. It marked the final day of school before the much-awaited spring break, and she eagerly looked forward to the upcoming holiday. Nothing from that day was out of the ordinary, and the school's surveillance cameras caught her going about her day as normal. Yet, things would very quickly take a turn for the worse, and Tierra never made it home that day. The following day, on March 28th, a heart-wrenching discovery was made. Tierra's lifeless body was found in an abandoned house less than 2 miles away from the school. The grim scene revealed the horrific extent of a brutal attack. She'd been stabbed 14 times to her head, neck, face, and chest, with the only pieces of evidence left behind being the school hall pass found in her pocket, her phone case lying beside her, and graffiti on the house's wall bearing the ominous inscription, King K, the Savage. With no other leads or substantial evidence to guide them, investigators turned their attention to the school's surveillance cameras. During this scrutiny, they came across an unsettling discovery. This is the heartbreaking case of Tierra Hall. Tierra Hall was a 17-year-old girl from Durham, North Carolina. She actually grew up in Texas but moved with her mom to Durham in 2011. Life in North Carolina seemed to go well for Tierra. She enrolled in Jordan High School and very quickly made a host of friends due to her magnetic personality. Her funny and goofy nature drew people to her, and her unique nature would lift the spirits of those around her. Tierra was a free spirit who had dreams of pursuing a business degree after graduating high school. It was also during her time at Jordan High School that Tierra met fellow student Kelton Brush and Fox. The two formed a bond from the start, and it wasn't long before they started dating. Tierra's mom observed Kelton's demeanor closely and found him to be a well-mannered individual who always exuded respect and courtesy. Although there were never any obvious red flags, her mom did notice that their relationship seemed to be an on and off again relationship. Not too concerned, she brushed it off as part of the ups and downs that are often part of teenage romance and didn't see it as anything more than typical teenage drama. Around the time of Christmas in 2014, something shifted in the dynamics between Tierra and Kelton. It seemed that Tierra had made the decision to end their relationship once and for all, and it was clear that this time there was no going back. When her mom inquired about the reason for their breakup, Tierra told her that Kelton was too clingy, making her question the longevity of their relationship.
I tried to get her to elaborate on what clinging meant. She was like, "You're just too clingy." And she just brushed it off like, I thought, okay. He was so mannerable. He shook my hand, was yes ma'am, no ma'am, made sure she got in the house before he left, everything. So, I had no reason to think that he would do anything to her. I thought he loved her.
On Friday, March 27th, 2015, Tierra was getting ready for the last day of school before the much-anticipated spring break. During the course of that morning, however, she got into an argument with her mom, as often is the case between a mother and her teenage daughter. The fight wasn't anything significant, and before Tierra even left for school, the air was cleared, and she even hugged her mom goodbye, not knowing that this would be the last time they ever saw each other again. During the course of the day, her mother tried calling and texting Tierra to check up on her, but all her messages went unanswered. Initially, her mother brushed off the lack of response, assuming that Tierra was probably preoccupied with her activities at school. However, as the hours wore on and the silence continued, Accompanied by the fact that Tierra didn't come home after school, her mother's concerns grew. Tierra had always been a responsible and thoughtful girl, always keeping her mom informed of her whereabouts and the company she kept. So, for her not to make any contact was definitely out of character. Tierra didn't come home at all that night, and at the time, her mom thought that she was probably still upset about the fight they had that morning, and that she was probably just staying over at a friend's place, blowing off some steam. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case.
She was so good about telling me where she was going to be, who she was going to be with, when she was coming home. Mom, can I stay? Because she had a mistrust of people. But this happens to her, who was a happy-go-lucky, humble girl. I had no trouble out of her, no trouble.
The following morning, police received a concerning 911 call. A man said that he and his girlfriend discovered what they thought was a woman sleeping at an abandoned house just 2 miles from Jordan High School. When police arrived at the scene, they found the body of Tierra Hall. Police attending the crime scene described it as nothing short of brutal, with Tierra having suffered 14 stab wounds to her head, neck, face, and chest. Next to her body was her phone case, although her phone was nowhere to be found. On the wall of the house not too far from her body, they saw graffiti that read, "King K the Savage," and in her pocket, they found a hall pass for Jordan High School. Police went to the school and immediately started examining the CCTV footage to try and spot Tierra, looking for any clues of what may have happened to her. It wasn't long until they spotted Tierra going about her day, walking through the hallways, and eventually entering a classroom. Nothing seemed to be out of the ordinary, so the police went to the classroom to look for clues. There, they found Tierra's backpack next to her desk, and her computer still logged into her account. This was clearly a concerning sign, and they knew that there was much more to uncover. They then continued to examine the CCTV footage, hoping to find any other clues that may help solve the case. At around 12:30 p.m., they spotted Tierra in the hallway, interacting with Kelton, Brush, and Fox. At first, their conversation seemed to be playful, before Kelton grabbed what appeared to be Tierra's cell phone before taking off. Tierra then jumped up and ran after Kelton, following him out of the school property and towards the abandoned house about 2 miles away. Footage from a neighbor's camera captures Kelton passing at about 12:40 p.m., with Tierra following behind less than a minute later. 20 minutes later, the same surveillance camera captures Kelton returning to the school, but this time, there wasn't anyone following him. Kelton goes back into the school as if nothing had happened, and he immediately walks towards the restroom. He places his hands inside his sleeves, presumably to hide the blood on his hands. Kelton emerges a short while later, and this time, his hands are no longer covered. He goes to the school office where he tells staff that he wasn't feeling well, so they called his mom to pick him up. Kelton left the school with his mom at around 2:10. Armed with this new evidence, police went to search the school restroom. Despite Kelton's best efforts of cleaning up the scene, they found bloodstains around the trash can, which was later confirmed to be Tierra's. A search of his bedroom revealed a pair of sneakers that contained traces of blood, as well as a journal that had the words "King K the Savage" written on it. Police then arrested Kelton, Brush, and Fox on suspicion of murder, and because he was a minor at the time, they took his mom along to sit in on his interrogation. Prior to interrogating Kelton, however, they first interviewed his mom and asked her if she knew if Kelton carried any sort of weapons.
Does he normally carry a weapon or anything like that? Have you ever known? Like nothing but a little, what we call a little pocket knife. I know he had a pocket knife. Yeah, he liked that.
A search of Kelton's room, however, revealed a particular affinity for knives. When police questioned Kelton, they wanted to know if he had left the school at any time. At this time, they had already seen the CCTV footage of him walking to the abandoned house, but of course, Kelton didn't know it at the time.
Did you leave the campus at any time?
Or a smoke break.
Okay. So you left during high school?
I was still on campus, but,
Okay.
you know,
Okay, so let me rephrase that. Do you ever leave during high school property?
yeah.
Never did. Okay. Okay, so let me just make sure I'm hearing this right. That you never left the property.
No, sir.
Okay. I just want to make sure that I'm hearing that right, because that's lie number one. So I'm just letting you know that's lie number one. I let them know that I know everything. So go ahead and continue on. We'll talk about that lie here in a minute.
That's my son. Everything's a lie.
Everything is about what you want.
I get locked
You
up.
won't get locked up anyway. All of this is what you want to tell anyway. You're not going home with me tonight.
On June 14, 2018, more than 3 years after Tierra Hall's murder, Kelton Brush and Fox pleaded guilty to second-degree murder. He was sentenced to 12 to 15 years in prison, which means he is due to be released in April 2027. The defense put forward his mental illness and his age at the time as mitigating circumstances to the case, and they also mentioned the state's inability to prove premeditated murder. The state, on the other hand, believed that Tierra's cell phone, which has not yet been found, would have provided evidence of her having been in contact with another guy, and this would have been the motive for the murder and proof that Kelton had planned the attack. They said that after he realized that Tierra had moved on and that he no longer had a chance with her, he planned to kill her instead. His plan was to grab her phone, knowing that she would follow him to the abandoned house, where he would then carry out his gruesome deed.
When this happened, Kelton couldn't vote. He couldn't buy cigarettes. He couldn't buy alcohol. He couldn't serve in the military and fight in a battle. He was a child. And importantly, he had a child's brain.
He's going to be sentenced to a minimum of 144 months.
This is the story of a boy named Derek, a child so unusual that even his own mother grew to be terrified of him. It's a story about how a home, which should be a place of safety and love, can turn into a prison. How could a young boy hold his mother captive through fear? What made him behave in such a monstrous way? And who, in the end, is to blame when a child becomes an uncontrollable force of anger and intimidation? This is a truly horrific case, but it's one that could, in theory, happen in any family where the lines of parenting are blurred, where clear problems are ignored, and where love becomes twisted by fear. If you are a parent or ever plan to be one, this story serves as a powerful warning about the mistakes that can lead to unimaginable tragedy. Our story begins in the quiet city of Marshfield, Wisconsin. It was here, on November 13, 1991, that Derek Campos was born. His mother, Shelley, was only 19 years old. She was a young woman with her whole life ahead of her, just starting her first year of college with dreams of becoming a nurse. For Shelley, the news of her pregnancy was a shock. It felt like her life was speeding up too fast, before she had even had a chance to enjoy being a young adult or finish her education. She felt completely unprepared for the immense responsibility of motherhood. The father of her unborn child offered no support. As soon as he learned Shelley was pregnant, he disappeared from her life completely, leaving her to face this new chapter all on her own. Despite her youth and her fears, Shelley made the brave decision to keep her baby. She put her own plans on hold, ready to change her entire lifestyle for her child. When baby Derek was born, Shelley's world was transformed. All her previous anxieties melted away the moment she held him in her arms. He was a beautiful, chubby-cheeked baby who could melt anyone's heart. Looking at her son, Shelley was filled with an overwhelming sense of joy and relief. She knew, without a doubt, that she had made the right decision. She was ready to face any challenge for him. The first few weeks were a blur of happiness and learning for the new mother. But when Derek was just 7 weeks old, their world was shattered by a terrifying crisis. The tiny baby became gravely ill. He was diagnosed with a severe respiratory virus that quickly developed into pneumonia. His condition was so critical that doctors at the local hospital were not sure if he would survive. He was struggling for every breath. Every minute was crucial. The doctors decided Derek needed specialized care that wasn't available in Marshfield. An emergency medical helicopter was called to airlift the infant to a hospital in Minnesota. For Shelley, those moments were pure horror. The thought of losing her precious boy was an agony she couldn't bear. As the helicopter blades whirred above, Shelley sat by his incubator, praying with every fiber of her being that her son would have the strength to hold on. It was a harrowing journey, filled with beeping machines and the constant, chilling fear that she was about to lose the most important person in her life. Miraculously, Derek pulled through. The doctors in Minnesota were able to stabilize him, and slowly, painstakingly, he began to recover. When Shelley was finally told that her little boy was out of danger, she was overcome with a happiness so intense it felt like a dream. She couldn't believe her tiny, fragile son had fought so hard and won. Seeing him smile again was like watching the sun rise after the longest, darkest night. However, this traumatic experience left a permanent scar on Shelley. The sheer terror of almost losing Derek changed her perspective on motherhood forever. In that moment of overwhelming relief, she made a silent, heartfelt promise to herself and to her son. From that day forward, Derek would get everything he ever wanted whenever he wanted it. She was so haunted by the fear of losing him that she decided her only job was to make him happy and keep him from any kind of pain or disappointment. She would give him the world if he asked for it. At first glance, this seems like a beautiful sentiment. What parent doesn't want to make their child happy and provide them with everything they need? But for Shelley, this promise wasn't just about providing for her son. It was a rule she would follow no matter what, and it would set them both on a very dangerous path. In the beginning, everything seemed fine. Derek recovered from his illness and grew into a typical, happy toddler. He loved playing with his ball in the yard, learning to ride his little bike with training wheels, and going for walks with his mom in the park. He was, for all intents and purposes, a normal little boy. But as Derek grew, so did Shelley's determination to spoil him. She showered him with toys, sweets, and attention, never saying no. The boy quickly learned that he was the absolute center of his mother's universe. He didn't have to ask for things. He just had to want them, and they would appear. As he got older and more aware, he started to realize he could use this power to his advantage. This is when the real problems began. Even in early childhood, Derek started showing concerning behavioral issues that went far beyond typical toddler tantrums. By the time he was 7 years old, he had developed a shockingly bad temper. He was incredibly defiant, refusing to do anything his mother asked. Every small request turned into a major argument. He would stand his ground, screaming and yelling, until his mother simply gave up. One particular incident at the local mall became a crucial turning point. Shelley and Derek were there to buy groceries. As they walked past the toy department, a display of shiny, bright toy trucks caught Derek's eye. He immediately wanted one. He ran over to the shelf, grabbed the biggest truck, and presented it to his mom, expecting her to buy it without question. For a rare moment, Shelley tried to set a boundary. "Derek, you have plenty of toy trucks at home," she said calmly, putting the toy back on the shelf. "We're just here for groceries today, so we're not buying any toys." What happened next was not a normal childhood tantrum. Derek's face contorted with rage. He let out a piercing scream, grabbed the toy truck again, and began smashing it on the hard tile floor over and over again. He slammed it down with all his might until the plastic shattered into hundreds of tiny pieces. But even with the toy destroyed, his fury didn't subside. He turned to his mother, his eyes blazing, and screamed, "If you don't buy me a truck, I'll break another one." The scene he created was shocking. He was screaming so loudly that other shoppers stopped and stared. shaking their heads in disapproval at the out-of-control child and his helpless mother. In that moment of public humiliation, Shelley knew what she should do. She should have taken him out of the store, disciplined him, and taught him that his behavior was completely unacceptable. But then, the memory of him as a tiny baby, fighting for his life in a hospital bed, flashed in her mind. Her promise to give him everything he wanted echoed in her ears. The fear of causing him any distress, any unhappiness, was stronger than her need to discipline him. So, Shelley did what she always did. She gave in. She picked up another toy truck, took it to the checkout, and not only paid for the new one, but also for the one her son had just destroyed. That day, Derek learned a powerful lesson. With enough anger and aggression, he could get absolutely anything he wanted from his mother. This pattern repeated itself again and again. His tantrums became more frequent and more aggressive. When his mother tried to reason with him, he would lash out, hitting her with his little fists and screaming in her face. And every single time, his wishes were eventually fulfilled. By always giving in, Shelley was unknowingly teaching her son that bad behavior was the most effective tool he had. The concept of discipline simply did not exist in Derek's world. He was the king of his own little kingdom, and his mother was his most obedient subject. As the years went by, Shelley began to notice other strange things about her son's behavior. For instance, he didn't play with his toys like other children. Instead of creating imaginary worlds or crashing his toy cars together, he would carefully take them out of their boxes, arrange them in perfectly straight lines, and then just sit there, staring at them for long periods. When he grew bored, he would meticulously put them all back in their boxes. He also had a peculiar obsession with food. He refused to eat anything with his hands. Whether it was a hamburger, a slice of pizza, potato chips, or a donut, he would insist on eating it with a fork and knife. Shelley just saw these things as quirks. She described her son as a bit strange, but she never considered that these might be signs of something more serious. She never thought to consult a doctor or a child psychologist to see if her son had special needs that required professional attention. All these potential red flags, which might have pointed to a condition needing diagnosis and support, were simply ignored. His struggles continued at school. Derek found it incredibly difficult to connect with other kids. He didn't know how to make friends, and as a result, he grew up lonely and isolated. This isolation often boiled over into aggression. If another person, child or adult, did something Derek didn't like, his reaction was extreme. His body would go rigid, he would clench his fists, and he would begin to shake with a violent, unsettling rage. One afternoon, a classmate came over to play. Derek brought out his toys and, as usual, lined them up perfectly on the floor. While Derek was staring at his collection, the other boy innocently reached for a toy car. The simple act of someone else wanting to touch his things sent Derek into a frenzy. He screamed, "Those are my things. I didn't say you could touch them." He lunged at the boy, knocking him to the floor, and started hitting him. Shelley heard the commotion and ran into the room. She pulled her son off the terrified classmate and took the visiting child into the living room to calm him down, leaving Derek alone in his room with his precious toys. When the other boy's mother came to pick him up, Shelley downplayed the entire event, saying there had been a minor incident. Once again, Derek's aggressive behavior went unpunished and unaddressed. He learned that not only could he control his mother, but he could also use violence to control his environment and his peers, with no consequences. When Derek was 9 years old, Shelley started a new relationship with a man named Robert. After several months of dating, Robert had still not met Derek. Shelley was terrified of how her son would react to a new man in their lives. She had told Robert about Derek's quirks, but she likely didn't convey the full extent of the problem. Their first meeting was bizarre and set a terrible tone for their future relationship. Instead of trying to connect with the boy, Robert walked up to him, parted his hair with his fingers, and began inspecting his scalp. When a confused Shelley asked what he was doing, Robert smirked and said he was looking for the mark of 666. It was a horribly inappropriate joke to make to a child, especially one with known behavioral issues. Even worse, Shelley, trying to ease the tension, went along with it, adding that there was definitely a devil in Derek. From that moment on, Derek and Robert's relationship was destined for disaster. Soon, Robert and Shelley got married, and Robert moved into their home. He decided that what the household needed was a firm hand and strict rules. In some ways, he was right. Derek desperately needed discipline and boundaries. However, Robert's approach was completely wrong. He was not a father figure. He was a drill sergeant. He enforced his rules with an iron fist, barking orders at Derek and punishing him harshly for any perceived misstep. For Derek, who was now around 10 years old, this was an unbearable shock to his system. For his entire life, he had never known a single rule. His mother had catered to his every whim. Now, suddenly, this strange man was in his house, telling him what to do, what to eat, and when to sleep. It's no surprise that Derek rebelled. He became more defiant, more aggressive, and more manipulative than ever before. He directed his anger at Robert, but he also took it out on his mother. He would constantly complain to Shelley about Robert, and instead of presenting a united front with her husband, Shelley did what she always did. She tried to please her son. This created a toxic and confusing environment for Derek. Robert was the bad cop, overly strict and borderline abusive. Shelley was the good cop, overly soft and constantly apologetic. Whenever Robert wasn't home, Shelley would shower Derek with gifts, praise, and attention. She would apologize for her husband's behavior, essentially telling her son that Robert was wrong and that he, Derek, didn't have to follow the rules. This sent Derek completely mixed signals. He learned to simply wait for Robert to leave for work, and then he would manipulate his mother to get whatever he wanted, undermining Robert's authority at every turn. This destructive dynamic came to a head one Christmas. Derek had been begging for a new PlayStation console for months, and Shelley had bought it for him. He woke up on Christmas morning buzzing with excitement, ready to tear open his presents. He rushed downstairs to the tree, but before he could touch a single gift, Robert stopped him. In a normal family, we eat breakfast together first, Robert declared coldly. He sat Derek down at the kitchen table and placed a plate of scrambled eggs in front of him, a food Derek absolutely hated. "You will not leave this table until that plate is empty," Robert commanded. Derek stared at the plate in silent defiance. He wasn't going to eat the eggs. He sat at that table all day long. He didn't eat a single bite. He didn't say a single word. It was a silent, tense battle of wills between him and his stepfather. Christmas Day, a day that should be filled with joy and magic for a child, was completely ruined. Derek went to bed that night without opening any presents, without any fun, and without having eaten a single crumb of food. The next day, Robert went to work. As soon as he was gone, Shelley rushed to comfort her son. She apologized profusely for Robert's actions, hugged him, and told him he could open his presents now. Derek slowly walked over to the tree and unwrapped the PlayStation. But he wasn't happy. He was filled with a cold, hard rage. He wanted to punish his mother for letting Robert treat him that way. He took the brand new console and systematically destroyed it, smashing it into pieces. And what did Shelley do in response to this destructive outburst? She did what she always did. She went back to the store and bought him another PlayStation. In this situation, it's easy to sympathize with the young boy who was so cruelly punished on Christmas. Robert's treatment of Derek was not discipline. It was abuse. And Shelley, by failing to protect her son, and then rewarding his destructive reaction, only made everything worse. The adults in his life were pulling him in two completely opposite directions, and it's no wonder that Derek's already fragile mind began to fracture. As Derek entered his teenage years, the conflicts in the house only escalated. His confrontations with Robert became physical. Shelley was trapped in the middle, torn between her husband and her son. She was too afraid of Derek to ever side with Robert. She knew that as soon as her husband left for work, she would be left alone with an enraged teenager who viewed her as a traitor. Shelley began to feel like a prisoner in her own home. She walked on eggshells every day, desperately trying not to do or say anything that might trigger Derek's anger. In his eyes, and in practice, he was the master of the house. Still, Shelley refused to confront the reality of the situation. She buried her head in the sand, hoping that somehow things would magically get better on their own. They didn't. They got worse. After every fight with Robert, Shelley would secretly go to Derek, praise him for standing up for himself, and apologize for Robert's behavior. She was still trying to buy her son's love and approval, no matter how terribly he behaved. Eventually, Shelley made a half-hearted attempt to get help. She took Derek to a psychotherapist. Unfortunately, she found a doctor who seemed uninterested in digging deep into the complex family dynamics. Without doing a proper evaluation, the doctor quickly diagnosed Derek with depression, prescribed him antidepressants, and sent them on their way. While Derek may have been depressed, it was clearly not the root of his problems. The medication only made things worse. Instead of improving his behavior, the drugs seemed to numb him. He withdrew even further into himself, barely speaking to anyone. But his deep-seated anger and aggression remained, simmering just below the surface. A few more years of this unbearable tension passed. In the end, Robert couldn't take it anymore. He and Shelley separated. Derek had won. Just as Derek turned 18 and was entering his final year of high school, something incredible happened. He got a girlfriend. Her name was Macy McCullough. She was 2 years younger than him, just 16, and she was his complete opposite. While Derek was isolated, angry, and sullen, Macy was described by everyone who knew her as incredibly sweet, friendly, and sociable. She had dreams of going into the medical field after graduation. They say opposites attract, and in this case, it seemed to be true. For the first time in his life, Derek met someone he felt he could open up to. With Macy, he was a different person. He was caring, attentive, and happy. A smile was constantly on his face, and his trademark anger and aggression seemed to have vanished. Shelley was overjoyed. She had secretly feared that her son was incapable of love, that he was destined to be alone and miserable forever. Seeing him so happy with Macy gave her a profound sense of hope. Maybe this was the turning point. Maybe a loving relationship was all he ever needed. The young couple's relationship moved quickly. Just a few months after they started dating, 16-year-old Macy told Derek she was pregnant. While this news might have terrified most teenagers, Derek was thrilled. He told Macy he was ready to be a father and promised to do everything he could to support her and their child. It seemed that he had finally found a purpose, someone to care for besides himself. When Shelley learned she was going to be a grandmother, she invited Macy to move in with them. Macy, who had lost her own mother at a young age and was being raised by a father who worked long hours, gratefully accepted. With a baby on the way, she knew she would need the support. Derek and Macy got engaged, and a few months later, she gave birth to a beautiful baby boy they named Gabriel. Derek and Shelley were both over the moon. From the very first day, Derek was a devoted father. He embraced his responsibilities completely. He changed diapers, helped with feedings, bathed his son, played with him, and put him to bed. After he graduated from high school, he became a full-time stay-at-home dad while Macy went back to school to finish her diploma. For a little while, it seemed like they were a happy, normal family. But the peace didn't last. Slowly, insidiously, the old Derek began to resurface. Now, just as his stepfather Robert had once done, Derek decided he needed to establish a rigid routine in the house. As his son Gabriel grew and fell into a daily schedule, Derek became obsessed with making everyone in the household follow his specific, unchangeable rules. Everything had to be done at a precise time and in a precise order. Mornings, days, and evenings were now scripted by Derek. One of his strangest obsessions was with the curtains. For some reason, Derek hated natural light. He insisted that the curtains in every room of the house remain closed all day long. Shelley, who couldn't stand living in perpetual darkness, would often open them. This would send Derek into a rage. He would storm into the room, yank the curtains shut, and start a screaming match with his mother. And as always, Shelley would eventually give in. He was hardest on his young fiancée, Macy. He criticized her constantly, yelling at her for doing the smallest things wrong. He became incredibly controlling, dictating who she could see and where she could go. Macy was no longer allowed to have a social life. Her only permitted destinations were school and her part-time job, and she had to come straight home afterward. Derek was turning into a domestic tyrant. Shelley saw all of this happening. She saw how her son was demeaning and controlling the sweet girl who was the mother of his child. But she did nothing. She never stood up for Macy. She never told her son his behavior was abusive and unacceptable. She was simply too afraid of him. Her silence didn't protect her. Derek soon turned his verbal abuse on her as well. He would call her a pathetic failure and mock her for her drinking. After her marriage to Robert had failed, Shelley had started drinking to cope with the stress and disappointment of her life. Now it was becoming a serious problem, and Derek used it as a weapon against her. It was incredibly painful for Shelley to hear these things from the son she had devoted her life to, but she felt powerless to stop him. One day, Shelley walked into the kitchen and was met with a terrifying sight. Derek was sitting at the table, cleaning a newly purchased AK-47 assault rifle. He had never shown any interest in guns before. When Shelley asked him why he had it, he looked up at her, his eyes cold and empty, and pointed the gun at her. "You'd better start sleeping with one eye open," he said calmly, "because one of these nights, I'm going to shoot you or slit your throat." In that moment, the full horror of her situation crashed down on Shelley. The son she loved, the child she had spoiled and protected, was capable of killing her. She was in a state of absolute terror. The very next day, while Derek was out, she had a deadbolt installed on her bedroom door. She started spending most of her time locked in her room, only coming out when absolutely necessary. Her alcoholism worsened as she drank to escape the constant fear. Macy and little Gabriel were still trapped in the house with this monster. Derek's behavior grew more erratic and cruel. Shelley had a beloved Labrador named Lucy. Derek had never liked the dog. He complained about the fur and the mess. One day, Shelley had to go to the hospital for a routine surgery. When she returned home a few days later, Lucy was gone. When she asked Derek where the dog was, he looked at her with a chillingly casual expression. He told her that Lucy had run out into the road and been hit by a car. He claimed he had rushed her to the vet, but she had died and been cremated. He said he had already disposed of the ashes and couldn't understand why she was making such a big deal about it. Deep down, Shelley knew he was lying. Lucy was a well-behaved dog. She never would have run into the street. Shelley was certain her son had gotten rid of the dog just to hurt her. Perhaps he had driven her far away and abandoned her, or perhaps he had done something far worse. But she didn't confront him. She stayed silent, swallowing her grief and her fear. This living nightmare continued for 2 years. Derek controlled every aspect of their lives through intimidation and abuse. Macy and Shelley were his prisoners. By the time Macy turned 18 and graduated from high school, she knew she couldn't take it anymore. She had to get out. She told Shelley that she wanted to leave Derek, but was terrified of what he would do to her if she tried. She also worried about her son, Gabriel, who was now 2 years old. She couldn't bear the thought of leaving him behind with his monstrous father, but she knew if she tried to take him, Derek would hunt them down. After a long period of secret, fearful planning, Macy made her decision. One day, she simply walked out of the house and did not return. She left her son in Shelley's care, believing that at that moment, it was the only way to ensure her own safety, and hoping that Gabriel would be safer without her there to trigger Derek's rage. When Derek came home and discovered that Macy was gone, he didn't explode in the way Shelley expected. Instead, his behavior became very strange. The first thing he did was walk around the house and open all the curtains, flooding the rooms with the sunlight he had always hated. Then, he began pacing back and forth in the living room, repeating the same phrase over and over again. "I will not let another man be the father of my son." Even though Gabriel was right there in the house, Derek had become completely fixated on a paranoid delusion that Macy had left him for another man, and that this new man was going to raise his child. Shelley watched him, terrified of what he might do. She even called her ex-husband, Robert, for advice. Robert, wanting nothing to do with their problems, simply told her that Derek was probably just depressed again and to leave him alone. On September 7, 2012, Shelley was out for most of the day at an Alcoholics Anonymous meeting. When she returned home in the evening, she saw Macy's car parked in the driveway. Her heart sank. She knew Macy wouldn't have come back willingly. Then she noticed the front door was slightly ajar. A wave of panic washed over her. She cautiously stepped inside and saw something that made her blood run cold. A trail of blood leading from the entryway down the hall. Her first thought was that Derek had lost his temper and punched a wall or broken a mirror, cutting himself. She followed the gruesome trail to the bathroom door, which was closed. A large pool of blood had seeped out from underneath it. With trembling hands, Shelley pushed the door open. What she saw was a scene from her worst nightmare. Lying in the bathtub, covered in blood, was Macy. Her throat had been slit. Shelley froze, her body rigid with shock and terror. The world seemed to stop. It felt like she was watching a horror movie, but this was real. 18-year-old Macy McCullough, the sweet girl who had brought a brief moment of light into their dark home, was dead. There was no doubt in Shelley's mind who had done this. Her son. Then, a new wave of terror hit her. Where was Gabriel? Could Derek have harmed his own child? She frantically searched the house, but Derek and her grandson were gone. Shelley grabbed the phone, her hands shaking so badly she could barely dial, and called 911. When the police arrived, they secured the horrific crime scene and took a traumatized Shelley to the station to give a statement. As detectives asked her questions, Shelley was almost incoherent, repeating over and over that Derek had taken Gabriel. Then, a terrifying vision filled her mind. Her enraged son, having already killed Macy, now killing his own son before taking his own life. The vision felt so real that she began to tremble uncontrollably. The police now had a murder suspect who was armed, dangerous, and had kidnapped a 2-year-old child. A massive search operation was launched immediately. Derek's face was broadcast on every news channel. The Amber Alert system flashed his description across the state. The search continued through the night. Then, at 5 a.m. the next morning, a call came in. A motel employee reported that the man on the news had just checked into a room with a small child. Armed police officers swarmed the motel, preparing to storm the room, fearing the worst. But as the tactical team was getting into position, the door to the motel room opened. Derek walked out with his hands in the air. He had heard the commotion and knew it was over. He surrendered without a fight. Inside the room, police found 2-year-old Gabriel, physically unharmed and safe. Derek was taken into custody. He was allowed one phone call. He called his mother, Shelley. In that call, for the first time in his entire life, Derek told his mother that he loved her. He said he was sorry for how things had turned out and asked her to take care of Gabriel. The evidence against Derek was overwhelming. Macy's blood was found on his clothes and in his car. The murder weapon, a knife, was easily recovered. An autopsy revealed the sheer brutality of the attack. Macy had fought for her life, but she stood no chance. The case was a slam dunk for the prosecution. Derek was charged with first-degree intentional homicide. In a final, shocking display of her lifelong pattern of behavior, Shelley's first instinct was to try to fix it. She hired a lawyer for Derek and even planned to testify in his defense. The mother whose son had threatened to kill her, terrorized her, and had just brutally murdered the mother of her grandchild was still trying to protect him. But there was nothing she could do. Facing a mountain of evidence, Derek eventually accepted a plea deal. He was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 40 years. Shelley was granted full custody of her grandson, Gabriel. Haunted by what had happened, she could not bear to return to the home that had been the site of so much fear and tragedy. She sold the house and moved away, seeking a quiet, anonymous life where she could try to raise Gabriel differently and hopefully break the cycle of dysfunction.
In the small town of Rockville, Connecticut, on the last day of July in 1976, Connie Margotta Dabate took her first breath. She was the youngest child of Kenneth and Cindy Margotta, a final, perfect addition to their family. Her older brother Keith would carry with him forever the memory of their father taking him to the hospital, of pressing his face against the cool glass to see his baby sister for the first time. When the nurse presented the tiny, bundled infant at the hospital window, a new star ignited in the family's constellation. From that very first glimpse, Connie was their light. Growing up between the neighboring towns of Vernon and Ellington, Connie seemed to possess a Midas touch. Everything she pursued turned to gold. After graduating from Ellington High School in 1995, she continued her education at the University of Connecticut, earning her degree in 1999. Those who knew her then remember a young woman who didn't just walk through life, but danced, pulling everyone onto the floor with her infectious, boundless enthusiasm. After university, Connie carved out an impressive career in the competitive world of pharmaceutical sales. She moved between several companies before finding her stride at Reckitt Benckiser, where she wasn't just a sales representative, she was a star. Her professional profile painted a picture of relentless success, consistently ranked in the top 20% of the company, a 3-time recipient of the prestigious President's Club Award. But for Connie, it was never just about the accolades. She was genuinely passionate, taking immense pride in being a trusted resource for the physicians and pharmacists she worked with. Yet for all her professional triumphs, her true north, her greatest source of joy, was her family. On the 4th of July in 2003, she married Richard Dabate, a computer network administrator she had been dating for several years. Richard was 2 years her junior and a study in contrasts. Where Connie was an open book, warm and outgoing, Richard was more reserved, his humor offbeat and quirky, his mind wired for the technical. Friends saw them as an odd but complementary pairing. The couple built their life in a handsome, 4-bedroom colonial home at 7 Birchview Drive in Ellington, a property valued today at over $634,000. Soon the house was filled with the sounds of children. Their first son, Richard Jr., whom they called RJ, was born in 2006, followed by Connor in 2009. Motherhood was the role Connie was born to play. When Connor was born with a cleft lip, a condition requiring a series of challenging medical treatments, Connie became her unwavering champion. She navigated the long drives back and forth to Boston for doctor's appointments, all while simultaneously caring for her own father, who was locked in a difficult battle with leukemia. Her friends saw it clearly. Despite all her success in the corporate world, Connie's proudest accomplishment was being a fiercely loving and devoted mother. In her neighborhood, she was more than just a resident. She was a beacon, earning the nickname the sunshine of so many lives. She poured her energy into the Ellington Ambulance Corps, serving as its vice president for years. She was the one organizing fundraisers, delivering homemade meals to sick neighbors, her hand always the first in the air when someone needed help. She had a rare gift for turning a collection of houses into a genuine community, a family. From the outside, the Dabates had crafted the American dream, a beautiful home in a quiet suburb, 2 successful careers, with Connie as the undeniable primary breadwinner, and 2 bright, happy boys. Friends would later describe them as a normal couple, prone to the same marital fiction most people experience, often centered on the perennial issues of money and spending habits. But beneath this picture-perfect facade, a dark and intricate web of deception was being woven, one that would ultimately lead to an unimaginable and brutal tragedy. By 2015, while the family's holiday cards still showed smiling faces, those closest to Connie began to see the strain behind her eyes. The sunshine seemed a little dimmer. She was more stressed than usual, and the source of her anxiety was almost always the family's finances. Richard had cultivated spending habits that were becoming a serious point of concern. He had a tendency to withdraw money from their accounts without discussion, and mysterious charges for things like visits to a local strip club began to raise unnerving questions. But the most corrosive secret Richard was keeping had nothing to do with money. Her name was Sarah Ganza. Richard and Sarah's history stretched all the way back to junior high school in Manchester. Their connection had sparked into brief, clandestine romantic encounters in 2005, 2007, and 2008, all while he was married to Connie. After Sarah's own marriage ended in 2014, she moved back to Manchester and the old friends reconnected. By May of 2015, their rekindled friendship had ignited into a full-blown affair. Just 1 month later, in June, Sarah discovered she was pregnant with Richard's child. When confronted with the news, Richard didn't panic. Instead, he made a promise. He assured Sarah he was already planning to divorce Connie, that this was the catalyst they needed to finally build a future together. Sarah would later testify that she never pressured him, never gave him an ultimatum to break up his family. She was prepared to raise their child on her own if it came to that. But Richard persisted, weaving a tapestry of promises about a life that was just around the corner. In June, he told Sarah divorce preparations were underway, even claiming he was fixing up the house to get it ready for sale. By August, his story had shifted. He was having second thoughts about leaving Connie. Then, in November, he reversed course again, insisting that he and Connie were finally on the same page about divorcing. This emotional whiplash was exhausting for Sarah, now 7 months pregnant and desperate to plan for her future. There were times she would try to cut him off, telling him to leave her alone, but Richard always found a way back, armed with fresh assurances and renewed promises. All the while, Connie remained blissfully unaware of the affair, of the baby, of the second life her husband was leading. From her perspective, their marriage was hitting a rough patch, a storm they could weather together. In November 2015, she sent Richard a series of romantic text messages, including an intimate photo of herself in lingerie with the caption, "I'm ready for you, big boy." She was fighting for her marriage, completely oblivious to the fact that it was already a casualty. The day before Connie sent that heartfelt message, Richard had texted his pregnant mistress, assuring her that he and his wife talked about the divorce and are on the same page. 2 days later, he told Sarah they were pursuing a slow-moving divorce to make it easier on the kids. The story was a complete fabrication. Friends and family who spoke with investigators were unanimous. Connie never once mentioned divorce. If anything, she seemed more committed than ever to working through their problems. State police would eventually interview nearly 24 witnesses, and the narrative was consistent. While some noted her stress over Richard's spending, the idea of ending her marriage was never on the table. Connie knew something was deeply wrong, though. She could feel a profound anxiety tightening its grip on her life, even if she couldn't name its source. On the morning of December 23rd, at 8:58 a.m., she sent a Facebook message to a psychotherapist. Requesting a hypnosis appointment, she wrote, because there's a lot going on right now. It was an appointment she would never get to keep. Richard, meanwhile, was feeling the pressure from all sides. His cousin, Lori Gardner, later testified that Richard had confided in her about Sarah's pregnancy at a party that summer. He was terrified of what his family would think, petrified of becoming the family's black sheep. His best friend, Seth Robertson, recalled conversations where Richard voiced his fears about divorce, convinced that men always lost out, that women inevitably got the house and custody of the children. The walls were closing in on Richard Dabate. Sarah was 7 months pregnant, her patience wearing thin. His finances were a mess, and a divorce would mean dismantling the comfortable lifestyle that Connie's successful career had built. He was staring down the barrel of custody battles, alimony payments, and the public humiliation of his infidelity. Something had to give, and Richard Dabate was about to make a choice that would shatter multiple lives forever. December 23, 2015, dawned like any other Wednesday morning for the Dabate family. 9-year-old RJ and 6-year-old Connor were getting ready for school, buzzing with the excitement of the Christmas holidays just 2 days away. Connie had plans to attend her regular spinning class at the Indian Valley YMCA, a ritual she followed religiously to stay fit and clear her ed. Richard would later tell police that he left the house between 8:30 and 8:40 a.m. to drive to his job. According to his initial story, he was about 5 minutes down the road when he realized he'd forgotten his laptop and turned the car around to go back home. But in the silent language of data, a far different and more sinister story was being written. At 8:26 a.m., someone accessed Facebook from the Dabate home computer. At 8:37 a.m., from that same computer, a Google search was conducted for long-lasting tattoo ideas. This was nearly 10 minutes after Richard claimed he had already left for work. At 8:46 a.m., Connie's Fitbit registered her movements as she left the house for her spinning class. Clipped to her hip was the small, unassuming device, a Fitbit 1. It was her silent companion, a digital chronicler that would, with cold precision, record every step she took on the final morning of her life. 1 minute later, at 8:47 a.m., something crucial happened. The home alarm system was armed using Richard's keychain fob, a remote that only worked within a 500-foot radius of the house. Almost instantaneously, an attempt was made to disarm the same alarm system using Richard's mobile phone. The first attempt failed, but at 8:51 a.m., the system was successfully disarmed via the phone, only to be rearmed again moments later. This strange digital dance would become a critical piece of the puzzle. The keychain fob proved Richard was physically at or very near the house. The immediate phone activity suggested he was trying to manipulate the alarm remotely, as if creating an alibi, but the timeline proved he was still home when he claimed to be miles away. At 8:53 a.m., security cameras at the YMCA captured Connie's arrival. She looked like her usual bright self, ready for a workout. But inside, she learned her class had been canceled. The cameras recorded her leaving again at 9:08 a.m., much earlier than anyone would have expected her to return. Back at 7 Birch View Drive, digital forensics revealed that at 9:18 a.m., someone at the Dabate home computer visited the YMCA website. It was a chilling detail, suggesting Richard may have been checking to see if Connie had actually gone to her class, or perhaps monitoring when she might be heading home. At 9:23 a.m., the garage door at the Dabate home opened. As Connie returned unexpectedly, her Fitbit diligently logged the movement, capturing the exact moment she stepped out of her car and walked into her house for the very last time. For the next 17 minutes, the Fitbit data showed normal patterns of activity. At 10:40 a.m., she posted a video to her Facebook page from inside the house. 6 minutes later, another video went up. These posts, routed through the family's home internet, were digital proof of life. But it was what happened next that would stop time. At 10:05 a.m., Connie's Fitbit recorded its final flurry of movement, 1,217 feet of walking, distributed throughout her house. This was far more than the roughly 125 feet it would take to get from her car to the basement where her body would later be discovered. The data showed she had been moving around casually, perhaps doing household chores or getting ready for her day. Then, at exactly 10:05 a.m., the Fitbit went silent. Forever. 7 minutes later, at 10:12 a.m., the home's panic alarm was triggered from Richard's keychain fob, the only time that morning it had been used. Richard's story was that he received alarm alerts when driving and emailed his boss to say he was heading home to check on a security issue. But his cell phone records told a different tale. His phone was pinging off cell towers near his house all morning, directly contradicting his claim that he was at a bus depot in Broadstone, miles away, checking on advertising displays. When first responders breached the door of 7 Birchview Drive, they walked into a scene of staged chaos that would haunt them for the rest of their careers. They found Richard on the kitchen floor, partially bound to a metal folding chair with zip ties. He had superficial cuts on his legs and torso. He immediately launched into a wild story about a masked intruder, a hulking figure dressed in camouflage with a deep, gravelly voice like the actor Vin Diesel. This intruder, he claimed, had been rummaging through Connie's jewelry. The man demanded money and pins, which he said he provided. When Connie returned home early, Richard shouted for her to run, but for some inexplicable reason, she fled to the basement instead of out the door. The intruder followed her there, a struggle ensued, and he shot her twice with a .357 Magnum revolver, which had never been fired before that day. The weapon, which had never been fired before that day, was wiped clean of any fingerprints. But for the seasoned investigators on the scene, Richard's story was already full of holes. There were no signs of a forced entry. Nothing of value appeared to have been stolen. In fact, cash that would have been an obvious target for any burglar was left untouched. Most damning of all, 3 separate police canine units were brought in to track the intruder's scent. Each one failed to pick up any trail leading away from the property. The first dog, Rocky, seemed utterly confused, repeatedly circling back to Richard and even trying to jump into the ambulance with him. The scene felt less like a crime scene and more like a movie set. Richard's calm demeanor seemed chillingly out of place for a man who had just witnessed his wife's brutal murder. But it would take months of painstaking digital forensics to prove what the detectives suspected from the start. Richard Dabate hadn't been the victim of a home invasion. He had been the sole actor in a meticulously planned murder. What Richard Dabate could never have anticipated was how the very technology that defined modern life would become the chief witness against him. The Connecticut State Police, working alongside prosecutor Matthew Gandansky, launched one of the most comprehensive digital forensic investigations in the state's history. And the centerpiece of their case was Connie's Fitbit. The hip-worn fitness tracker had been recording her movements with scientific precision, creating an incorruptible timeline of her final hour. Dr. Keith Diaz from Columbia Medical Center, an expert on Fitbit accuracy, testified that the devices were nearly perfect at measuring steps, 98% accurate. The Fitbit data blew Richard's timeline to pieces. He claimed Connie was killed around 9:05 a.m., moments after she got home, but her Fitbit proved she was alive and actively moving through her house until 10:05 a.m., a full hour later. In that hour, it recorded 1,217 feet of movement, what Dr. Diaz described as incidental movements, the kind of casual steps one takes while doing normal household activities, not the frantic scramble of a person running for their life. The home alarm system logs were just as damning. The sophisticated system kept a detailed record of every event, time-stamped and sourced. The log showed Richard was physically present at the house all morning, arming and disarming the system from his fob and his phone, shredding his alibi of being miles away at work. At 9:04 a.m., he sent an email to his supervisor from the home computer claiming he was returning to check on an alarm, but the data proved he was already home when he sent it. His computer activity painted a picture not of a man at work, but of a man orchestrating a crime. Investigators also uncovered a series of disturbing internet searches on Richard's computer from the months leading up to the murder. In July and September 2015, he had looked up terms like deadly over-the-counter pill combinations, fast untraceable homemade poison, and detailed information about the toxin ricin. These searches pointed not to a spontaneous crime of passion, but to a murder that had been premeditated for months. Perhaps the most heartbreaking evidence came from Connie's own digital trail. Her Facebook posts from that morning showed a woman with no inkling of the danger she was in, a woman who felt safe and content in her own home. Her phone data also exposed the full extent of Richard's double life. He had been in constant contact with Sarah Gonza, making 8 calls to her on the day of the murder alone, including a 28-minute conversation that morning, a detail he had conveniently omitted when speaking to the police. Confronted with this mountain of digital evidence, Richard's story began to crumble. He finally admitted to the affair and to lying about his whereabouts, but he clung to his innocence in the murder, claiming he had lied out of fear and a desperate attempt to protect his reputation. But investigators had one final damning piece of evidence: his behavior after Connie's death. Just 5 days after his wife was murdered, Richard attempted to claim her $475,000 life insurance policy. When the claim was denied due to the ongoing investigation, he methodically withdrew over $90,000 from Connie's investment accounts. By the time of his conviction, he had depleted nearly her entire estate, money she had worked tirelessly to save for her son's futures. The boy's aunt would later testify that only $6.24 remained of their mother's savings, not even enough to buy a shirt, shoes, or a backpack. The digital evidence told an undeniable story. Richard Dabate had murdered his wife Connie sometime between 10 and 10:05 a.m., and then staged an elaborate home invasion to cover his crime. For nearly 18 months, Richard Dabate walked free as police painstakingly assembled their case. He continued his relationship with Sarah Gonza, who gave birth to their daughter in February 2016, less than 2 months after Connie's death. During this time, his behavior continued to send up red flags. Neighbors found it bizarre that just days after his wife's violent murder, he was casually texting them to ask about their favorite takeout restaurants. This chilling lack of grief, combined with his laser focus on financial matters, painted a portrait of a man far more concerned with self-preservation than with mourning. Even his best friend, Seth Robertson, began to pull away. Robertson described meeting with Richard weeks after the murder, expecting to comfort a devastated widower. Instead, Richard gave what felt like a rehearsed, emotionless account of the home invasion, then quickly changed the subject to mundane, everyday topics. "I showed up with pockets of tissues, and it never happened," Robertson testified, explaining that the raw anger and profound sadness he expected were simply not there. Connie's family, drowning in their grief, grew increasingly suspicious. Her mother recalled Richard's strange detachment when viewing Connie's body at the funeral home, and his callous comment about her coffin, "They could put the lid on it now," as if speaking of a storage box, not the final resting place of his wife. The investigation was a marathon. Police interviewed dozens of witnesses and analyzed thousands of digital records, collaborating with FBI specialists to ensure every piece of evidence was airtight. On April 14, 2017, the marathon ended. Richard was arrested at his mother's house and charged with murder, tampering with evidence, and making false statements. When the detective placed a hand on his shoulder and told him he was under arrest, the blood drained from his face. He went white as a sheet, the detective recalled. He was not expecting it. Richard pleaded not guilty and was released on a staggering $1 million bail, his family putting up 5 homes as collateral. This meant he would remain free for another 5 years as the case crawled through the legal system. During that time, Connie's family watched in horror as he continued to liquidate her assets, spending the money she had saved for her children on his own living expenses and legal fees. The trial, repeatedly delayed by the pandemic and other complications, finally began on April 5, 2022. The prosecution laid out over 600 pieces of evidence, with the Fitbit data serving as the star witness. Sarah Gonza's testimony provided the powerful motive. Fighting back tears, she recounted her long, complicated history with Richard and his endless cycle of broken promises. Her pregnancy, the prosecution argued, was the deadline Richard could not escape, the pressure that ultimately drove him to murder. Even at his sentencing, Richard clung to his fabricated innocence. "I am here as an innocent man. I will never stop seeking justice for my wife, Connie, who I love and think of every day." His words rang hollow. On May 10, 2022, the jury found him guilty on all charges. Judge Corinne Klatt sentenced him to 65 years in prison. The conviction brought a fractured sense of peace to Connie's family. "It's a weight lifted off my shoulders, but it's bittersweet. Everything we went through 6 years ago is right in front of us right now." Her mother Cindy struggled through tears to describe her loss. "I just feel this surge from up above. She's here." The Connecticut Supreme Court upheld his conviction in January 2025, cementing the case as a landmark for the use of fitness tracker evidence in a murder trial. Richard Dabate remains incarcerated, with a release date set for the year 2087. His 2 sons now live with their aunt. But the community that Connie had so selflessly served rallied around them, establishing a college fund to help secure their future, a final testament to the woman they all remembered as the sunshine of their lives. Her Fitbit may have been the silent witness that unmasked her killer, but Connie's true legacy lives on in the kindness she sowed. In the end, it was Connie herself, through the life she lived, who brought her own killer to justice. Her family's only request is that the world doesn't remember her for how she died, but for the brilliant light she carried.
Today, we're covering the case of Tatsuya Ichihashi, a case known for its uniquely bizarre and disturbing details. When 22-year-old Lindsay Hawker traveled to Tokyo to teach English, it was supposed to be the start of an amazing adventure. Instead, it would turn into something so unimaginably horrific that it would become the subject of a best-selling memoir and later a movie. As for Lindsay's killer, his desperate attempts to avoid identification were so gruesome that they'd earn him a near-cult hero status. So prepare yourselves, this is the disturbing story of Tatsuya Ichihashi. Before we start, we would like to send our heartfelt sympathies to the loved ones of Lindsay Ann Hawker, whose life was ended in such a savage and senseless way. This story takes us to Tokyo, Japan, a megacity of 35 million inhabitants, famous for both the ultra-modern and the traditional. It's home to anime, manga, electronic megastores, and more Michelin stars than London and Paris combined. Tokyo is a 24-hour metropolis that combines millennia-old traditions with futuristic technology, where neon-lit skyscrapers sit side by side with historic temples. It was to the Itagawa ward of Tokyo that 22-year-old Lindsay Hawker arrived in October 2007, ready to start her new job at the Tokyo branch of Nova, Japan's largest private English school. Lindsay was from a town near Coventry in Warwickshire, England, where she had grown up in a close-knit family with parents Bill and Julia and 2 sisters. Lindsay was known for her boundless enthusiasm for life. She was also bright and ambitious, graduating with a first-class honors degree in biology from the University of Leeds in the summer of 2007. After years of studying, Lindsay was ready for a change and made plans for a world trip with her boyfriend of 4 years, Ryan Garside. Lindsay would set off first, heading to Tokyo, where she would teach English before her boyfriend would join her the following summer. Lindsay adapted fast to life on the other side of the globe. She made solid friends with her 2 roommates, with whom she shared an apartment. Her employers at Nova said she put every effort into her new role. She communicated daily with her friends and family about life in Tokyo. In one email to her sisters, she described how the city of Tokyo felt safe and secure, safer, in fact, than Britain. They were words that would later haunt her family. On the morning of March 25th, she packed her tote bag with her teaching materials, said goodbye to her roommates, and left the apartment on her bike. She would never return again. On March 26, 2007, at 2:30 p.m., Lindsay's father received a call from a staff member at the Nova Language School. Lindsay had failed to turn up for her classes for 2 days in a row. Her roommates had already tried to contact the police when Lindsay had failed to return home from work the previous evening, but the message had not been conveyed to the proper authorities within the department. Lindsay's family were distraught. Her father booked a flight to Tokyo for himself and Lindsay's boyfriend, Ryan. At Lindsay's apartment, officers tried to piece together Lindsay's last movements. Both her roommates and her boyfriend, Ryan, had vital information to share, and all of it created a clear and chilling picture. 6 days earlier, on March 20th, Lindsay had been traveling home on the train after drinks at a bar called Hippy Dippy Doo when a strange man approached her. He was several years older than her and claimed to be one of her students in her class. But Lindsay knew all of her students, and he was not one of them. Lindsay had politely excused herself and exited the train at her station. She had almost arrived home on her bike when she suddenly spotted the man right behind her, jogging fast. He had tailed her all the way from the station and now pitched up on her doorstep. He asked again if she recognized him. Now a little frightened, Lindsay repeated that she didn't. This time, he explained that he wanted to go abroad to study and was desperate for an English tutor. He then asked her for a glass of water. Thinking he was simply enthusiastic and maybe a little eccentric, Lindsay invited him into her apartment, where her roommates were both home. Inside, he sketched a picture of Lissy and signed it with his name, Tatsuya Ichihashi, a phone number, and an email address. Officers now searched Lissy's room, where they located the sketch the man had given her. Lissy, her roommate said, had agreed to meet the man in a cafe for an English lesson. They had warned her against it, but Lissy could see no harm in it, and on March 20th, had set off to meet him at the Duo Tour Cafe. It was the last time they'd see her. Lissy's last Facebook message was written on March 20th and had said, "Love you lots. Don't worry about the guy who chased me home. It's just crazy, Japan. Miss you." Meanwhile, police had pulled grainy surveillance footage from the morning of March 25, 2007, at the Duo Tour Cafe near the station in East Tokyo. The footage captured Lissy and the mysterious man named Ichihashi ordering drinks at the counter. Lissy appears to feel awkward, repeatedly pushing her hair aside. The pair sits together at a table for 50 minutes while Lissy gives him a language lesson. When it's time to leave, Ichihashi makes exaggerated gestures of searching and failing to find his money. At 10 a.m., the pair gets up and leaves and are seen getting into a taxi together. By 5:20 p.m. on the evening of March 26th, 2 officers had located and arrived at Tatsuya's apartment in Ichikawa. The man who Lissy had just gotten into a taxi with had, in fact, been watching her for months. 28-year-old Tatsuya Ichihashi lived alone in a 3-bedroom apartment bought for him by his parents in the Uchiba Prefecture, a suburban town east of Tokyo. The son of 2 wealthy professionals, his mother was a dentist, and his father a brain surgeon. Tatsuya hadn't inherited either of his parents' ambition or academic ability. Under his parents' duress, he attended Chiba University and graduated with a major in horticulture in 2005. But he had never worked in the field of horticulture and had spent the past 2 years living off of his parents' monthly allowance. Tatsuya found himself a girlfriend during his time at college, but those who knew him described him as a loner, someone known in Japanese culture as a hikikomori, or someone who suffers extreme degrees of social isolation. He was obsessed with violent manga and, for several years, had been displaying some troubling behavior. 2 years earlier, he had assaulted a woman on a street while attempting to rob her. The woman had settled out of court with Tatsuya's parents. While at university, Tatsuya had been given a formal warning for stalking a woman. Oddly, his girlfriend later described their relationship as stable and serious. She would visit him several times during his early years in prison. She said Tatsuya was obsessed with physical fitness and would spend hours each day working out at the gym and regularly cycling 15 miles a day. By 2007, however, there were signs that Tatsuya's mental health was deteriorating. He reportedly told acquaintances that he felt he was becoming unstable, but it's not clear whether anyone urged him to seek help. Instead, it seems he developed a fixation with a random stranger, the young British English language teacher, Lissy Hawker. According to police, Tatsuya had stalked Lissy Hawker for several months before working up the courage to approach her on the train. He spotted the logo for the English language school on her tote bag and used it as an excuse to connect with her. He now used the excuse of having no money to lure her to his apartment in Ichikawa, which was a 5-minute drive away. Once outside, Lissy asked the taxi driver to wait for her while she went in to collect the money. 7 minutes passed with no signs of Lissy, and the taxi driver drove away. He was the last person, other than her killer, to see her alive. Once at Tatsuya's apartment, police waited outside for him to exit. They were not permitted by Japanese law to knock without proper cause. Knowing his previous allegations of stalking and robbery, they had called for backup. By 8 p.m., 9 officers had assembled on both the ground floor and outside of his 4th-floor apartment. 2 hours after the last officers arrived, Tatsuya burst out of his apartment and headed down the building's fire escape. He was barefoot and carrying a rucksack, with several officers close behind him. Tatsuya evaded them by vaulting the last stairway to the ground and sprinting into the street. He was spotted once more by police officers, but once again, evaded them by zigzagging through the street. It was the closest they would get to catching him for more than 2 years. As for the location of Lissy, on the other hand, that would happen much sooner. On Tatsuya's balcony, police noticed a bathtub had been freshly filled with a mix of sand and compost. A potted plant stood next to the bath, as though he had left before having a chance to plant it, and Tatsuya had not quite finished his task. A small white hand protruded from the mixture in the bathtub. Neighbors would later say they heard a heavy scraping sound the evening before, undoubtedly the sound of Tatsuya dragging his bathtub onto the balcony of his apartment. Police uncovered Lindsay's naked body from inside the bathtub. She had been gagged with a scarf, and her feet and hands had been bound with gardening ties. Bruising across her upper body suggested she had endured a savage and prolonged attack. Both Lindsay and Tatsuya had been trained in martial arts, but Lindsay had fought off her attacker bravely. Still, she was no match for Tatsuya in strength. Egg-sized bruises on the left side of her face suggested that she had been struck repeatedly with a fist, while lesser marks on her upper body were likely the result of collisions with furniture. She had been whipped and strangled so violently that the cartilage in her neck was broken. Her head had been shaved, and her hair placed in a plastic bag. Her belongings were found strewn about the room. At 3 a.m. on March 27th, Lindsay's parents received the call no parent ever wants to receive. A body had been found. The trip they had booked to search for their daughter now became a journey to identify her remains. Her father, Bill, said that when he saw her, "I knew it was Lindsay because she was so tall and because she was my daughter. But she was so badly beaten. My life, my soul, just fell from beneath me." Wanted posters containing images of Tatsuya now flooded Tokyo. Soon, 1,000 posters had been distributed nationwide. Some showed chilling pictures of Tatsuya in possible disguises, including the killer disguised as a woman. His images were broadcast across national and international news channels. Sightings of Tatsuya came pouring in from all over Japan. Multiple sightings placed him in Kabukicho, a red light district of Tokyo. Police investigated every lead, but he could not be located. Soon, there were rumors that he'd escaped the country or quietly killed himself. Days turned into weeks and then months. By October 2008, 140 officers had been assigned to the investigation. Despite 8,000 reported sightings and widespread media coverage, police were no closer to finding Tatsuya. By the end of the year, the investigation was stalling. The desperate Hawker family launched a website, appealing for information on Tatsuya Ichihashi's whereabouts. Tatsuya's parents, who had remained silent, now came under wrongful suspicion from the public. In response, his mother called a daytime television program and urged her son to give himself up. "It's Mom, Tatsuya," she said in an audio message. "Dad and Mom have decided to speak about our feelings, although we know you won't like this," she said before telling him to contact the police. Later, the couple appeared on television to apologize for their son's crime. In the lead-up to the second anniversary, police printed out life-size cardboard cutouts of Tatsuya to try to raise awareness among the public. The Hawkers returned to Tokyo to plead for information on their daughter's killer. Police increased the reward for information leading to his arrest from 1 million yen to 10 million yen, or the equivalent of about $121,000. Meanwhile, a far sicker interest in the fugitive had been blossoming online. Fan clubs had begun popping up all over the internet, glorifying Tatsuya as an outlaw and a fugitive hero. He became known as Japan's most handsome criminal, nicknamed the Fugitive Sullen Prince, and Lord Ichi, and even gaining popularity with young males. Blogs and support groups opened up dedicated to the murderer. What no one knew, of course, was that the appearance of the man police had been hunting had changed quite significantly in the 2 years since they printed his face on wanted posters across Japan. According to an account he later published in a best-selling memoir, Tatsuya had initially wandered around Tokyo with no money or credit cards and no passport that would enable him to leave the country. He hid out among the tramps in the Flophouse district of the Ibukari prefecture northwest of Tokyo. It was only when he saw his face plastered across wanted posters that he realized the scale of the manhunt. He took to living his life as a fugitive, covering his face beneath the hat, wearing glasses, avoiding surveillance cameras, and constantly staying on the move. He didn't contact a single friend or family member, but as the nationwide manhunt gained momentum, he turned to more drastic attempts to disguise his identity. He needed to change his appearance, he realized, and took on that task himself. Using a box cutter, he sliced the moles off of his left cheek, markings that had struck him as particularly prominent in his wanted pictures. He then cut off part of his lower lip with scissors in an effort to make them thinner. His first attempt failed when he was unable to push through the excruciating pain, but he did finish the job a few days later in a public bathroom. He then bound up his nose with a thread and needle to make it narrower. While his face healed, he wore multiple surgical masks. Traveling by train and bus, Tatsuya headed south, where he embarked on a pilgrimage of temples in the southwestern island of Shikoku. He wanted to atone for the killing, and when visiting shrines, he would pray for Hawker to come back to life, an idea he got from a novel in which the dead are resurrected after someone who is thinking of them tours those same temples. His paranoia over being recognized consumed him, driving him to seek out further changes to his appearance, this time with the help of a plastic surgeon, though for that, he would need money. Using the name and address of a dead man called Kosuke Inoue, Tatsuya took a job at a construction company in Osaka, where he worked for the next 13 months, saving about 1 million yen. He spent most of the money on 2 cosmetic surgery operations, one to acquire a longer and narrower nose, and the second to raise the bridge of his nose. He gave false names and addresses at the clinics and failed to return for any follow-up appointments. Colleagues later said he rarely mixed with them, spending most of his time reading comics and watching videos in his room at the company's dormitory. He never removed his red cap or black-rimmed glasses in public. When he was persuaded to join the company bowling trip in April, he hid behind a colleague in a group photograph. In the end, the attempts to obscure his identity were his undoing. Tatsuya visited a clinic in the southwestern city of Fukuoka in mid-October with a request to change the shape of his mouth. On October 24th, he visited a clinic in Nagoya where he had his nose uplifted. But staff at the clinic were intrigued by the strange scars on his left cheek where he had removed his moles. They reported his visit to police and submitted multiple pictures of the man who had visited their clinic. Police identified the man as Tatsuya. On the 4th of November 2009, police released the images to the press, disclosing that he had undergone plastic surgery. His new image was soon splashed all over the Japanese news. These images showed a very different Tatsuya Ichihashi. He was minus the 2 prominent moles on his left cheek. He had a thinner bottom lip, a higher bridge to his nose, and a double fold to his eyelids. Tatsuya wrote in his memoir that he froze when he saw the news on TV with his image. "My heart raced," he wrote. "I gazed at it, trembling." He immediately got a haircut and bought a party disguise set, including a beard, sideburns, and mustache, and then headed to the ferry terminal at Osaka. On November 10, 2009, moments before he was due to set sail for Okinawa, an island in Japan's far south, a passerby's gaze was drawn to a tall, suspicious-looking youth wearing a hat, sunglasses, and a paper surgical mask. More than 2.5 years after he had become one of Japan's most wanted suspects, Tatsuya Ichihashi was arrested at the ferry terminal in Osaka for the murder of Lindsay Hawker.
This has been a long, hard battle for the Hawkers, and the battle is over. We've worked tirelessly as a family. We've never given in for our daughter. We've never given in. We wanted justice, and we've finally got justice. I'll also just like to thank the Japanese police. After a very bungled start to my daughter's murder, they've got their man. They've worked tirelessly, and they've eventually got the man. And the chief officer told me they would get the man sooner or later. We're just so relieved that this part of our life is over. I can go down to my daughter's grave this afternoon and tell her. Thank you.
I'd just like to say, I'd like to echo what my parents have said, but also I hope that our case kind of gives other families some kind of hope. We thank the Japanese press, we thank the Japanese people, but really, it's us that have done this. We haven't given up, not from day one. All the sleepless nights, all the not eating, all the crying, all the tears, it's all been worth it now, and we've got what we wanted, which was justice for Lindsay.
In the quiet, affluent suburbs of Boston, Massachusetts, the town of Wayland prided itself on its peaceful streets. excellent schools, and strong sense of community. It was the kind of place where life seemed to follow a predictable and comforting rhythm, where dreams were nurtured and futures seemed bright. Within this idyllic setting, Lauren Ashley was a beacon of light and energy. Born on April 1, 1993, to Mary and Malcolm Esty, she was the cherished center of their universe. Both Mary and Malcolm were dedicated teachers, and they raised their daughter with a deep appreciation for education, but more importantly, for the virtues of honesty, integrity, and kindness. They hoped she would grow into a principled young woman who treated others with compassion, and Lauren exceeded their every hope. In 2006, when Lauren was a young teenager, her parents made the difficult decision to divorce. While the family structure changed, the unwavering wall of love and support they provided for their daughter remained stronger than ever. They shared custody amicably, ensuring Lauren's life was disrupted as little as possible, their bond as co-parents a testament to their profound love for her. By the time she turned 18, Lauren's life was a whirlwind of activity, a vibrant tapestry woven with passion, purpose, and remarkable achievement. To say she was involved would be an understatement. She seemed to possess an inexhaustible wellspring of energy. She was a gifted singer in a music group, a nimble athlete on the tennis and soccer fields, a devoted voice in the church choir, and a talented musician in the youth symphony orchestra. During the summers, she worked as a camp counselor, guiding younger children with patience and a sense of fun. Her love for the stage found its ultimate expression when she landed the lead role in a local arts center production of Annie, her powerful voice and charismatic presence captivating the audience. Her schedule was perpetually packed, leaving little room for downtime, but Lauren thrived on it. She was a petite young woman, standing at just 4 feet and 11 inches, but her personality was colossal. Her vibrant spirit and an indefinable charm left a lasting impression on everyone she met. Of all her artistic pursuits, performing was her greatest passion. Her beautiful, strong voice became a familiar and celebrated feature at nearly every school and community event. A moment of pure, unadulterated joy came when she was chosen as the lead singer for her high school's prestigious a cappella group, a recognition of her immense talent and dedication. Beyond her artistic and academic endeavors, Lauren had a heart devoted to service. The core of her being was wired to help others, whether they were her closest family and friends or complete strangers in need. She was a natural organizer, channeling her energy into a wide range of charitable activities. Her sincerity and genuine, open spirit were admired by her classmates, who knew they could always turn to Lauren with a problem, confident that she would give her all to help them. This innate selflessness was not just a phase. It was fundamental to her character. At the tender age of 12, she traveled to New Orleans to assist those devastated by Hurricane Katrina. This was not a one-time act of charity. She would return twice more with friends to help flood victims, demonstrating a maturity and commitment to humanitarianism far beyond her years. These selfless journeys spoke volumes about her character, proving that, even as a young girl, she consistently prioritized the needs of others. Her warmth was like a gentle, inner light that touched everyone she encountered, parents, friends, teachers, and acquaintances alike. At Wayland High School, Lauren was a standout student, recognized not only for her academic dedication but also for her enthusiastic involvement in every facet of school life. She was a force of nature, participating in sports, concerts, academic competitions, and community service projects, leaving an indelible mark wherever she went. During these formative high school years, she blossomed, coming into her own with a confidence and style that many of her friends admired and sought to emulate. She became something of a trendsetter, not because she was focused on fashion, but because her vibrant energy and authentic personality were magnetic. It was during this time that she embarked on her first serious relationship, beginning to date a boy she had known for years, Nathaniel Fuja. Nathaniel, who also attended Wayland High, was in many ways Lauren's opposite. While she was petite and artistic, he was a tall, serious, and imposing athlete. As the star player on the school's football team, he was known for his incredible speed and athletic prowess. He was one of the most popular students in school, the object of admiration, and the subject of cheers from the bleachers at every game. Yet, Despite the attention he received, his heart belonged entirely to the cheerful, lively Lauren Ashley. Their relationship began in their senior year, a classic high school romance between the star athlete and the beloved singer. Nathaniel was the only son of Beth and Tom Fuja. His father, Tom, was a well-known and exceptionally talented guitarist who also held a teaching position at Boston's prestigious Berklee College of Music. Tom's creative pursuits and musical achievements made him a respected figure in the community. In a poignant intersection of their lives, Lauren had even interviewed Tom Fuja in 2010 for a school project, a video that was later uploaded to YouTube, capturing a moment of innocent connection between the two families. Because of her relationship with Nathaniel, Lauren became a frequent and welcomed guest in Beth and Tom's home. The two sets of parents also became acquainted, maintaining a friendly and regular correspondence. For the first 2 years, the relationship between Nathan and Lauren seemed idyllic. They were the picture-perfect high school couple, spending their time together playing sports, hanging out with friends, and enjoying the carefree days of youth. Many who knew them thought they were a perfect match, a complementary blend of artistic and athletic energy. But as time went on, the smooth surface of their romance began to show cracks. Disagreements, once rare, started to creep into their interactions, becoming more frequent and more intense. Their once steady relationship devolved into a turbulent and emotionally draining ride. They fell into a toxic repeating pattern, a period of intense arguments followed by a painful breakup, which would then lead to a tearful reconciliation, only for the entire cycle to begin again. One day, they could be deeply in love, sharing dreams and kisses. The next, they would be intensely irritated by everything the other did, finding fault in the smallest of actions. Relationships of this nature are not uncommon, even among mature adults. But for two teenagers on the cusp of the rest of their lives, the emotional whiplash was particularly taxing. A significant source of the conflict was Nathaniel's burgeoning jealousy. Despite being the one who often drew attention from other girls, he was intensely possessive of Lauren. He grew resentful, feeling that she dedicated more of her time and emotional energy to her countless activities and other people than she did to him. He failed to understand that her engagement with the world was what made her who she was. Instead, he viewed it as a personal slight, a diversion of affection that he felt was rightfully his. As senior year progressed, Lauren began to think seriously about her future. The world was opening up before her, and she was contemplating which college she would attend and what path she wanted her life to take. It was during this period of introspection and forward thinking that she had a painful but necessary realization. Nathan no longer fit into the life she envisioned for herself. She had grown weary of the constant emotional strain, the arguments, and the possessiveness that had come to define their relationship. She began to consider ending it for good, not as part of their cyclical drama, but as a final, clean break. Senior year is a natural turning point, a final step from the sheltered world of high school toward the vast possibilities of adulthood. At 18, the world feels wide open, filled with opportunities to build a career, meet new people, and embrace exciting experiences. For Lauren, the next monumental step was college, and she was eager and ready to take it. She had set her sights on Elon University in North Carolina, a place where she could continue to grow and explore her passions. Nathaniel, meanwhile, had committed to Trinity College in Connecticut, where he had been recruited to play football, the fulfillment of a dream he had held since childhood. Lauren's friends had been first-hand witnesses to the turmoil in her relationship and were deeply concerned for her well-being. Wanting to support her, they sat down with her and collaboratively created a list, a concrete enumeration of the reasons she should end things with Nathan for good. The list was a damning indictment of his behavior, his quick and unpredictable temper, his extreme, suffocating jealousy, his increasingly aggressive behavior, and most disturbingly, the disrespect he sometimes showed even toward his own mother. After reflecting on this list and her own exhaustion, Lauren made her final decision. On April 1, 2011, her 18th birthday, she broke up with Nathan. She would later describe that day to her friends as one of the best of her life, a day of liberation and hope. The timing was logical and practical. With both of them heading to different colleges in different states in the fall, It was the natural point to move on and begin their separate adult lives. For Nathaniel, however, the breakup was anything but a fresh start. He did not see it as a natural transition, but as a catastrophic, world-ending loss. The dream he had worked so hard for, the college football scholarship, suddenly lost all its meaning. His entire focus, his entire world, had narrowed to the singular, agonizing fact of his relationship with Lauren Ashley. The once energetic and highly motivated young man who was constantly training and staying active began a rapid and alarming decline. He withdrew completely into himself, spending most of his days languishing on the couch, his expression distant and depressed. He cut off contact with his friends, stopped socializing entirely, and abandoned all his former routines. During this dark period, he began drinking heavily and smoking marijuana on a daily basis, attempting to numb the pain of his perceived loss. Even though Lauren had been the one to end the relationship months earlier, her compassionate nature meant she still worried about him. She couldn't bear to see someone she had once been so close to, someone she had once loved, in so much pain. On several occasions, she hesitantly asked her friends if she should reach out to him to try and help him through his depression. Each time, her friends strongly advised her against it. They warned her not to give him any false hope, any reason to believe that their relationship might be rekindled, fearing it would only prolong his agony and her entanglement in it. In the summer of 2011, after the pomp and circumstance of high school graduation, Lauren was eager to enjoy her final months at home, surrounded by the warmth of her family and the comfort of her friends. To celebrate the beginning of this exciting new chapter in their lives, her friends organized a large graduation party. Under a sprawling tent in a backyard, about 150 students and recent graduates gathered. The air was filled with music, laughter, and the optimistic buzz of futures waiting to unfold. Among the guests was Lauren's ex-boyfriend, Nathan. As Lauren was chatting happily with a group of friends, Nathan, already heavily intoxicated, approached her. He began pleading with her, attempting to reconcile, to turn back the clock to a time she had firmly decided to leave behind. Lauren, however, stood her ground. She told him firmly but calmly to leave her alone. In her mind, the conversation was over. Everything had been discussed, dissected, and decided months ago. There was absolutely no reason to rehash the painful details of their breakup yet again. Furthermore, she knew that in his drunken state, Nathan would be incapable of having a rational or meaningful conversation. But Nathan, his judgment clouded by alcohol and his heart clouded by obsession, could not accept her rejection. The thought of her moving on, of her being happy with someone else, was unbearable to him. He refused to take no for an answer, relentlessly pestering and pressuring her throughout the night. At one point, the emotional assault became too much, and Lauren broke down in tears, confiding in a friend that Nathan simply would not leave her alone. He trailed her like a shadow, his presence a dark cloud over the celebration. He was determined to stop her from talking or dancing with anyone else, his jealousy flaring with every passing minute. His anger, fueled by a steady stream of alcohol, continued to escalate. When Lauren once again refused to engage with him, his rage boiled over. In a shocking display of violence, Nathan stormed up to one of the main tent poles and struck it with all his strength. The impact was so forceful that it caused the entire structure to shudder and collapse onto the partygoers. The tent was quickly lifted and put back in place by a group of stunned students, but the festive mood had been irrevocably shattered. The incident transformed the atmosphere from celebratory to tense and fearful. Now, it wasn't just Lauren telling Nathan to leave. It was a chorus of voices from all corners of the party. The celebration was effectively ruined, brought to an abrupt and ugly end by his uncontrolled fury. Later that night, a shaken Lauren recounted the event to her mother. She explained how Nathan had refused to let her go, how he was furious that she had ended their relationship, angry that she wouldn't speak to him, and bitter over the simple fact that she seemed happy without him. His behavior had crossed a line from heartbroken to menacing. For a little while after the party, things seemed to quiet down. Lauren focused on her summer, taking a job at a clothing store in the Natick Mall to earn some money before heading off to college. On Sunday, July 3, 2011, she arrived for her shift at 10 a.m. The mall's security cameras captured her entering at 9:45 a.m., a normal young woman on her way to a normal summer job, riding the escalator up to the store. At 6:45 p.m., her shift ended. She was seen on camera again, leaving the building while talking on her cell phone. Tragically, this would be the last time anyone saw Lauren Ashley alive. She had made plans to meet up with friends for a walk after her shift, a casual end to a summer day. But she never showed up. As the minutes ticked by, her friends grew concerned. This was completely out of character for Lauren. She was meticulously responsible. If something had come up and she couldn't make it, she would have called or texted. Her father, Malcolm, was also becoming increasingly worried. He knew her routine. She had planned to drive home from work, change her clothes, and then head out to meet her friends. But she never made it home. The break from her normal, predictable routine sent an immediate and powerful jolt of fear through him. Trusting his paternal instinct that something was terribly wrong, Malcolm didn't hesitate. He called the police right away to report his daughter missing. News of Lauren Ashley's disappearance spread like wildfire through the tight-knit town of Wayland, leaving friends, family, and acquaintances deeply shocked and concerned. In many missing person cases, authorities might typically wait a certain period, often 24 hours, before launching a full-scale investigation, especially for an adult. But in Lauren's case, everything moved with urgent speed. The immediate and certain fear expressed by her father and friends, combined with her unblemished record of reliability, convinced police that this was a critical situation. As soon as Malcolm contacted the authorities, the search began in earnest. That same night, the investigation yielded its first significant and ominous discovery. Police located Lauren's car, a distinctive red Jeep, parked at the town beach. The windows were rolled down, an unsettling detail that suggested a hasty departure or an interruption. Inside the vehicle were her bag and her laptop, items she would not likely have left behind voluntarily. But Lauren herself was nowhere to be found. The scene offered no immediate clues about where she might have gone after leaving her car. The moment Malcolm heard that his daughter's Jeep had been found, he rushed to the beach. Consumed by a desperate, primal hope, he ran from his own vehicle straight toward the dark water, as if he still had a chance to save her from some unseen peril. With a flashlight cutting a nervous beam through the blackness, he scoured the shoreline, his voice calling her name into the unfeeling night. But she was nowhere to be found. Lauren's friends, terrified after hearing about the abandoned Jeep, also converged on the beach. They spent the night huddled together by the shore, their eyes fixed on the dark waves, doing nothing but waiting, wondering, and praying. At that moment, caught in a state of suspended disbelief, none of them allowed their minds to consider the possibility that she had been seriously harmed. Police began the methodical process of questioning Lauren's close friends and family, trying to build a picture of her final hours and to determine if anyone might have had a reason to hurt her. Initially, no one could think of a single person who would wish harm upon the kind-hearted and beloved young woman. However, as officers pressed for more details about her personal life, they learned about her recent, difficult breakup. Despite this, all of Lauren's friends were quick to defend Nathan. They insisted that while he could be moody and was clearly upset about the breakup, he could never physically hurt her. They simply didn't see him as dangerous. But the police, with their experience in such cases, knew that jealousy and rejection are powerful and often violent motives. They already knew the name Nathaniel Fuja. As part of their initial inquiries that same evening, detectives went to his home. There, they spoke with both Nathan and his mother, Beth. He claimed he had been home the entire evening, providing a convenient, if not particularly strong, alibi supported only by his mother. Nathan did tell the officers that he had, in fact, seen Lauren earlier that day. According to his account, she had stopped by his house for about 5 minutes but never got out of her car. He described their conversation as brief and awkward, after which she drove away. He claimed he hadn't seen her since. On the surface, his story seemed plausible, if a little strange. The officers were aware, however, of the profound emotional toll the breakup had taken on him. They knew he had withdrawn, grown depressed, and ceased all his normal activities. Beth, his mother, had been deeply concerned for her son's mental health. She had taken him to see a therapist, but it had brought no real improvement. Desperate to find a way to help him cope, she had even gone to the mall where Lauren worked without telling Nathan, hoping to speak with Lauren and perhaps find some way to bridge the gap or provide comfort to her son. She had also asked her own ex-boyfriend to speak with Nathan, man to man, thinking it might help him process his emotions and begin to heal. The following morning, as the first rays of dawn began to break the darkness, a cyclist riding along a road near the highway made a grim and horrifying discovery. Passing a marshy, overgrown area, she noticed something unusual floating in the dark water. Her curiosity tinged with alarm, she stopped her bike and moved closer to the edge of the road for a better look. In a heart-stopping moment of realization, she saw that it was the body of a young woman. It was Lauren Ashley, found just 5 miles from the center of town. The night before, her friends had kept their hopeful vigil on the beach near her abandoned red Jeep, still trying to piece together where she could have gone. Now, their worst fears were realized in the most brutal way imaginable. The students who had sat by the shore, unsure of what to do or how to feel, were now confronted with an unbearable reality. It was almost impossible for them to comprehend that the same vibrant girl they had shared laughter and dreams with just the day before was now gone forever. Her body was found floating about 30 feet from the road. Once it was carefully brought to shore, the cause of death became chillingly apparent. A state police detective gently pulled back the collar of her shirt and discovered a deep, fatal wound to her neck. 18-year-old Lauren Ashley had suffered a severe throat slash. An elastic bungee-style cord was found tangled in her hair. Her body was quickly transported to the medical examiner's office for a full autopsy. All the while, Malcolm Ashley clung to a desperate sliver of hope that there had been a mistake, that the body found was not his daughter. That final hope was extinguished when he was asked to perform the most heartbreaking task a parent can ever endure: to formally identify the body of his only child. Lauren, who had just turned 18, who was so vibrant, musically gifted, and standing on the threshold of a promising future, was gone. Malcolm had to present proper identification, and the moment he saw her, he knew it was Lauren. The pain was unbearable, a physical and emotional agony that threatened to consume him. Yet, through his own grief, he still had to find the strength to break the devastating news to Lauren's mother, his ex-wife. The news of the discovery and the violent nature of her death sent shockwaves throughout the town. Friends who had once looked at Lauren and Nathan as the happy, ideal couple spoke with disbelief, insisting that Nathan could never have done something so monstrous to the woman he loved. Many found it difficult to accept that the situation was real. The police, however, suspected otherwise. After their initial conversation with Nathan and his family, they learned just how deeply the breakup had affected him. He was no longer the cheerful, admired football player. Heartbroken and rejected, Nathan had grown bitter and withdrawn. The sport he had once dreamed of playing since childhood no longer held any interest for him. Investigators pieced together Lauren's final hours. Security cameras at the mall had captured her speaking on her phone as she left work. Her phone records confirmed what police now suspected. She had been talking to Nathan. It was he who had called her multiple times that day. Lauren, perhaps out of kindness or a sense of obligation, had agreed to meet with him. She had decided to stop by his house for just 5 minutes before heading home to change for her evening plans. She hadn't told anyone about this change of plans. When she arrived at his house, she knew his parents weren't home. She sent him a single-word text message. Here. It was her way of letting him know she was outside. Delivered on July 3rd at 7:05 p.m., it was the last message Lauren ever sent. The last place she was seen alive was Nathan's house, which gave the police their first clear and powerful lead. On July 4th, officers returned to the Fuja home to speak with Nathan again, this time with a much greater sense of urgency. But he was gone. His parents claimed they had no idea where he was. Undeterred, the investigation pressed forward. Authorities needed concrete, physical evidence to support their growing suspicion that Nathan was involved. They quickly obtained a warrant to search his home, beginning their painstaking work in the garage. What they found there immediately suggested something horrific had occurred. They found an elastic cord similar to the one found with Lauren's body. More damningly, officers discovered multiple traces of blood. There was blood on the garage floor, on the doorknob, in the kitchen sink, and in the bathroom sink. It was clear that someone had made a significant, albeit imperfect, attempt to clean the surfaces and wash away the evidence of a violent struggle. In the basement, investigators discovered a black sports bag containing a pair of trainers completely caked in thick, dark mud. In the attic, accessible by a ladder from Nathan's bedroom, they found another pair of shoes, along with a pair of blood-stained boots and bloody clothing. At first glance, the mud on the trainers seemed identical to the soil and muck found in the marshy area where Lauren's body was discovered. This crucial piece of evidence required immediate analysis by the state crime lab. The results came back quickly and left no room for doubt. DNA analysis confirmed that the blood on Nathan's clothes and boots belonged to Lauren Ashley. The mud was indeed a perfect match to the soil from the marsh. Following these definitive findings, Nathaniel Fuja was officially placed on the wanted list as a suspect in Lauren's murder. He was located just a few hours later at his cousin's home in a nearby town. Shortly after midnight on July 5, 2011, the 18-year-old former football star was taken into custody and charged with the murder of his ex-girlfriend. When police arrested Nathaniel Fuja, he remained chillingly silent and unresponsive during questioning. This detached, emotionless demeanor would continue for several months, right up until the start of his trial. Whether it was a calculated move out of fear of self-incrimination or a genuine inability to explain his monstrous actions, Nathan offered no insight into the events of that night. On August 23, 2011, Nathan appeared in court for a preliminary hearing. When the judge asked for his plea, he spoke so softly that it was barely audible, stating, "Not guilty." It became immediately apparent to the prosecutor that his defense team was preparing to argue an insanity-based strategy. Nathan was formally charged with first-degree murder, as well as assault and battery with a dangerous weapon. During that hearing, more disturbing details emerged about the night Lauren was killed. It was revealed that she had additional injuries, indicating a struggle before her death. The prosecution also introduced testimony from Nathan's cousin. The night before the crime, Nathan had called her and invited her to hang out. When she declined, explaining that she had other plans, Nathan became inexplicably angry and hung up on her. The next day, after learning of Lauren's death, the cousin called Nathan to see if he was aware of what had happened. His response was bone-chilling. He told her, "The murder weapon will never be found." Nathan also admitted to his cousin that he had driven Lauren's red Jeep to the city beach parking lot, offering the strange explanation that he needed a break and wanted to spend time with her. By the end of the hearing, the prosecutor requested that Nathan be held without bail, and the court agreed. About a month before the trial was set to begin, another hearing on pre-trial motions took place, revealing even more disturbing information about the suspect's history. Investigators had uncovered an incident from 2009. During one of their off-again phases, Lauren had attended a school dance with friends. Among the attendees was a young man who had previously shown interest in her. With her relationship with Nathan on hold, Lauren decided to give a new romance a chance. The two danced together and even shared a kiss. Suddenly, Nathan appeared out of nowhere. In a fit of rage, he forcefully shoved the young man and threatened to slit his throat if he ever approached Lauren again. Over time, the incident had faded into the background. Lauren's friends and family had never witnessed any clear signs of physical abuse in the relationship, but they were aware of Nathan's possessive nature and his jealousy, and they knew his temper worsened considerably when he was drinking. This confrontation from 2 years prior, however, revealed the true depth of Nathan's violent anger and jealousy. In light of the wounds found on Lauren's body, his earlier threat took on a dark and prophetic meaning, hinting that the capacity for such violence had been lurking within him for years. It also became clear during this hearing that Nathan's defense team would fully commit to a lack of criminal responsibility defense. While this wouldn't clear him of the act itself, they hoped it could significantly reduce his punishment by arguing he was not mentally sound when he committed the crime. By the time Nathan's trial began on February 13, 2013, 18 long months had passed since Lauren Ashley's death. From the very outset, the defense team made their strategy clear. They claimed Nathan was legally insane at the time of the killing, and they held fast to this narrative throughout the 3-week trial. In his opening statement, Nathan's lawyer made a stunning admission, openly stating that Nathan had killed Lauren. But he argued the real questions were how and why. The defense insisted that Nathan had not stalked Lauren in the weeks following their final breakup. He hadn't driven by her home, called her incessantly, or sent her threatening text messages. According to them, he had done the opposite. He had withdrawn completely, avoiding people, places, and all his former activities. Friends of both Lauren and Nathan confirmed this, testifying that Nathan had indeed withdrawn from everyone, stopped attending football training sessions, and avoided conversations. His friends and former teachers had grown deeply concerned because his behavior had changed so drastically in just 2 months. The lawyer argued that Nathan was suffering from a severe mental illness. This wasn't just heartbreak over a breakup, the defense claimed. This was a genuine mental disorder. His mother, Beth, had convinced him to see a psychiatrist, who diagnosed him with severe clinical depression. According to the defense, the psychiatrist had recommended medication and therapy, but Nathan had refused both. They constructed a 3-pronged argument for his mental state. First, he was struggling with profound mental health issues brought on by the breakup. Second, he had likely suffered repeated head injuries while playing high school football, which could have led to neurological damage affecting his impulse control and emotional regulation. They claimed that when he grabbed the elastic cord and wrapped it around Lauren's neck, he had no real awareness of what he was doing. His body was acting, but his mind was disconnected from reality. When he repeatedly slashed her throat, he felt no emotion, no connection to the act itself. His actions, they concluded, were the tragic result of insanity, and their entire case rested on this claim. The autopsy results presented by the prosecution painted a harrowing picture of Lauren's final moments. She had sustained more injuries than just strangulation and the fatal cut to her throat. There were clear defensive wounds on her hands and arms, indicating that she had fought back bravely against her attacker. The prosecution then laid out a detailed timeline of Nathan's actions after the murder, arguing that they demonstrated clear-headedness and a deliberate effort to cover up his crime. After killing her, he removed his blood-stained boots, switched to tennis shoes, and walked over 4 miles to the town beach parking lot. There, he abandoned her red Jeep, throwing the keys into a storm drain where investigators later found them. Nathan then returned home on foot, placed Lauren's body in his own vehicle, and drove to the remote wetlands. He waded 33 feet through thick muck to dispose of her body, believing she would sink to the bottom and never be found. But he was wrong. Prosecutors argued that this complex series of actions was not the behavior of someone in a psychotic break, but rather the deliberate and methodical work of a cold-blooded killer. The trial was emotionally grueling for everyone involved. By the end, Lauren Ashley's mother sat in silent, profound grief. The state medical examiner delivered the most devastating testimony, telling the court that Lauren had likely remained alive and conscious for several minutes, bleeding out after Nathan strangled her and slit her throat. At that moment, 20-year-old Nathan Fuja, who had remained largely emotionless, hunched forward and wept, appearing to finally grasp the severity of what he had done only when confronted with the reality of his punishment. Nathan's parents were visibly devastated, shaken to their core that their son was capable of committing such an atrocity. They had always shown great care and love for him, and they had also cared deeply for Lauren, treating her as if she were their own daughter. This made their grief twofold, mourning not only for their son's lost future, but also for the Ashley family, who had lost their only child because of him. On March 7, 2013, the jury, after deliberating for a full day, returned its verdict. Nathaniel Fuja was found guilty on all charges. As the verdict was read, a sense of justice, however hollow, was finally served. In Massachusetts, a conviction for first-degree murder carries a mandatory life sentence without the possibility of parole. However, their fight for justice was not over. In January 2024, the Massachusetts Supreme Court overturned a law that required anyone under the age of 21 at the time of their crime to serve a life sentence without parole. This change in the law means that Nathaniel Fuja could one day be eligible for release. Lauren's parents now face a new and agonizing struggle, fearing that the man who so brutally murdered their 18-year-old daughter might one day walk free. They continue to advocate and fight, believing that he should remain behind bars for the rest of his life, a measure of justice for the vibrant, beautiful life he stole.
In the pre-dawn quiet of May 28, 2024, in Manaus, the sprawling capital of Brazil's Amazonas state, a few of Dija Cardoso's family members were driving toward her home. A deep-seated worry was gnawing at them. For over a full day, Dija had been completely silent, not responding to a single one of their messages or calls. Anxious, and with a growing sense of dread, her relatives knew they couldn't simply sit by and hope she was okay. At about 6 a.m., their car pulled up to her house, located in a quiet residential area. From the outside, behind the locked gates, an eerie stillness hung in the air. They called out and knocked on the door, but the silence from within was their only answer. Realizing they had to take matters into their own hands, they found a way inside. The door was opened by Dija's brother, Adomar Faras. He looked completely on edge, his eyes darting nervously. Inside, they also found Dija's mother, Cleusmar Cardoso, and several employees from Dija's successful chain of beauty salons. When the concerned family members stepped into the bedroom where Dija was, they froze in place. There she was, lying motionless in her bed, tucked neatly under a blanket. When they demanded to know what was going on, the answers they received were frustratingly vague and evasive. "She's just resting," they were told. "It's all part of a spiritual process." But no matter what they said, one thing was painfully, gut-wrenchingly clear. Dija wasn't breathing. She wasn't alive. Overwhelmed by shock and grief, her relatives immediately called for emergency services. When investigators arrived on the scene, it only took them the first few hours of examining the room and Dija's condition to realize that something was terribly wrong. Serious suspicions started to bubble to the surface. Despite showing obvious signs of being in a critical medical state, no one had ever made the call to take Dija to a hospital. Her family would later reveal that in the days leading up to her death, she had been completely bedridden. She was so incapacitated that she had to wear adult care products. Her body was severely swollen, and she struggled to put together even a few short words. That morning marked the official start of a criminal investigation into what had happened to Dija. It was an inquiry that would slowly peel back the layers of a deeply troubling series of events that led to this tragedy. But in that awful moment, standing in a quiet bedroom with Dija's lifeless body, surrounded by a strange, chilling emotional disconnect from the people who were supposed to be caring for her, her loved ones had only one burning question. What in the world really happened here? Dija Cardoso, whose given name was Dilimar Cardoso Carlos da Silva, was born and raised in Manaus, in the heart of the Brazilian state of Amazonas. She first stepped into the public spotlight through her captivating role in the traditional Boi Bumbá festival. There, she performed as the Sinhazinha da Fazenda, the cherished central female figure of the Garantido team. This festival isn't just a celebration, it's a deeply woven part of the region's cultural fabric, and its main performers are often elevated to local celebrity status. Dija was beloved by audiences, admired for her incredible charisma, and a profound respect she showed for local traditions. On stage, she radiated a powerful confidence and an undeniable presence. After her time with the festival came to an end, Dija pivoted her ambitions toward the world of entrepreneurship, diving headfirst into the beauty industry. She successfully launched a chain of beauty salons in her hometown of Manaus and quickly built a formidable reputation as a savvy and successful businesswoman. The fame she had gained from the festival certainly helped draw in an initial wave of clients, and her very active social media presence worked to amplify her brand's reach even further. She consistently posted promotional content and personal updates that revolved around beauty treatments, wellness routines, and the importance of self-care. The lifestyle and appearance she projected online were presented as the direct results of her own fierce determination, unwavering discipline, and a commitment to constant self-improvement. To her friends, her clients, and her thousands of followers, Dija was seen as a modern-day role model, a woman who had successfully built a thriving business from the ground up, all while doing something she was passionate about. And yet, almost nothing was known about her personal life. She maintained a strict separation between her family and her business world, carefully curating an image that was professional, perfectly polished, and in many ways quite enigmatic. The family dynamic was complicated. According to those who knew them well, the relationships between Gija, her mother Cleusimar Cardoso, and her brother Adumar Faras were, until recently, described as fairly neutral and almost entirely businesslike. Cleusimar would sometimes make an appearance in Gija's social media posts, while Adumar preferred to stay completely out of the public eye. On the surface, there was no sign of conflict within the family. They all lived together in the same house, and from an outsider's perspective, everything seemed to be in perfect order. Before the year 2023, there were no known run-ins with the law or any public concerns about Dejai's mental well-being. Neither her friends nor the staff at her salons had ever come forward to report any troubling behavior or hint at potential dependencies. On the contrary, Jija always came across as someone who was laser-focused on her career. The success of her salon brand was heavily dependent on her personal image. The professionalism she projected built trust with her clientele, which, in turn, fueled the growth of her business. However, in conversations that took place much later, some relatives would admit that no one could have ever imagined that the disturbing events unfolding within that household would one day become the focus of a major criminal investigation. On the night before Dejai's body was discovered, several people were present inside her home. Her mother, Cleusimar, her brother, Adumar, her former partner, Bruno, and several staff members from her beauty salon chain were all there. The atmosphere was reportedly tense and incredibly disconnected. Dejai herself appeared physically frail and diminished, while the general mood in the house felt bizarrely detached from the grim reality of the situation. Parts of what transpired that fateful night were actually recorded on video by Bruno Roberto. The first clip was filmed at 11:40 p.m. on May 27th. In the shaky footage, Dejai can be seen holding a bottle of ketamine in one hand and a syringe in the other. Bruno's voice can be heard off-camera, asking her to put everything down and not to take another dose. Dejai doesn't respond. Her facial expressions and slow, deliberate movements strongly suggest she was already under the heavy influence of a psychoactive substance. The next recording was made about 30 minutes later. Dejai is now lying in bed, fumbling around as she searches for the syringe cap. Bruno speaks to her again, this time with a clear tone of frustration in his voice, urging her to stop what she's doing and get some rest. He claims he's trying to help her, but that she simply doesn't want to stop. Dejai's muffled reply is that she's planning to take another dose. In the background of these recordings, the other people in the house appear strangely detached and completely unresponsive to the unfolding crisis. Bruno's behavior in these clips leaves a very mixed impression. While his words seem to suggest concern for Dejai's well-being, his actions show a disturbing passivity. He never makes a physical attempt to intervene. Instead, he just keeps recording, as if his primary role is to document the moment rather than to react to a life-threatening emergency. That night, Gija reportedly made several strange remarks about taking a journey or leaving for another plane. This type of language directly reflected the family's strange belief system, one that held that the drug ketamine could be used to open gateways to alternate realities. Even as the physical signs of a severe overdose became impossible to ignore, this delusion persisted. Not her mother, not her brother, not Bruno, and not a single one of the salon staff members present ever thought to call for medical help. The next morning, Bruno told others that he had found Gija unresponsive. Still in the house at that time were Cleosamar, Adamar, and at least 2 members of the salon staff. It would later be confirmed by the coroner that Jija had likely passed away at around 2 a.m. But even as her body grew cold, none of the people present reached out for professional medical assistance. Instead, they continued with what can only be described as a deeply misguided spiritual ritual, willfully ignoring every single sign that Jija was in desperate need of urgent medical care. According to the family's bizarre account, Jija hadn't actually died. They claimed she had simply, temporarily, left her body, insisting it was all part of a spiritual practice they were engaged in. They truly believed that she would awaken on her own within 4 hours. When that didn't happen, they carried her body outside and laid her in the sunlight, convinced that the morning rays would somehow bring her soul back. She was later carried back indoors. These actions created a disturbing false reality, all while the clinical signs clearly showed that her condition was irreversible. The videos recorded by Bruno would later become a central piece of evidence in the police investigation. These clips captured the crucial, terrifying final moments. Moments when things could have, and should have, turned out very differently. Jija Cardoso's passing wasn't a sudden, unexpected event. It was the tragic and inevitable result of profound inaction and a collective, chilling refusal to accept reality. That night marked the turning point in what would become a criminal case that sparked public outrage, not just because of the tragedy itself, but because of the complete and utter absence of basic human responsibility from every single person who was around her. A month before Jija Cardoso's death, some of her relatives had become so worried that they contacted law enforcement, claiming she was being held inside her home against her will. On April 24, 2024, officers from the Manaus Civil Police responded to the call. The concern was focused on Jija's rapidly declining physical condition and the family's repeated refusal to allow even close family members to enter the house. By that point, Jija had stopped answering her phone, hadn't been seen leaving the house in a long time, and according to these relatives, was no longer able to walk on her own. When the officers arrived, they were greeted by Clusiemer, Jija's mother. She calmly insisted that Jija was perfectly fine and didn't need any help. When one of the officers asked to see Jija's room, they were met with a locked door. Body cam footage from the scene captured a tense exchange between Clusiemer and one of the officers. She adamantly insisted that her daughter was not being held captive and claimed the officers had no legal grounds to enter the room without a warrant. The recording cuts off just as one officer approaches the locked door where Jija was believed to be. What happened next wasn't officially documented, but the outcome was painfully clear. No further action was taken. According to the family inside the house, Jija spoke briefly with the officers through the door and declined their offer to leave. However, it remains entirely unclear what her physical and mental condition was during that supposed conversation. But her concerned relatives didn't give up. They created a WhatsApp group chat they named Salvema Jija, or Saving Jija. The group included family members and a few others who had previously noticed deeply worrying changes in her behavior. Their one goal was to find a way to get Jija out of that house and into a clinic for an emergency detox, but the plan was never carried out. The relatives were afraid of the potential legal consequences of a forced intervention. Clusiemer held her ground, refusing all help, and the police felt they didn't have the legal tools they needed to intervene against her wishes. Any previous attempts to help Jija had also failed, met each time with a wall of silence and denial. The house had become a fortress. From a legal standpoint, the situation appeared to be a frustrating stalemate. An adult woman was living in her own home, seemingly by her own choice, had not reported any mistreatment herself, and wasn't officially asking for help. On paper, there was no clear violation that would justify a forced entry. This episode exposed the serious, and in this case fatal, flaws in the system's response. Even with clear, visible signs of severe dependency, mental instability, and extreme physical deterioration, official procedures seem to outweigh basic logic and human compassion. Her loved ones were left completely powerless, forced to watch from the outside as she wasted away. April 24th would be the last documented visit by law enforcement to Dajija's home. None of the people who were desperately trying to help her took any further legal steps. No one contacted the district attorney's office or tried calling for emergency medical services again. Dajija never managed to escape the toxic, closed loop she was trapped in. A month later, she passed away, never having received the help she so clearly and desperately needed. The failed attempt to rescue Dajija Cardoso revealed just how helpless even the closest friends and family can be when they are faced with a rigid, unfeeling system. Even in a situation where a person's life was so clearly at risk, the law remained blind to the harsh realities of substance dependency. The police followed their protocol, and in the cold, tragic balance between regulation and human detachment, the life of a determined, vibrant young woman came to a tragic end. After the investigation officially began, the police made a shocking discovery. The Cardoso household in Manaus was operating as the base for a loosely structured group with all the characteristics of a cult. It called itself Pai Mai Vida, which translates from Portuguese to Father, Mother, Life. The name appeared in the group's rituals and was used in symbols, including tattoos worn by some of its members. Behind this name was a bizarre pseudo-religious belief system that combined elements of mysticism, distorted spiritual practices, and the complete normalization of psychoactive substance use. This ideology was primarily promoted by Dajija's brother, Adomar Faras. According to authorities, he had been introduced to similar concepts years earlier while undergoing treatment for substance dependency in the United Kingdom. After he returned to Brazil, he began to push the idea of a spiritual transition that he claimed could be attained through the ritualistic use of mind-altering substances. His mother, Cleusumar Cardoso, eventually joined him in this belief and quickly assumed control over everything that took place inside the home and within their so-called community. Cleusumar emerged as the dominant, central figure. She was the one who decided who would take the substances and when. She claimed to possess a unique ability to restore a person's energy through what she called light sessions. These strange rituals took place both at the family home and, disturbingly, in the back rooms of what had once been Dajija Cardoso's thriving beauty salons. Attendees at these rituals included staff members from the salons who were slowly but surely drawn into what the group described as essential spiritual practices. The group used its own distinctive style of language, borrowing and twisting religious terminology, altering quotes from a series of books known as Cartas de Cristo, Christ's Letters, and inventing their own purification formulas. During searches of the property, law enforcement discovered vials of ketamine, piles of used syringes and needles, and handwritten notebooks containing instructions for soul restoration. These findings pointed to a level of organization and intent that went far beyond what was previously assumed. The group had a very strict internal hierarchy. Cleusumar made all the final decisions. Her son, Adomar, acted as the interpreter of spiritual messages and led many of the separate sessions. Dajija, despite her visibly declining health, remained deeply involved. On paper, it may have looked like she was participating voluntarily, but her dire physical and mental condition strongly suggested that she was no longer capable of making her own choices. Ketamine played a highly structured role in the group's operations. It was administered in carefully measured doses using insulin syringes, which indicated that there was some basic medical knowledge among the participants. The substance itself was sourced from veterinary clinics, where it could be obtained without a medical prescription. Authorities later confirmed that these acquisitions were made on a routine basis. One of the most notable aspects of the group was its intense isolation. Members severely restricted any access from the outside world, denied entry to concerned relatives, and tightly controlled any flow of information that went beyond their own inner circle. Any visitors who were allowed in were expected to follow strict energy rules. Those who disagreed with their beliefs or questioned their practices were labeled as spiritually underdeveloped and were quickly excluded. Dissent was simply not tolerated. This was, effectively, a sophisticated system of psychological control, operating behind the facade of a normal family and a successful business. It had its own set of rules, its own hierarchy, its own rituals, its own substance protocols, and a dangerous belief structure that cleverly disguised severe drug dependency as a form of spiritual enlightenment. This pseudo-spiritual setup became the grim backdrop against which Jija's life, and possibly the lives of others, completely unraveled. But how did a family ever get to this point? The initial use of psychoactive substances in the Cardoso household had very little to do with any spiritual beliefs. According to relatives, it all started with a simple desire to change their physical appearance. Jija and her brother Adamar had become convinced that they had gained excess weight and were determined to transform their bodies as quickly as possible. This obsession led them to connect with a man named Athos Sila, who presented himself as a professional personal trainer. It was later discovered that he held no official license or any verifiable qualifications in fitness or health coaching. According to the investigation, Athos was the one who first introduced the family to injectable anabolic substances, often referred to casually as bombas or bombs. He personally administered the injections to them, explaining how to use the substances and what dosages to apply. Both Djidja and Adamar began to participate in these sessions. Eventually, their mother, Closimar, joined the routine as well. The regular use of these performance-enhancing drugs soon became a daily habit for them. None of the family members were under any kind of medical supervision. The substances were not officially prescribed or regulated in any way. According to their relatives, this was the point when the family took its first fateful step toward the regular use of prohibited and dangerous substances. At first, the anabolic enhancers weren't seen as particularly dangerous. They were simply viewed as a convenient shortcut to achieving a desired body image. Over time, any sense of caution they might have had completely faded away, while their willingness to experiment with new things grew stronger. It wasn't long before Adamar began promoting ketamine as something he believed could be used to expand one's consciousness. Having already become accustomed to using injectable enhancers, it was a disturbingly short leap for him to move from performance-enhancing substances to a new, mind-altering chemical. He introduced ketamine to Djidja, who, according to investigators, was already under his considerable influence at the time. Before long, she too became deeply involved. Closimar, who had already been a part of the earlier experimentation with steroids, joined in without any hesitation. The substance quickly became an integral part of their daily routine. Initially, the ketamine was taken in microdoses in its liquid form. Later, a family acquaintance claimed that the drug's effects could be intensified by administering it through subcutaneous injections using insulin syringes. From that point on, their usage became much more structured and systematic. The home was soon stocked with vials of the drug and other necessary supplies. By then, Djidja and her family were administering the substance to themselves, on a set schedule, in a controlled and ritualistic setting. The injections were performed in a specific sequence, with each dose supposedly tied to a particular purpose. Rituals began to form around these drug sessions, involving close associates of the family and even some of the salon staff. What was once a medical and veterinary anesthetic was now entering the household through completely unofficial channels. At one point, there was even talk among the group of opening their own veterinary clinic as a way to legitimize their access to the drug. This idea was reportedly discussed by Adamar, Closimar, and others. Later on, staff from an operating veterinary clinic in the city were named in the investigation. It was through this facility, according to authorities, that the family was able to source the substance. As regular use of the drug became the norm, the entire dynamic inside the family shifted dramatically. All major decisions were made in an increasingly insular and isolated environment, and any attempt to intervene from the outside was viewed as a direct threat. Their daily routines, their conversations, and their long-term goals began to revolve entirely around the substance. People who had once lived socially active and vibrant lives were now completely absorbed in a destructive lifestyle that was dictated by drug dependency, all of it masked as some form of spiritual or ideological growth. What began as a seemingly harmless desire to improve their physical appearance had progressed through dangerous anabolic experiments and ultimately culminated in the frequent ritualistic use of ketamine. Each person became involved gradually, but with each passing day, their involvement deepened. Chemistry became a daily fixture in their lives, and their focus shifted from trying to control the body to the dangerous illusion of controlling the mind. Disturbingly, this wasn't the first time the family's twisted rituals had ended in tragedy. In the summer of 2023, about a year before Gigi's death, 82-year-old Maria Vanina, Clusimar Cardoso's mother and Gigi's grandmother, passed away in the city of Parintins, in the state of Amazonas. Her death occurred during the city's traditional Boi Bumba festival. At the time, Clusimar, Adomar, and Gigi were all in town for the festival, staying at Maria's home. The elderly woman had been in a fragile condition for quite some time, with old age, chronic health conditions, and prolonged emotional distress, all taking a significant toll on her well-being. At the time of the tragedy, only those 3 people were in the house with her. Other relatives who had previously lived with Maria Vanina were reportedly asked to leave the home so that they wouldn't interfere with a healing ritual that Clusimar intended to perform in a small private setting. During this ritual, the elderly woman was given injectable substances that had been previously used within the family. Preliminary findings from the investigation suggest that these were the same anabolic compounds that had been introduced to the family earlier. The procedure was presented as a method to restore life energy. The participants genuinely believed that the combination of these substances, with specific spiritual actions, could improve a person's condition or even lead to a full recovery. However, during the session, Maria Vanina lost consciousness. Her condition deteriorated rapidly. No medical help was ever called. Everything unfolded behind closed doors, with no doctors or outside witnesses present. According to relatives who were later interviewed by the police, Clusimar claimed that she had the ability to bring her mother back to life through intense prayer and spiritual focus. Even after the burial, Clusimar insisted that her mother's return was still possible, allegedly through the act of invoking higher powers. These bizarre claims deeply concerned other family members, but at that time, there were no formal grounds for any legal action. The death had been officially recorded as natural. This event marked the first known fatal episode connected to the group. It was during this time that the core elements of what would later become the Paimon Vita group began to fully emerge within this small insular circle. Clusimar took on a definitive leadership role. Her word became final, not just in spiritual matters, but in decisions that directly affected the lives and health of others. Later, family members would suggest that Maria Vanina's passing may have been directly caused by the substances that were administered to her. However, there was no supporting evidence at the time, and the case was not pursued legally. An official investigation was launched only a year later, following Gigi's death, when authorities began to connect the dots between the 2 incidents and started to examine the family's strange internal dynamics more closely. This earlier tragic episode had gone completely unnoticed by both law enforcement and the public until the larger, more horrifying picture came to light. It became chillingly clear that the grandmother's passing wasn't just a tragic accident, but potentially the very first consequence of a dangerous belief system that had completely blurred the lines between spiritual rhetoric and a deadly disconnection from reality. All this time, Gigi Cardoso's successful chain of beauty salons had managed to maintain a strong and positive reputation right up until the very end. Clients continued to come in for appointments. Employees worked their regular shifts, and the brand's social media accounts kept up the illusion of normalcy with a steady stream of polished photos and upbeat promotional videos. However, some of the employees were not merely observers of the family's strange behavior. They were active participants. One of the key witnesses in the case was a makeup artist named Claudiel Santos da Silva. She was later placed under house arrest with an electronic monitor, as she had a young daughter under her care. Claudiel stated to the police that she had visited Gija's home multiple times and had witnessed her in an extremely poor condition. She described Gija as being unable to walk, barely responsive to any conversation, and severely physically weakened. In an attempt to help, Claudiel said she would wash and style Gija's hair, but she didn't dare to go any further, fearing that she might lose her job if she spoke up. The investigation confirmed that Clayusamar and Adomar not only oversaw the group's rituals, but also held complete control over the business itself. The staff were entirely dependent on their decisions, schedules, payments, client assignments, and even the ability to remain employed, all hinged on showing absolute loyalty to the family. Any form of disagreement or questioning came with the very real risk of being immediately dismissed. On the surface, the salons continued to operate as normal until the end of May 2024. The clients had absolutely no idea that anything was wrong. Appointments were kept, and everything appeared to be perfectly orderly. But behind the scenes, some of the salon's back rooms were occasionally being used for drug sessions involving controlled substances, organized by the very same individuals who were conducting the so-called rituals at the family home. Some staff members were invited to participate in these sessions under the guise of energy practices. While refusing to participate wasn't explicitly punished, it often led to a noticeable drop in trust from the family and fewer opportunities at work. Investigators ultimately concluded that the salons had become an integral part of a broader structure of influence and control. They weren't just financing the inner circle's lifestyle and drug habit. They had become powerful tools of control and dependency. During their interviews, police also spoke with employees who were not directly involved in the rituals. Many of them admitted that they suspected something unusual and disturbing was going on, but they didn't feel they had the right or the courage to intervene. One employee told police, "Everyone felt that it wasn't normal, but we were all afraid to ask questions." The combination of emotional pressure, unspoken rules, and the group's intense secrecy created an unbreakable system of silence. The head of the investigative team later stated that this unique setup allowed a belief-based cult to exist and thrive within a functioning, legal business. The salon had stopped being just a place for beauty services. It had become a part of a closed system, where both chemical and psychological dependency were not just tolerated, but completely normalized. After Gija Cardoso's death, her former partner Bruno Roberto tried to position himself as a concerned outsider who was caught up in the tragedy. But one small detail cast serious doubt on his claims of neutrality. A tattoo on his body that bore the words Pai, Mai, Vida, the very same phrase used by the group as its symbolic motto, which also appeared on the bodies of other participants. This tattoo strongly suggested his ideological alignment with the group, regardless of whether he openly participated in their rituals or not. Regarding his passive role on the night Gija passed away, Bruno claimed that he tried to stop her from using the drugs, but that she simply wouldn't listen to him. He insisted that he stayed by her side that night purely out of personal attachment and concern for her. However, considering Gija's clearly impaired state, where she was in no condition to make reasonably informed decisions for herself, his stance seemed more like a transparent attempt to deflect his own responsibility for what happened. Another suspicious moment involved Gija's car. After her death, Bruno used her vehicle, allegedly to drive to her funeral. But instead, he abandoned the car by the side of a city street. Investigators were able to trace the car's movements and questioned him about why he had left it there without any explanation. Bruno blamed a sudden mechanical issue, but within the context of the broader investigation, this incident raised serious suspicions. It may have been a clumsy attempt to dispose of potential evidence or to create a distraction for the police. Bruno's legal team maintained that he was completely unaware of the full scope of the group's activities. However, a forensic analysis of his phone revealed frequent contact with both Adamar Faras and Athos Sila, the personal trainer. Investigators confirmed that the three men were closely connected and that Bruno had visited the Cardoso home on multiple occasions, including during gatherings that were later classified as ritualistic sessions involving banned substances. One lead investigator on the case said bluntly, Bruno could not have been unaware of what was happening inside that home. His presence, while perhaps not as an organizer, was consistent and documented at critical points. Notably, he had spent the entire night at the house on the day Jidja passed away. Ultimately, Bruno was detained by police on June 7th, along with Athos Sila. Both men were charged with providing false statements to the police. Investigators had found numerous discrepancies between their testimony and the digital evidence they had collected, including text messages, geolocation data, and other content from their devices. These contradictions led to their temporary detention and further questioning. Following Jidja Cardoso's death, the case, which was originally opened by the civil police of Amazonas simply to determine her cause of death, quickly expanded. The sheer volume of evidence that was uncovered allowed investigators to expose an entire criminal operation that combined the elements of a religious cult, unlawful medical activity, and illegal substance trafficking. The arrests of the key individuals began, and the hidden structure behind the entire tragic case finally started to unravel. By the time the suspects were about to be taken into custody, they already knew they were under police surveillance. On the day that law enforcement officers arrived at the home to execute the arrest warrants, the house showed clear signs of a planned escape. There were bags packed and waiting by the door. All electronic devices had been turned off, and certain documents were missing. However, the police acted swiftly, and the suspects were detained before they could put their escape plans into motion. Among those arrested were also employees from the beauty salons, who were believed by investigators to have participated in organizing the rituals and distributing the ketamine. The charges filed against them included unlawful possession and distribution of psychoactive substances, participation in a criminal enterprise, and conducting ritualistic practices in violation of Brazilian law. A central focus of the investigation was the ketamine supply chain. Authorities discovered that the primary source of the drug led directly to a veterinary clinic in Manaus. One of the key suspects in this part of the operation was José Maximo Silva de Oliveira, the clinic's owner. His name appeared on the arrest warrant, and a few days after the police operation began, he voluntarily turned himself in. According to investigators, the clinic was not only distributing ketamine without the proper veterinary prescriptions, but was also illegally storing other controlled substances that later ended up in the hands of the members of the inner group. During a search of the clinic, documents were seized that confirmed an ongoing and established relationship between the clinic and the Cardoso family. In this way, the beauty salons had become tools for financing and supporting this underground activity. Investigators characterized this as part of a larger, well-organized system where a legitimate business, spiritual rhetoric, and the illegal trade of dangerous substances had all merged into a single, cohesive structure that controlled both money and people. Further confirmation of the scale and organization of the operation came with the arrest of 2 staff members from the same veterinary clinic. One was suspected of actively supplying the substances to the group's members, while the other was believed to have destroyed important records and concealed evidence. The operation essentially functioned on 3 distinct levels: the consumers, the Cardoso family and their close associates, the intermediaries, Athos Sila and certain salon staff, and the suppliers, the veterinary clinic. Based on this clear structure, the police formally classified the network as a criminal organization. Investigators also focused on the group's ideological front, noting that the supposed spiritual movement was much more of a convenient cover story than a genuine belief system. Thus, the Gigi Cardoso case evolved from a private family tragedy into a high-profile criminal case that exposed a large, organized network that had been operating for years under the deceptive guise of a spiritual community. According to the police, the organization had functioned for several years, operating completely unnoticed by authorities, while presenting itself to the public as a successful and socially respectable business. In June 2023, a full year before the tragic events unfolded, law enforcement in Amazonas had already begun some preliminary operations aimed at monitoring the group known as Pai Mai Vida. However, it was only after Gigi's death that their focus shifted to the substance-related aspects of the group's activities. In December 2024, a court in Manaus delivered its final verdict. Based on the overwhelming evidence that had been presented, each of the convicted individuals received a sentence of 10 years, 11 months, and 8 days in a high-security facility, along with a hefty fine of 70,270 Brazilian reais per person, which amounted to roughly 500,000 reais in total. The sentence was handed down by Judge Gaildson de Souza de Lima, who presides over the Third Court for Drug-Related Crimes in the state of Amazonas. Some of the defendants, including Bruno and another woman named Veronica, were granted the right to appeal their sentences while remaining free. However, most of the core members of the group were already in custody by the time the verdict was announced. The court completely rejected the defense's argument that the use of the substances was voluntary and simply part of a personal, spiritual search. Judge de Lima ruled that the case involved systemic exploitation, psychological manipulation, and a grotesque abuse of trust, all of it conducted under the guise of spiritual practice. This ruling marked the conclusion of the main phase of the investigation, but it also raised several lingering and troubling questions. Were there additional participants who had managed to slip under the radar? And could similar groups be operating in other cities, hiding their dangerous activities under the appearance of spiritual or self-help movements? Even after the high-profile trial concluded, the case of Gigi Cardoso remained firmly in the public spotlight. A dark cloud of public pressure and distrust lingered over anyone who had been previously associated with the family, especially individuals who were believed to have had direct ties to the group. One of the most difficult outcomes affected Claudiel Santos da Silva, the makeup artist who was among those detained during the initial wave of arrests. She had been released on supervised terms because she had a young daughter under her care. However, following her arrest, the child's father took custody and refused to return the girl, claiming that Claudiel now posed a potential risk to the child. This led to a painful and prolonged legal battle, with Claudiel fighting desperately to regain her parental rights. The case was further complicated by the unresolved allegations involving her connection to the use of prohibited substances. The public reacted to the entire saga with a mixture of shock and disgust. Online discussions across Brazil continued for months, with people expressing disbelief that a structure so closely resembling a dangerous spiritual cult could operate from inside a family home, violating both legal and basic moral boundaries for so long. In response to the public outcry, authorities in the state of Amazonas launched new inquiries into other establishments that may have been using psychoactive substances under the guise of therapy or spiritual awakening.
On the morning of June 29, 2013, the vice president of loss prevention at the popular Toys R Us retail store in New York received a call from the police. They told him that there had been an incident at the Hamburg store, and they urgently needed his assistance. Bernie Grusa rushed to the store, and when he got there, the police shared with him the heartbreaking news. The store manager, Larry Wells, had been fatally stabbed in his office during the early morning shift. He was on duty at 4 a.m. that morning, helping the night staff unpack stock, as well as prepare for the opening of the store that morning. There were only 4 other employees with him on duty that morning, yet none of them could tell the police who had murdered Larry. With no signs of forced entry or indication that anyone else had been there, police began to suspect that it may have been an inside job. They thought that the killer was most probably one of the 4 employees who had worked with Larry that morning. But their police intuition wasn't able to narrow down on a suspect. All 4 employees caught the attention of the police for various reasons, but there was no clear evidence pointing to the culprit. So, in their quest to solve the case, the police turned to Bernie Grusa, the vice president of loss prevention, hoping that the store's CCTV footage could shed some light on what happened that morning. As the police meticulously examined the CCTV footage frame by frame, they suddenly spotted something that would throw the case wide open. Larry Wells was born on September 22, 1977, in Dunkirk, New York. As a child, he was shy, quiet, and a bit reserved around others. It took him some time to open up, but once he did, his warm and helpful nature became evident to everyone around him, and he was definitely the kind of person you could always rely on. During his time in high school, he met his wife, Jill, and right from the start, they were inseparable. Even though they were only 15 years old when they started dating, they both knew that this relationship was so much more than just a high school fling. Their bond grew stronger over time, and they became each other's pillars of support. After completing high school, Larry and Jill attended the State University of New York at Fredonia, where Larry graduated with a degree in elementary education and went on to earn a master's from Walden University. Before landing a job as a substitute teacher at an elementary school, Larry felt that he was living out his passion. He loved being around kids, and his friendly, approachable demeanor allowed him to easily form strong bonds with his students. The fact that Larry was somewhat of a big kid himself made him instantly relatable to his students, and he had a knack for bringing out the best in them. By the time 2006 rolled around, Larry had big aspirations for the future he was building with his wife. He had dreams of becoming financially stable, starting a family of his own, and even owning his own house. And even though he loved his work as a teacher, he became frustrated with not being able to find permanent work. Being in and out of a job at regular intervals meant that he couldn't sufficiently plan for the future. That's how he ended up taking a job at Toys R Us. The job was only supposed to be a temporary solution while he searched for permanent employment in the education sector. However, fate had other plans for Larry. Despite initially viewing the job at Toys R Us as a stopgap measure, he quickly demonstrated his dedication and leadership skills, which quickly propelled him through the ranks, eventually becoming the store manager at the Hamburg branch. By 2013, Larry had been dedicatedly working at the store for nearly 6 years, and his life was finally shaping up just as he had always dreamed. His bond with his wife had grown stronger than ever, and the couple was overjoyed to have started their own family. In fact, Jill was pregnant with their second daughter, and they were eagerly looking forward to expanding their little family. Though retail work often demanded long and irregular hours, including weekends and holidays, Larry took it all in his stride, knowing that it came with the territory. So, when Larry was requested to work on Saturday, June 29, 2013, he saw it as just another working day, never imagining the horrors which would unfold. Larry arrived at the store at 3:55 a.m. so that he could assist the night shift employees Cindy and Isaac with unpacking stock and preparing the store for opening. They had been tirelessly stocking shelves throughout the night, and Larry thought that they would appreciate the help. At 4:53 a.m., Larry received a radio call from Anthony, another employee at the store who was scheduled to start his shift at 5 a.m. The store's doors were all locked, and only the manager had the authority to let him in. At this time, Larry and the 3 other employees, Cindy, Isaac, and Anthony, were the only ones in the store, each of them working in different sections of the store, relying on their radios to communicate with one another. Just after 5 a.m., another store employee named Richard arrived at work, just as Anthony had done a few moments earlier. Richard radios Larry to let him in, but strangely, Larry doesn't respond to the call. Richard tries to open the door, but, as expected, he found it to be locked. Still unable to get hold of Larry, Richard walks around the perimeter of the store, and to his surprise, he finds that the door of the adjacent Babies R Us store is unlocked. Richard then enters through this door, punches in for his shift, and starts working. The employees all went about their job as usual, continuing their work in their respective aisles until 5:40 a.m., when Isaac became increasingly annoyed by a persistent beeping sound echoing through the store. Determined to put an end to the disturbance, he picks up his radio and calls his manager to ask that he switch off the alarm. Larry doesn't respond to the call, so after trying for a second time, Isaac assumes that Larry is probably on another call in his office. So, he radios Cindy, asking her to go check up on Larry and ask him to turn off the alarm. Cindy happily obliges and makes her way to Larry's office. In less than a minute, a howling scream echoes through the store. The other employees, all sensing the dread in Cindy's voice, rush to their manager's office, only to find Larry slouched in his chair, bleeding from what appeared to be a gunshot wound, according to Cindy's initial observation. She immediately dialed 911, and within a couple of minutes, help arrived. After checking Larry's pulse, they determined that although he was non-responsive, his heart was still beating. Acting quickly, paramedics placed him in an ambulance and raced him to the hospital, but tragically, Larry was pronounced dead upon arrival. The cause of his death was confirmed to be due to severe blood loss, and contrary to the initial belief of a gunshot, it was later determined that he had been stabbed 3 times in the chest. When police arrived at the scene, their first thought was that it had to be one of the 4 employees who was with Larry in the store, especially since there was no sign of forced entry. Cindy was the first person to draw the police's attention. She was the one who worked closest to Larry's office, and she was the one who had found him. Richard was also a prime suspect. He had arrived late for work that morning, and he was also the last person to enter the store. He also said that he entered through the Babies R Us store, which was different from the usual store protocol. Police also noticed that Isaac seemed to be nervous and evasive, while Anthony blatantly refused to cooperate or answer any questions. So, with no clear leads and each suspect presenting their own potential reasons for suspicion, the police decided to turn their attention to the store's CCTV footage, hoping it could shed light on the events of that tragic morning. They immediately called Bernard Grusa, the vice president and regional manager for loss prevention, and within 20 minutes Bernard was there. He immediately assisted the police with any questions they had, and explained that he was the one who hired Larry for the manager role and considered him not just an employee, but a close friend as well. He then took the police to Larry's office, where they went to review the surveillance footage, and what they would find was nothing short of shocking. At 4:20 a.m., approximately 25 minutes after Larry Wells had arrived at work, the surveillance footage reveals a person attempting to break into the store by manipulating the lock. The intruder gains entry through the adjoining Babies R Us section. Despite the grainy and low-resolution quality of the footage, the police were able to establish that the individual was a man wearing a scarf, cap, and sweatpants, and he appeared to be carrying a knife. Police watched as the man sneaked through the aisles of the store, seemingly trying to evade the cameras, skillfully maneuvering through the aisles before entering the manager's office and closing the door behind him. 3 minutes after the man entered the manager's office, the surveillance video stopped. It was clear that the man in the footage had unplugged the recording equipment to ensure that he wasn't captured on camera. Police believe that Larry Wells entered the office a short while later, and that was when the man attacked him. After viewing the surveillance footage, the police were now certain of 2 things. First, the fact that the intruder was able to move through the store without being detected, and then strategically unplug the surveillance equipment strongly suggested that it was likely an inside job. Second, after observing the suspect on camera, the police were able to determine that none of the other employees who were present in the store that morning could have been the killer. So, the police set about trying to uncover more evidence. During the initial search of the office, police found a black and gold baseball cap, which seemed to match the cap that the killer was wearing in the video. They suspected that he may have dropped it on his way out. Police immediately sent it for DNA testing, hoping that they would find a match. Unfortunately, the DNA didn't come back as a match to anyone in the database, so police had to rely on good old detective work. Approaching every single Toys R Us store employee and asking them to willingly provide a DNA sample. If their theory about an inside job was accurate, they believed this method would be the best way to narrow down the list of suspects and identify the person responsible for the heinous crime. It was June 29th when Lawrence Wells was found stabbed to death inside a Hamburg Toys R Us. Despite surveillance pictures, a hefty reward, and desperate pleas from family members, his killer remains on the run. Over the course of the next 2 months, the police embarked on a process of collecting DNA samples from the dozens of store employees and eliminating them one by one, without any success in finding a match to the suspect's DNA. But as they approached the stage where nearly every single employee had been tested, they noticed that one notable name hadn't yet provided a sample. Bernard Grusa, the regional vice president for loss prevention, was a notable absentee from the DNA testing. He had been so helpful during the initial stages of the investigation, so they found it odd that he hadn't provided his DNA sample when so many others had willingly done so. Police immediately contacted him on his phone to try and schedule a meeting, but it seemed that setting up a face-to-face meeting with Bernard was proving all too difficult. He had apparently had a rough time dealing with Larry's death, so he took an extended leave of absence from work and even moved out of the house he shared with his wife. After approaching his wife for assistance, police quickly learned that Grusa didn't actually leave his house of his own accord, but that his wife had actually taken out a protection order against him and asked him to leave. They learned that only a few weeks before Larry was murdered, Grusa and his wife had an argument. The argument became so heated that Grusa pushed his wife out of the way before running upstairs to the master bedroom and closing the door behind him. A few moments later, his wife heard a gunshot. So when she raced upstairs to check up on her husband, she found Bernard laying face down on the floor. When his panicked wife rolled him over to check if he was okay, Grusa opened his eyes and said that he just wanted to check if she still loved him. It turns out that he fired the gun out of the window to make his wife believe that he shot himself. Police learned that Grusa was actually staying with his father, so they made their way to his dad's house unannounced, and here they found Bernard Grusa. He was a little bit shocked to see the police, but he cooperated with them and willingly provided his DNA sample. 2 months later, the results came back, and shockingly, his DNA was an exact match to the DNA found on the baseball cap and DVR machine in Larry's office. Bernard maintained his innocence, claiming that his DNA being on the DVR machine wasn't unusual, as he frequently visited Larry's office due to his role as the VP for loss prevention. He asserted that he had never seen the baseball cap before and had no idea how his DNA ended up on it. Bernard Grusa was arrested for the murder of Larry Wells, and during the police investigation, they uncovered a chilling motive for the murder. Despite being the regional vice president and receiving a salary of around $90,000, it seems that Bernard was drowning in debt. He had huge amounts of medical bills due to his wife being diagnosed with cancer, as well as the fact that he lived way beyond his means. He had accumulated debt of over $1 million and subsequently declared bankruptcy. Police also learned that Grusa had been stealing merchandise from various Toys R Us stores, only to sell the goods on eBay for a fraction of the costs. It was evident that he had been running this scheme for a couple of years, even continuing the scheme after Larry's murder. They estimated that Grusa had stolen over $200,000 worth of merchandise from the stores he was responsible for and then sold the items online. In July 2014, Bernard Grusa made a deal with the state where he agreed to plead guilty to first-degree manslaughter in exchange for him admitting to all of his crimes, as well as forfeiting any appeals. Bernard Grusa admitted to the court that on the morning of June 29, 2013, he entered the Toys R Us store using his key. He said that he entered Larry's office with the intention of stealing money from the safe. He said that Larry walked in on him in the process of trying to open the safe, and that's when he panicked and stabbed Larry. He maintained that he never intended on killing anyone when he entered the store, but only acted out after Larry walked in on him. He also admitted to stealing over $200,000 worth of merchandise from the franchise, as well as over $19,000 in cash from the other branches he was responsible for. Bernard Grusa was sentenced to the maximum penalty of 25 years in prison.
My personal opinion is, if you plunge a knife into somebody's chest, or you plunge a knife into somebody's belly, that manifests an intent to kill somebody, okay? The appellate courts of this state have held that doing that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, even 8 times is not enough to evince an intent to kill.
Sedita says one of the strongest motivating factors in the decision to offer Grusa a plea deal was that Wells' family accepted it.
On the crisp autumn morning of November 9, 2005, the small town of Robinson, Texas, awoke to a day that would forever be etched into its collective memory. Nestled just south of the larger city of Waco, Robinson was the epitome of a close-knit community, a place where families had deep roots, neighbors knew each other by name, and the rhythms of life were predictable and comforting. It was a town built on shared values of faith, family, and hard work. But on this particular Wednesday, the tranquil veneer of this peaceful town was about to be violently torn away, shattered by a single, desperate phone call that sliced through the morning calm. A woman, her voice a fragile mix of panic and a strange, chilling composure, dialed 911. She reported that something unspeakable, something horrific, had taken place within the four walls of her suburban home. The details she offered were a confusing jumble, but the raw urgency in her tone communicated everything the dispatcher needed to know. Something was terribly, irrevocably wrong. That singular call to emergency services would pry open the door to a profoundly tragic tale, a domestic horror story that would leave the tight community reeling, a devoted family utterly devastated, and a stunned public struggling to comprehend the darkness that had emerged from behind a picture-perfect facade. This is the intricate and heartbreaking story of Darlene and Keith Gentry, a marriage that appeared to be filled with love, promise, and the joy of a growing family, but was secretly poisoned by resentment, financial strain, and a betrayal that would culminate in an act of profound and calculated tragedy. Darlene Doskasol was born on November 2, 1974, the middle child of three daughters raised in a devout and loving family. From her earliest days, there was a certain incandescence about Darlene. Relatives, friends, and later, an entire community remembered her as a girl who was radiant, remarkably disciplined, and brimming with an infectious zest for life. She was a young woman who was not only strikingly beautiful on the outside, but possessed a warm-hearted and deeply ambitious spirit. Growing up in the heart of Central Texas, Darlene blossomed into a local favorite, renowned for a dazzling smile that could light up a room, her signature blonde hair, and a natural, seemingly effortless ability to connect with others. While she never wore an official crown or sash, her innate grace and popularity earned her the affectionate nickname Texas Beauty Queen from classmates and teachers alike. Her high school years were a highlight reel of social success. She was voted prom queen, she was a proud member of the Flag Corps, and she always seemed to be at the vibrant center of every school event. Her charm wasn't a performance. It was an authentic part of her being. She stood out not merely because of her looks, but because of a genuine nature that made people feel seen and valued. Admired universally by her peers and deeply loved by her family, Darlene was a young woman with what appeared to be a clear, bright, and promising path laid out before her. Upon graduating from Yo High School in Cameron in 1993, she took the next logical step, enrolling at Texas State Technical College (TSTC) in Waco. Initially feeling a pull towards the dental field, she pursued and completed training to become a dental assistant. However, this was merely a stepping stone. Her long-term goal, a dream she nurtured quietly but fiercely, was to become a nurse, a profession that suited her desire to care for others. It was during these formative college years that she met someone who would completely and permanently alter the trajectory of her life, Keith Gentry. Keith, born on September 2, 1974 in Waco, was the cherished son of Weeman and Glenda Gentry. He spent his childhood in Robinson, the very town where he would later try to build his own family, a place where community and family still held profound, unshakable meaning. Keith, who had two sisters, was surrounded by a wide and loving circle of extended family who adored him. At Robinson High School, he was known for his easygoing personality and a quiet, unassuming strength. He wasn't flashy, loud, or outspoken, but those who truly knew him appreciated his profound reliability and his genuinely kind-hearted nature. Keith didn't crave the spotlight. He was content to simply do what needed to be done, whether at home, at school, or for a friend, without complaint or need for recognition. Like Darlene, he also enrolled at TSTC, where he focused his studies on the practical fields of drafting and welding. After college, he secured a stable and respectable job as an engineering assistant at a local utility company, methodically setting himself up for a solid and responsible future. Keith possessed the soul of a provider. He was focused, hardworking, and was already thinking about the kind of secure and loving life he wanted to build, even before he had a partner to build it with. Friends and family would often remark that he was a family man long before he officially settled down. When Keith and Darlene's paths finally crossed, the connection was immediate and electric. Their chemistry was undeniable, a magnetic pull that was obvious to everyone around them. It didn't take long for their initial attraction to deepen into a profound and serious love. Their families, seeing the genuine happiness they brought each other, quickly embraced their partner. Darlene's family was fond of Keith's steady nature, and Keith's family welcomed the vibrant Darlene with open arms. To their entire social circle, a wedding seemed not a matter of if, but when. But as is often the case with young love, their individual timelines for the future didn't perfectly align. By 1997, both had graduated from TSTC and were poised to take the next big steps in their adult lives. Darlene, by then, was quietly longing for a marriage proposal, ready to solidify their union. Keith, on the other hand, ever the more cautious and methodical of the two, felt he wasn't quite ready to commit to marriage or even the step of living together. After a series of difficult and honest conversations, they made the painful decision to part ways. Their families were blindsided by the news. Neither Darlene nor Keith handled the separation with ease. Both were left deeply hurt, grappling with the sudden uncertainty of a future that no longer included the other. Seeking a new beginning and a change of scenery, Darlene made the bold move to Dallas. There, she returned to the familiar world of dental work and attempted to adjust to the fast-paced, anonymous lifestyle of the big city. But the urban energy didn't suit her small-town soul. A jarring incident involving a stolen car, coupled with the pervasive sense of disconnection inherent in urban living, eventually took their toll. After about a year away, Darlene returned home to Central Texas, and it seemed as though fate was waiting patiently for her. It wasn't long before she and Keith crossed paths again. This time, there was no hesitation, no doubt. Their reunion was as swift as it was decisive. In 1999, Keith proposed, and not long after, they were married. It felt, to them and to everyone who loved them, like everything had finally, wonderfully fallen into place. The young couple purchased their first home and began earnestly building the life they had once only dreamed about. For Darlene, however, despite the joy of her marriage, something still felt incomplete. Though she had capably returned to her dental career, she realized with growing clarity that her true calling lay elsewhere. Motivated and more determined than ever, she made the decision to go back to school, this time to pursue her long-held dream of a nursing degree. Keith, the supportive husband, championed her ambitions completely, filled with pride as he watched his wife work diligently toward her goals. They were, by all accounts and every outward appearance, a blissfully happy couple. They laughed often, they shared responsibilities, and they fully embraced their roles as partners in life. By the early 2000s, Keith and Darlene Gentry had settled into what appeared to be an ideal life in the quiet community of Robinson. Their home stood in a peaceful suburban neighborhood, and in a twist of fate that spoke to their family-oriented nature, it was located right next door to Keith's parents. That physical closeness would prove to be both a source of comfort and, eventually, a deeply complex element in their story. Keith held his steady job as an engineering assistant at the local electric utility company, while Darlene achieved her goal and was now working as a registered nurse. With two stable incomes, they enjoyed a comfortable lifestyle, not extravagant, but more than sufficient to raise a family and enjoy occasional luxuries. Family was the absolute heart of their dreams. In 2001, their world was brightened by the birth of their first son, Chase. Cody followed in 2004, and by 2005, they welcomed a third son, Cade. The Gentry seemed to transition into the demanding world of parenthood with remarkable ease. Supported by both sets of loving grandparents, they built a life firmly rooted in love, stability, and cherished family traditions. They were the kind of family others in the community looked up to, an attractive, devoted couple with three beautiful, healthy boys and a well-kept, welcoming home. But beneath this pristine surface, the reality was far more complicated and fraught with hidden tensions. Keith's job, while stable, often required him to travel, leaving Darlene to juggle her demanding responsibilities at the hospital and at home on her own. She expertly managed the children, maintained the household, and kept up with her duties as a nurse. However, even when Keith returned from his trips, the balance of responsibilities didn't shift much. He was often physically and emotionally drained from his travels and sought rest rather than immediately jumping back into the joyful chaos of parenting 3 young boys. Recognizing the significant strain his travel schedule was placing on his marriage and his home life, Keith eventually made a monumental decision. He chose to leave his better-paying, travel-heavy job for a lower-paid desk position that would keep him closer to home. It was a move made out of love and a practical desire to be a more present husband and father, but it came at a steep cost. The substantial reduction in their household income strained their finances considerably. Furthermore, Keith began to feel trapped and unfulfilled in a job he found dull and unchallenging. He missed the momentum and the sense of accomplishment from his previous role. A quiet frustration took root and began to grow. Meanwhile, Darlene's spending habits reportedly didn't adjust to their new financial reality. She maintained a pristine home that was always ready for guests, hosted gatherings for friends and family, and continued buying things they could no longer reasonably afford. Their arguments, once rare, now frequently and bitterly centered around money. Keith came to believe she was careless and reckless with their finances. He grew increasingly resentful as more and more of the day-to-day childcare responsibilities fell on him and his parents next door. Friends and relatives began noticing a palpable change. The once happy-go-lucky couple now seemed tense and distant. There were quiet complaints whispered to friends, a subtle but growing emotional distance, and a mounting pressure that seemed to hang in the air between them. Still, despite the cracks forming in their marriage, there was no outward indication that either Keith or Darlene wanted a divorce. Keith, in particular, seemed absolutely determined to hold things together for the sake of his sons. But everything changed irrevocably on the morning of November 9, 2005. At exactly 6:11 a.m., a distressed Darlene called emergency services. Her voice trembled as she described a chilling and violent scene. The back door of their home, she said, was wide open. Her husband, Keith, was lying in their bed, covered in blood, and was barely breathing. She told the dispatcher that some of Keith's guns were missing from his gun cabinet, and then provided a disturbingly graphic detail. He was gurgling, with a pink foam bubbling from his mouth. Darlene went on to explain that she hadn't slept beside Keith that night. Their youngest son, Cade, just 18 months old at the time, had been restless and fussy. According to her account, she had taken the toddler into a separate bedroom where their other 2 sons were already sleeping and had stayed there to help them all fall back asleep. She said she played a movie for the boys and remained in the room with them until 6 a.m. It was only when she awoke, she claimed, that she discovered the open back door and found her husband gravely wounded. Paramedics arrived at the Gentry residence shortly thereafter. They found Keith still alive, but his life was hanging by the thinnest of threads. He had been shot in the head and was completely unresponsive. The pink foam at his mouth, a clinical sign of severe pulmonary edema often associated with catastrophic head trauma, suggested that he was unlikely to recover. Emergency crews worked frantically to stabilize him and rushed him to Hillcrest Baptist Medical Center in Waco, where he was immediately placed on life support. Despite the heroic efforts of the medical personnel, Keith Gentry never regained consciousness. 2 days later, on November 11, 2005, he was pronounced dead. A homicide investigation was now officially underway. Detectives from the McLennan County Sheriff's Office quickly turned their full attention to the only other adult present in the home that night, Darlene. Her version of events became the central focus of the case, and she was brought in for formal questioning almost immediately. Darlene recounted to police that the evening of November 8th had begun uneventfully. She had gone out for dinner and drinks with friends, returning home at approximately 8:30 p.m. But what she walked into, she said, was not a warm welcome. Keith, according to Darlene, was upset. He had discovered a restaurant receipt, which he viewed as fresh evidence of yet another reckless and irresponsible expenditure. Given their well-documented financial difficulties, it struck a particularly sensitive nerve. The two argued, and Darlene said she left the house in frustration, driving around for a while to cool off. When she returned later that night, she claimed she apologized to Keith and tried to move past the disagreement. Keith then went to bed in the master bedroom, and Darlene, she insisted, stayed with their 3 sons in one of the other rooms. She reiterated that this was to help settle their youngest child, who had been fussy that night. She recalled waking briefly around 5:15 a.m. after hearing the family dog bark, but thinking little of it, since their dog occasionally barked at nothing. She went back to sleep. Around 6 a.m., she said, she finally got out of bed, walked through the house, and went to wake Keith for work. When he didn't answer her calls, she entered the bedroom and found him lying in bed, unresponsive and bleeding. She also claimed to have noticed at that point that the back door was wide open and that their locked gun cabinet had been tampered with, its contents gone. Darlene's version of events painted a chilling scenario of a random home invasion. Someone had broken into their home during the night, murdered her husband, and stolen a number of firearms, leaving no trace behind. But as the investigation progressed, seasoned detectives began to notice troubling inconsistencies and logical flaws that called her entire narrative into serious question. To begin with, there was the timing. Darlene stated she hadn't checked on Keith until 6 a.m., but forensic analysis of the scene suggested the shooting likely occurred well before that. The trajectory of the bullet, the degree of blood pooling and coagulation, and Keith's medical condition all pointed to a significantly earlier attack, one that would have produced a loud, sharp report that would have been incredibly difficult to sleep through, especially in a relatively small house with 3 young children. More red flags appeared at the crime scene itself. While Darlene had claimed that multiple guns were missing from the cabinet, investigators discovered several of them stacked neatly just outside the back of the house. This was highly inconsistent with the behavior of a typical burglar who would be in a rush to flee a crime scene. In fact, it looked as if someone had carefully placed the weapons there, perhaps in a clumsy attempt to stage a scene. Adding to the suspicion, only 2 people had access to the gun cabinet, Keith and Darlene. Whoever opened it knew where it was located and where the key was hidden. It strained credulity to believe that a random intruder would have such specific knowledge about the home's layout and security arrangements, bypass other valuables, and head straight for the guns. Then there was Darlene's behavior, which struck investigators as profoundly odd for a trained medical professional. As a registered nurse, she had the skills and should have had the presence of mind to administer CPR, apply pressure to the wound, or at the very least check for signs of life. But she did none of these things. When paramedics arrived, she hadn't made any attempts to help Keith, nor had she even left the room she was in to guide them to her dying husband. Instead, she stayed locked in the bedroom with the children, claiming fear for their safety as the reason for her inaction. Investigators also took note of another oddity, the 911 call itself. Rather than the frantic, incoherent panic one might expect from someone who had just found their spouse shot in bed, Darlene's voice, while trembling, was remarkably composed. She spoke clearly, offering a surprisingly detailed and structured timeline of her actions and sleeping arrangements. Her tone came across more like someone trying to carefully explain away suspicion than someone in the throes of a life-altering crisis. Later that same morning, Darlene sat down for a formal interview at the police station. But the moment the questions from detectives became more direct and probing, she hesitated. Without warning, she invoked her Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination and asked for a lawyer. The interview was immediately stopped. Despite this, Darlene publicly maintained that she had done nothing wrong. In her own words, she claimed she loved her husband and would never do anything to harm him. She spoke about their life together, acknowledging the financial strain and the immense pressure of raising 3 small boys, but insisted that their problems were ordinary, not anything that would lead to such horrific violence. Still, investigators couldn't ignore the gaping holes in her story. The evidence at the scene suggested something far more intimate and far more calculated than a home invasion. As detectives dug deeper, the questions continued to mount. Who had the motive? Who had the access? And who had the opportunity? Though Darlene's voice often cracked with emotion in her public statements, appearing at times tearful, at times confused, her words did little to shift the growing cloud of suspicion away from her. She spoke of Keith's immense love for his boys. She insisted that she loved him too. Still, suspicion wasn't enough. Authorities needed hard, irrefutable evidence. With Darlene's consent, they conducted another thorough search of the Gentry home. There were no signs of forced entry, something they had already expected. But what they did find would prove to be far more damning. Buried deep inside the kitchen trash bin, underneath the day's other garbage, investigators uncovered a pair of latex gloves. Hidden carefully within the fingers of the gloves was a single .22 caliber shell casing, microscopic traces of gunshot residue, and DNA. Forensic analysis of that DNA pointed to just two people, Keith and Darlene. It was a major breakthrough. Then came the discovery of a possible motive. Detectives learned that Keith had a life insurance policy valued at between $500,000 and $750,000. For someone in Darlene's documented financial distress, it was a sum large enough to raise serious questions about her intent. 19 days after the shooting, on November 28, 2005, Darlene Gentry was arrested and charged with the murder of her husband. But her arrest didn't last long. That same day, Keith's parents, Weeman and Glenda Gentry, who had stood loyally and publicly by her side since the tragedy, posted a $50,000 bond to secure her release. The Gentry family, including Keith's own parents, refused to believe that Darlene could be capable of such a heinous crime. They stood by her, unwavering in their support. To them, she was not just Keith's wife, but the mother of their beloved grandchildren, someone they had trusted and loved as a daughter. But then, new and startling information emerged that would test their faith. Not long after her release on bail, Darlene contacted a local landowner and acquaintance, a man named Robert Pavolella. She expressed a sudden interest in purchasing a rural piece of property he owned near Extell, Texas. The land featured a serene pond, and Darlene remarked that it reminded her of Keith's dream to one day take their sons fishing. It was a touching sentiment if it had ended there. But a few weeks later, Darlene called Pavolella again, this time with an unusual and alarming request. She asked if he could fill in the pond. The sudden change of heart was jarring. Just weeks earlier, she had been enthusiastic about the water feature, framing it as a potential tribute to Keith's memory. Now, she wanted it completely gone. Pavolella sensed something was deeply wrong. Troubled by the bizarre request, he trusted his instincts and contacted the authorities. Detectives immediately took a keen interest in the pond. If Darlene wanted it filled in so badly, they reasoned, perhaps it was because it concealed something she desperately didn't want found. A search was quickly organized, and what they discovered at the bottom of the murky water confirmed their instincts. There, resting in the silt, was a .22 caliber revolver, the same caliber as the shell casing found in the latex gloves in her kitchen trash. It was the murder weapon. Yet, despite the overwhelming circumstantial weight of this discovery, investigators still needed a direct, undeniable link between Darlene and the gun in the pond. And so, they turned to Robert Pavolella again, this time asking him to help them set a trap. He agreed to cooperate. Posing as if he were going along with her request, Pavolella called Darlene and told her that he was preparing to fill the pond, but first, he would need to drain it. Police were banking on the possibility that if Darlene knew the pond might be emptied, exposing its contents, she would act fast to remove any incriminating evidence still inside. She took the bait. Over the phone, Darlene remained calm and agreeable. She didn't object. She didn't panic. But the very next day, under the watchful eyes of hidden surveillance cameras meticulously placed by law enforcement, she arrived at the property. Wearing wading boots and carrying a long rod, she stepped into the murky water and began methodically poking and probing at the pond bed, concentrating her search on the very spot where authorities had already retrieved the gun. The entire event was recorded on video. And with that, detectives had exactly what they needed. In February 2007, Darlene Gentry, now 32, stood trial in McLennan County, Texas. The trial lasted 5 intense days. She faced a charge of first-degree murder for shooting her husband while he slept in their Robinson home. The prosecution's case centered on the devastating surveillance video. The footage of Darlene, clad in waders, searching the pond in a desperate attempt to recover the murder weapon days after it had already been seized by police, was the moment that shattered her defense. The latex gloves in the trash, the poorly staged burglary, the conflicting timeline, all of it now pointed to one undeniable conclusion. Her defense team, perhaps seeing the writing on the wall, chose not to call any witnesses during the trial's guilt-innocence phase. They relied instead on cross-examinations and procedural arguments, but the mountain of evidence was simply too strong to overcome. On February 8, 2007, the verdict was delivered: guilty of first-degree murder. Darlene Gentry was sentenced to 60 years in prison. The prosecution successfully argued that her motive was both emotional and financial. She wanted out of her marriage, she wanted a new kind of freedom, and she wanted the financial security that came with Keith's life insurance payout. In their final remarks to the jury, prosecutors warned them against being swayed by appearances or Darlene's carefully crafted persona. Darlene is currently serving her sentence at the Dr. Lane Murray Unit, a female prison in Gatesville, Texas. In November 2017, the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals denied her request for a new trial. Her conviction remains intact. According to official records, she will be eligible for parole in February 2037. If parole is denied, she will serve her full sentence until her release date in February 2067. Darlene Gentry has always maintained her innocence, but the consequences of that dark November morning have reached far beyond the confines of her prison cell. In 2010, a judge granted permanent custody of Chase, Cody, and Kate DeKeith's parents, Weeman and Glenda Gentry. A restraining order was also issued, prohibiting Darlene from having any contact whatsoever with her sons. According to court documents, she hasn't spoken to them since. Keith Gentry was a man defined by a quiet but profound strength. He was a devoted father, a loyal husband, and a hard-working provider who ultimately chose family over ambition and stability over status. He left behind 3 young boys who would grow up without him, a grieving family forced to confront an unimaginable betrayal, and a legacy built on integrity and an unconditional love for his children. Though his life was tragically and violently cut short, those who knew and loved Keith remember him not for the brutal way he died, but for the gentle and honorable way he lived. His memory endures in the hearts of his family, his friends, and especially in the lives of the sons he loved more than anything in the world.
Have you ever thought about how one wrong decision or a simple, innocent action can lead to a tragedy? Picture a couple deciding to go kayaking on one of the riskiest days of the year. What started as a fun adventure ended in a way so shocking, it's hard to comprehend. Where do we draw the line between an honest mistake and a fateful error? How can one small action or word change everything? By the end of this story, you might find yourself questioning every detail. Angelica's story is a chilling example of how life can change in an instant. The Hudson Valley, with its breathtaking scenery and swift rivers, is a magnet for outdoor enthusiasts. Kayaking is especially popular among thrill seekers, but the river is unforgiving. Even experienced athletes can make mistakes. Angelica Graswald and Vincent Viafor shared a love for the water, seeing it as a source of freedom and connection. On April 19, 2015, they set out on the Hudson River, excited for another adventure. The day began with promise, but the rising winds and rough waves were warning signs. Their goal was a small island with a castle steeped in Scottish-inspired mystery, a place that always captivated them. After a day exploring, evening fell, and the situation grew dire. The waves were growing stronger, and the icy waters signaled danger. Staying on the island overnight without proper gear wasn't an option, so they decided to head back. As they paddled against the growing chaos, Vincent's kayak started taking on water. Without a life jacket and submerged in the freezing river, he was in critical danger. Angelica, in a panic, called emergency services, explaining through tears that she couldn't reach him because of the powerful waves pulling him further away. The dispatcher struggled to locate them, losing precious time. As rescuers scrambled to reach the scene, Vincent disappeared beneath the surface. By the time help arrived, it was too late. The dark, choppy waters showed no sign of Vincent, and the evening sky only deepened the despair. This tragic series of events is a haunting reminder of how quickly things can spiral out of control. Let's learn more about Angelica. At 35, she was an ambitious woman pursuing a career in photography, a passion she envisioned as her future. Born Angelika Lipska in Latvia, she longed for a better life beyond her homeland. After 2 marriages and divorces, her dream remained the same: to settle in the US, secure a work visa, and build a career. Her break came when she got a job as a nanny and moved to the States. Life took a dramatic turn when she met Vincent. Vincent, 46, was a successful construction professional who had also been through 2 divorces. Despite their age difference, their relationship blossomed quickly. Vincent was known for his generosity, hosting parties and enjoying a vibrant social life. It was at one of these gatherings that he met Angelica. Just weeks later, she moved into his home in Poughkeepsie, New York. Their relationship escalated rapidly, with talks of marriage and children becoming common. But under the surface, cracks were beginning to show. On April 18, 2015, just a day before the tragedy, the couple attended a party. While Vincent was lively and engaging with his friends, Angelica left early, citing that she wasn't feeling well. She seemed distant, interacting minimally and avoiding attention. Vincent's friends noticed a visible tension between the two, which led to a small but noticeable argument. Nothing major happened that night, and they went their separate ways until the next morning. The following day, Vincent proposed a kayaking trip, hoping it would help them reconnect and mend their strained bond. Despite the chilly weather and increasing wind, Angelica agreed. They planned to visit Bannerman's Castle, a historic ruin on an island in the middle of the Hudson River, where Angelica hoped to capture stunning photos. She even brought elegant outfits for a photo session, eager to make the most of the day. By noon, the couple was ready to set off, unaware of the tragic turn their day would soon take. At the water's edge, Angelica and Vincent prepared for what they thought would be another exciting adventure. The wind howled, growing stronger by the minute, and massive waves began to rise. The biting cold made every movement feel heavy. Angelica noticed the worsening weather, but Vincent's love for adrenaline and his stubborn determination kept them moving forward. Before they launched, Vincent said something Angelica would never forget: "This will be the adventure of your life." Those words would take on a haunting significance just hours later. The journey to Bannerman's Castle went smoothly at first. Angelica later told the police that they had shared a couple of beers before setting off, just to set the mood, but were careful to stay sober for the paddle back. Yet, despite their precautions, the return trip turned into a nightmare. The wind and waves intensified, and Vincent began to lag behind. He shouted that his kayak was taking on water. Angelica turned back and saw his kayak sinking. She tried to paddle toward him, but the powerful currents pulled her toward the shore. By the time she reached land, she frantically called emergency services, but Vincent had already vanished into the icy waters of the Hudson River. The evening of April 19, 2015, marked the start of a desperate search. Rescue teams worked through the night and into the next day. Divers plunged into the murky water, sonar-equipped boats combed the river, and helicopters scanned the area. Despite their tireless efforts, Vincent was nowhere to be found. His family and friends were devastated, clinging to the faint hope that he might have survived, though the odds were slim in such freezing water and against the strong currents. Amid the grief and panic, Angelica's behavior stood out. Unlike Vincent's loved ones, who were consumed with worry, she appeared unusually calm. She even continued to update her social media, posting photos and videos, as if nothing had happened. This deeply upset Vincent's family, who found her actions not only inappropriate but also suspicious. Angelica claimed she was holding on to hope, waiting for her fiancé to return, but her demeanor only widened the gap between her and the grieving relatives. 10 days after Vincent's disappearance, Angelica was called back to the police station for further questioning. The reason? A seemingly offhand comment she had made during her initial conversation with detectives, one that would raise even more questions about her role in the tragic events. Angelica made a startling admission during questioning. She mentioned that she might have accidentally removed the drain plug from Vincent's kayak before they started paddling back. This small but critical detail changed everything, shifting the investigation from a tragic accident to something potentially sinister. Suddenly, investigators were asking more questions, and the idea of Vincent's death being purely accidental began to seem less plausible. Angelica also mentioned that Vincent's paddle had a broken locking ring, making it difficult to row properly. This, combined with the missing drain plug, raised alarms for investigators. Could these issues have been deliberate? The possibility of foul play was now on the table, but the big question remained why. To dig deeper, detectives turned to people who knew Angelica and Vincent. One key interview was with Angelica's ex-boyfriend, Michael Coven, who had lived with her years earlier. Michael was shocked to hear about the suspicions surrounding Angelica, but admitted that her calm demeanor sometimes masked a darker side. He described how Angelica could become confrontational during arguments, particularly when drinking a side of her Vincent reportedly tolerated quietly. More revelations came from Vincent himself. Just weeks before the tragedy, he confided in a friend that he was having second thoughts about marrying Angelica. He described her as manipulative and aggressive, particularly during moments of conflict. This information painted a picture of a relationship that was far from perfect. When detectives questioned Angelica further, she admitted there were conflicts in their relationship but insisted they were personal and unrelated to Vincent's death. However, her vague and ambiguous answers only heightened suspicions. Slowly, the narrative was shifting. Vincent's death seemed less like an accident and more like a deliberate act. The turning point came when investigators uncovered Angelica's potential financial motive. She was the primary beneficiary of Vincent's $500,000 life insurance policy, a sum that could solve her financial troubles and give her a fresh start. At the time of the tragedy, Angelica was unemployed, and this money represented a life-changing opportunity. This discovery transformed Angelica from a grieving fiancée to the prime suspect. Despite the growing evidence against her, she continued to insist on her innocence, maintaining that Vincent's death was nothing more than a tragic accident. The prosecution charged Angelica with second-degree criminal wrongdoing, leading to her arrest and a bail set at $9 million, a sum far beyond her means. Given her foreign nationality, investigators feared she might flee, so Angelica remained in custody as she awaited trial. Her defense team argued that her statements during the grueling 11-hour interrogation were not admissible as solid evidence. Angelica's attorney emphasized that Vincent's body had not yet been recovered, making it impossible to confirm any foul play or intentional wrongdoing. According to the defense, Vincent's death was a tragic accident. They suggested the kayak likely capsized due to a wave, and the drain plug might have come loose as a consequence, not as a cause. To support their claims, the defense conducted an experiment on the Hudson River. A man with a similar build to Vincent sat in an identical kayak model. The test revealed that even under calm conditions, the kayak sat very low in the water, just a few inches above the surface. The demonstration showed how large waves could have easily flooded the vessel, even without the drain plug issue. Adding to their case, the defense pointed out that Vincent had consumed alcohol before the trip, which could have impaired his coordination and reaction time. This, combined with the unstable kayak and rough conditions, might have led to the accident. With a flooded kayak, questionable confessions, and conflicting evidence, the case sparked heated debate. The investigation focused heavily on the drain plug, a tiny opening no larger than a fingertip. It was hard to believe such a small detail could have caused the kayak to sink. The drain plug on Vincent's kayak was located on top, making it unlikely that it could have allowed enough water to sink the vessel quickly. In response, the defense insisted on further testing. Using the same kayak model, a man of Vincent's size, and conditions that mirrored the fateful day, they conducted another simulation. The results were telling. Even with the drain plug removed, the kayak did not fill with water rapidly. The small hole allowed only a slow trickle of water, not nearly enough to capsize the vessel in a short period. These findings added significant doubts to the prosecution's theory. Without a recovered body or clear forensic evidence, the case against Angelica was increasingly built on circumstantial evidence and speculation. The defense's experiments revealed that even without the drain plug, Vincent's kayak could have easily made the 1-mile journey back to shore. This undermined the prosecution's claim that the missing plug alone caused the tragedy. When the theory about the plug fell apart, the prosecution shifted their focus to the paddle. Angelica had stated that Vincent's paddle was damaged, missing a locking ring. Investigators suggested that this might have hindered his ability to control the kayak. However, the defense countered this claim with another demonstration. They showed that the absence of the locking ring did not impact the paddle's functionality. It remained sturdy, effective, and fully operational. Despite this, the prosecution leaned heavily on Angelica's own admissions during her interrogation. She had admitted to touching both Vincent's paddle and the kayak's drain plug, which became central to the case against her. For investigators, these admissions seemed to support the idea of a premeditated crime. Even small details like touching the paddle or brushing against the plug were framed as deliberate actions. But Angelica's defense team argued that her words had been taken out of context, pointing to the intense psychological pressure she had endured during her 11-hour interrogation. To bolster their case, the defense brought in an expert on false confessions who reviewed the entire recorded questioning session. The expert argued that the police used techniques designed to elicit a confession through coercion. These included leading questions, the classic good cop, bad cop approach, and denying Angelica time to process what was happening. They also pressured her to repeat phrases that supported their narrative. During the interrogation, Angelica frequently appeared confused, her answers growing increasingly vague and her emotions unstable. The expert emphasized that she was in a state of shock, and her statements should have been viewed with caution. One particular phrase became a focal point for the prosecution. Angelica had fleetingly mentioned that she had once thought about being free from her relationship with Vincent. Detectives interpreted this as a confession of intent to harm him. The defense, however, argued that the remark referred to the general strain in their relationship and was unrelated to the events of that day. The false confessions expert noted that at no point did Angelica use words like crime or death in relation to this statement. The police, however, chose to frame her vague comment as a direct admission of guilt, further fueling suspicions. The defense maintained that Angelica's admissions during the interrogation were not a reflection of the truth, but rather the result of manipulation by the investigators. Once the detectives heard statements they could use against her, they ignored her subsequent clarifications. The defense argued that Vincent's kayak had long-standing issues, including a faulty drain plug that had been a problem for months. Angelica claimed they had kayaked several times without the plug, and it had never caused significant trouble. According to the defense, the true cause of the tragedy was the dangerous weather conditions that day, not any intentional actions. However, the prosecution insisted on their theory: a woman tired of her relationship, seeking financial gain, staging an accident to collect insurance money, and starting anew. Angelica's interrogation became a grueling ordeal. She lost track of time and felt trapped, cornered by the relentless questioning. Initially, she tried to stand firm, but the detectives kept circling back to the issue of the drain plug, gradually wearing her down. Her account of the plug's presence or absence became inconsistent, a confusion that the investigators capitalized on. The turning point came when Angelica, emotionally and physically drained, asked to leave so she could feed her cat at home. Tears welled up in her eyes, a moment of vulnerability that the detectives seized. They intensified their questioning, firing a series of leading inquiries designed to elicit incriminating responses. Despite her emotional state, Angelica never directly confessed to any crime. Still, the police refused to back off, interpreting her unclear answers as signs of guilt. An expert who later analyzed the interrogation footage noted that Angelica appeared overwhelmed, exhausted, and unable to think clearly. Her inconsistent responses were, in their view, typical of someone experiencing emotional and mental fatigue, not of someone admitting to wrongdoing. The expert explained that Angelica's primary motivation during the questioning was to bring the ordeal to an end, leading her to provide vague or muddled answers. Her unclear statements became the cornerstone of the prosecution's narrative, even though they were arguably the product of her desperation to escape the relentless interrogation. Vincent's disappearance left his family and friends in emotional turmoil, their grief compounded by uncertainty. Nearly a month later, on May 23, 2015, a boater found Vincent's body in the Hudson River near Bannerman's Island, where he and Angelica had gone that fateful day. The autopsy confirmed the cause of death as drowning, with no evidence of foul play or struggle. Vincent's blood showed traces of alcohol, though not enough to significantly impair him, suggesting the harsh weather and frigid water were the primary factors in his death. Vincent's kayak was also recovered, missing the drain plug and with a paddle lacking its locking ring. The defense maintained that these details were minor and insufficient to explain the tragedy. According to them, the real culprits were the extreme conditions that day: icy water, strong winds, the lack of a life jacket, and Vincent's decision to venture out despite these risks. The prosecution, however, focused on Angelica's inconsistent statements, using them to build their case. They argued that Angelica had intentionally sabotaged the kayak, creating a scenario where Vincent had little chance of survival. Their theory painted her as a calculating woman, staging an accident for personal gain. Angelica's lawyer countered this by emphasizing Vincent's own choices. He had willingly gone kayaking under dangerous conditions, without proper safety gear, and while slightly under the influence of alcohol. These actions, the defense argued, pointed to his own recklessness rather than any malicious intent on Angelica's part. Despite these arguments, Angelica's behavior after Vincent's disappearance remained a sticking point for the prosecution. Her social media posts and calm demeanor were portrayed as suspicious, even though her defense claimed they reflected her unique way of coping with the tragedy. Angelica continued to assert her innocence, maintaining that the events of that day were nothing more than a heartbreaking accident. But as the legal battle unfolded, her statements, the missing drain plug, and the damaged paddle remained central to a case that divided public opinion and kept the spotlight on the mysterious circumstances of Vincent's death. The case took an unexpected turn when the prosecution decided to re-evaluate its strategy. They realized that proving Angelica had intentionally caused Vincent's death would be nearly impossible to convince a jury. The theories surrounding the removed drain plug or a broken paddle were considered too circumstantial and speculative to establish intent beyond a reasonable doubt. Furthermore, the defense's arguments and expert testimonies significantly undermined the foundation of the prosecution's case. It became clear that the tragedy could have been the result of a combination of adverse weather conditions, faulty equipment, and poor judgment on Vincent's part, particularly his decision to kayak without a life jacket in dangerous conditions. Faced with these challenges, the prosecution opted to offer Angelica a plea deal. If she admitted guilt to involuntary manslaughter, she would serve a reduced sentence of 4 years in prison, a far cry from the life sentence initially sought. The plea deal and sentencing. Angelica accepted the deal, seeing it as a way to avoid the uncertainty of a trial that could have ended with a harsher punishment. She was sentenced to 4 years in prison. However, because she had already spent significant time in custody while awaiting trial and during the court proceedings, her actual time left to serve was minimal. In December 2017, after serving 32 months, Angelica was released on parole. For Vincent's family, this outcome felt like an insult to their loss. They remained vocal about their dissatisfaction, believing that Angelica had orchestrated the events leading to Vincent's death. They viewed the plea deal as a failure of the justice system, allowing someone they deemed guilty to walk free after serving what they considered an inadequate sentence. Angelica's post-release struggles. After her release, Angelica faced immense challenges. Public opinion in the US was largely against her, and Vincent's family's public statements painted her in a negative light. Her guilty plea also barred her from claiming Vincent's $500,000 life insurance policy, which had been cited as a potential motive for the alleged crime. Furthermore, her status as a foreign national meant she was at risk of deportation. 16 months after her release, Angelica was forced to return to her home country. Back in her homeland, she attempted to rebuild her life. She enrolled in university, secured a job, and worked to move forward, leaving the traumatic events behind. Despite these efforts, the case continued to haunt her. In interviews, she maintained her innocence, insisting that Vincent's death was a tragic accident caused by circumstances beyond her control. Lingering questions and unresolved tensions. The conclusion of the legal proceedings did little to bring closure. Vincent's family remained adamant in their belief that Angelica was responsible for his death, unable to reconcile her actions before and after the tragedy with her claims of innocence. They were especially critical of her demeanor in the immediate aftermath of Vincent's disappearance, including her calm behavior and social media activity, which they found inappropriate and suspicious. On the other hand, Angelica defended her actions, claiming she was in shock and trying to maintain hope. She described her time in custody as harrowing and insisted that the confession she gave during the 11-hour interrogation was coerced and misunderstood. She continued to assert that only she and God knew the truth, and she expressed regret over the tragedy without admitting to any deliberate wrongdoing. Legacy of the case. The case remained a topic of debate, with many questioning whether justice had been served. While the legal proceedings had concluded, The mystery of what truly happened on the Hudson River persisted. The tragedy served as a cautionary tale about the unpredictability of nature, the consequences of poor judgment, and the devastating impact of unresolved questions surrounding sudden loss. Even after returning to her home country, Angelica's life was forever altered. She became a polarizing figure, with some sympathizing with her plight, and others believing she had escaped true accountability. For Vincent's family and friends, the pain of his loss lingered, compounded by their frustration with the justice system and their enduring suspicions about Angelica's role in his death. We're going to explore the Lissy family tragedy, a harrowing case that raises questions about what drives a seemingly devoted family man to commit unspeakable acts. It also prompts us to examine the characteristics of psychopathy and how such individuals can blend into society, concealing their true nature until they unleash unimaginable horrors. Psychopathy, a personality disorder characterized by traits like lack of empathy, emotional shallowness, egocentrism, and manipulative charm, can be difficult to detect. Even those closest to a psychopath may not recognize the danger until it's too late. The Lissy family story serves as a stark reminder of this reality. Despite outward appearances of a loving family, tragedy struck, revealing a darker side hidden beneath the surface. The man behind the heinous act shocked everyone with his calculated actions and chilling motives. Yet, psychiatric evaluation confirmed his awareness and premeditation, leaving many baffled and shaken. This case shook Italy, particularly the serene province of Mavisanti, where the tragedy unfolded. It etched itself into the history of the small Milanese suburbs as one of the most notorious crimes. Now, let's delve into the events leading up to this tragic conclusion. In the early hours of Saturday, June 14, 2014, the quiet town of Mavisanti was disrupted by the desperate cries of 31-year-old Carlo Lei, who claimed that his entire family had fallen victim to intruders who had broken into their home. He miraculously survived because he was out with friends at a local sports bar watching the soccer match between Italy and England. Upon returning home, he discovered his house in disarray and the lifeless bodies of his 38-year-old wife, Cristina, their 5-year-old daughter, and their 1.5-year-old son. Neighbours immediately called the police and emergency medical services. While waiting for them to arrive, the operator asked Carlo to check for any signs of life and possibly start CPR if there were any. However, he refused to step inside the house or touch the bodies, even before confirming their demise. Carlo's behaviour, although possibly attributed to shock, raised eyebrows. He struggled to react emotionally with dry eyes and an almost indifferent expression despite attempting to cry. His recollection of events was muddled and his statements conflicted. He claimed to have recorded the discovery of the bodies on his phone's camera, believing it would prove his innocence. However, this recording ended up being a key piece of evidence against him, among others. The robbery narrative initially advocated by Lissy was swiftly dismissed by the police. Instead, he became the prime suspect as more physical evidence was uncovered at the crime scene. Doubts about his mental health began to surface. Now, let's introduce the main characters of this narrative, starting with Cristina Lissy. Born Cristina Omas on September 17, 1975, in the small northern Italian town of Pavia, she was the eldest child in her family. She exhibited a strong-willed, independent, and highly ambitious nature, always marching to the beat of her own drum. Cristina possessed leadership qualities and was constantly striving to excel in whatever she undertook, whether it was her schoolwork, performances in the drama club, or any day-to-day activities. Thanks to her excellent organizational skills and ability to lead, she always had a wide circle of friends. After finishing high school, Cristina was accepted into a prestigious university in Milan and soon moved out of her parents' home to start an independent life. Despite this, she maintained a close relationship with her family, staying in constant touch. Her parents knew they could always rely on their eldest daughter. At the age of 19, while still attending university, Cristina took a job at a branch of a major Italian insurance company located in M.A. Visconti. She quickly earned the respect of her superiors and colleagues, and her career was on a fast track to success. Upon graduation, she had a wide array of opportunities before her. Instead of moving to a big city, she chose to stay closer to home in the countryside. By this time, she had already received a promotion at work and assumed a managerial position, becoming a leading specialist in the field of civil insurance. However, even as she grew into an adult and a successful woman, Cristina never gave up her youthful passion for theatre. She dedicated all her spare time to rehearsals and performing on stage, particularly enjoying musical productions due to her strong voice and impeccable musical ear. In M.A. Visconti, she had her admirers and was sometimes even recognized on the streets. Yet, Cristina's personal life didn't seem to fall into place as smoothly. She had many suitors and occasional romances, but most of the men she encountered seemed frivolous, unreliable, and unsuitable for a serious relationship or family life. She held on to the belief that she would eventually find her true love and achieve happiness. Carlo Lissy, the unassuming psychopath, entered the world in the fall of 1982 in the Italian commune of Casarano as the eldest of two sons in his family. The family patriarch held conservative views and was quite strict, even harsh, with his children. Carlo's younger brother quickly became the parents' darling, constantly pampered and protected, while they demanded unquestioning obedience, stellar academic performance, and high achievements from their firstborn. From childhood, Carlo strived to meet his parents' expectations, always acting as instructed. He excelled academically, participated in volleyball, a sport his father chose for him despite Carlo's passion for soccer, and never argued with his father, who often stated that his house operated solely on his rules. It was easy to upset or anger their father, who became terrifying when enraged, so Carlo made it a point never to contradict him, always enviously observing his father's and mother's more affectionate treatment towards his younger brother. As a teenager, Carlo became nervous and withdrawn, dreaming of doing something on his own yet fearing his father's wrath. His fears, internal struggles and self-doubt affected his relationships with peers. Carlo had almost no friends at school. He was seen as an uninteresting individual, often openly bullied without the ability to defend himself, as his father had crushed his self-esteem and suppressed any desire to assert himself. Over time, Carlo learned to adapt and blend in, avoiding conflict, trying to merge with the crowd and being superficially polite and kind, even to those he despised. It seemed Carlo had lost his own emotions, or perhaps never had them, laughing or mourning with others, but his emotional responses always remained shallow because he never truly felt those emotions. Another trait of Carlo was his skill in dodging uncomfortable questions. He wasn't a pathological liar, but knew how to prevaricate and evade with such an impassive demeanor that it seemed he was speaking the truth. People who knew Carlo personally later recalled his diminished capacity for empathy. He could be described as callous and indifferent to the troubles and sorrows of others, including those close to him. After finishing school, Lissy enrolled in a prestigious university's economics faculty, chosen by his father despite Carlo's disinterest in economics or working with numbers. His opinion was never sought, and he couldn't challenge his father's decision. Thus, Carlo was accustomed to acting against his own interests just to meet others' expectations. Carlo was quite handsome and knew how to use it to his advantage. His youthful sports activities and regular gym visits in adulthood made him even more attractive. Coupled with some charm and superficial charisma, Carlo could be described as a real looker with a dazzling smile and athletic build. People often admired his looks, leading to excessive self-love and clinical narcissism. Lissy easily initiated flings with women, but was incapable of engaging in serious long-term relationships. Firstly, he tried to avoid any responsibility. Secondly, he had no interest in making long-term plans, simply going with the flow. Thirdly, his partners soon realized he was emotionally shallow and devoid of real attachment, leading them often to initiate the breakup. Even after university, the young man continued living with his parents, showing no desire to start an independent life, let alone a family of his own. Meanwhile, he secured a job at a leading IT company in Milan. Carlo earned a good salary and faced broad prospects, but remained dissatisfied with his career. However, his parents were overjoyed, and his father seemed proud of his eldest son for the first time. So Carlo was too afraid to disappoint him, preferring to avoid conflicts and criticism. But soon, a good job and career achievements weren't enough. His parents increasingly pressured him to marry and provide them with grandchildren. Aware of his numerous fleeting affairs and his inability to maintain serious relationships, these discussions often led to arguments at home, as Carlo always tried to avoid confrontations. He assured them he would soon find a wife and start a family. Carlo first laid eyes on Cristina during her performance in a musical play on stage, where he was utterly captivated by her powerful charisma and stunning vocal talent. Despite his immediate fascination, he lacked the courage to approach her after the show. However, fate intervened a few weeks later when mutual friends introduced them. At the time of their meeting, Carlo was only 23, while Cristina had already turned 30. Despite the significant age difference, they quickly developed a romantic relationship. Cristina, who had previously focused mainly on her career, found herself unexpectedly wanting to build a family and have children with Carlo. He was handsome, career-oriented, and intelligent. Cristina perceived his hesitancy, dependency, noticeable selfishness, and some emotional coldness as traits that could be mended. She took the initiative in their relationship, with Carlo compliantly following her lead. Just a few months into the relationship, Omas introduced Carlo to her family. Cristina's parents, however, were not pleased with her choice. They saw her suitor as frivolous, with Cristina's mother describing him as a child in a man's body. She believed her daughter needed a more emotionally mature partner who could be a reliable support, not this immature young man. Cristina, however, disagreed and decided to follow her heart, as she always had. Conversely, Carlo's parents were thrilled with his choice. Cristina was seen as an adult, wise, self-sufficient, and accomplished woman who could take care of herself and their indecisive, somewhat irresponsible son. The head of the family, who was not easily pleased, was particularly delighted, convincing Carlo further that he had made the right decision. About a year after meeting, the young couple moved in together and started actively planning their wedding. Carlo was quiet and compliant, always listening to his fiancée, never contradicting her, and carefully avoiding domestic disputes. Cristina made all the decisions while her chosen partner silently supported them. This arrangement suited her perfectly, as she was confident that a long and happy life awaited them. However, just before their wedding, Carlo revealed his true nature for the first time. Nearly causing them to split before the wedding, Carlo's friends threw him a bachelor party in one of Milan's popular nightclubs. They drank, had fun, and were having a great time when a group of women joined them. The guy went off to a hotel with the woman where they spent a passionate night. The next morning, unexpectedly, Carlo confessed his love to the casual lover and promised to leave his fiancée for her. That same day, he confessed everything to Cristina, stating he had fallen for someone else and no longer wanted the wedding. Cristina handled the news with dignity, packed her belongings, and decided to move back to her parents' house temporarily while finding her own place. But when Carlo's father learned about his son's actions and that the engagement with Cristina was broken off by his initiative, he was furious. He declared he didn't want to see his heir until he apologized to the bride-to-be and convinced her to marry him again. Once again, Carlo submitted to his father's will. After buying a huge bouquet of flowers, he headed to the Omas's residence. Cristina's parents opposed him. They had disliked this peculiar young man even before the news of his infidelity and the broken engagement, and now they certainly didn't want to see him. But the final decision was Christina's to make. After some thought, she decided to forgive her fiancé and give him another chance. The wedding took place as planned, and the money gifted by relatives was invested in buying their own home in M.A. Visanti. Initially, their marital life seemed quite blissful, but both held high-ranking positions with substantial salaries, affording them not just the necessities, but also travel, entertainment, and more. In 2009, they welcomed their first child, a daughter named Julia, and in 2013, Christina gave birth to a son, Gabriel. To the outside world, they appeared as a happy family, full of love and understanding. Carlos seemed to do everything to please his wife, not out of deep love or respect, but rather to avoid disputes. Christina was content with their life together, oblivious to the double life her husband led. At home, he was the exemplary family man, spending time with his wife and kids, yet in Milan, where Carlo commuted daily for work, he transformed entirely. He frequently engaged in flings and casual encounters, meeting women in cafes, shopping centres, or even on the street. The handsome, stylishly dressed man in his expensive car almost always received reciprocated interest, but these affairs typically ended after a few dates. Carlo enjoyed the control and dominance in these short-term relationships, deciding when to see his next conquest and when to leave her at home. Christina held the reins, with Carlo merely following her lead. However, rumours of his escapades eventually reached Christina. Each time she confronted him, Carlo swore it was all lies and slander. In 2013, shortly after the birth of their second child, Carlo seriously considered leaving his family for one of his mistresses, to the point of admitting his intentions to his wife. Christina countered with compelling arguments against their separation, particularly highlighting how it would upset his parents. Carlo had no choice but to concede to her reasoning. A year later, in early 2014, a new employee named Maria, young and attractive, joined Carlo's workplace. He fell for her instantly, unable to think of anyone else. He tried everything to catch her attention, giving small gifts, complimenting her, and asking her out repeatedly. However, Maria was clear about not wanting to engage with a married co-worker who had 2 children. But Carlo, persistent in his pursuit, seemed to ignore her protests and didn't think of giving up. Moreover, Carlo began to blame his family for his unhappiness, believing his wife and children were obstacles to his personal joy. He convinced himself he had never been happy in his marriage or in life for that matter. But with Maria, he imagined he could have the perfect relationship if only he wasn't bound by his marital ties and responsibilities as a father. The more he dwelled on this thought, the darker his contemplations became. Carlo broached the subject of divorce again, but his wife once more convinced him it was a bad idea, and he found no arguments to counter hers. Frustrated, he started looking online for divorce lawyers, but realized after a few consultations that he would have to surrender half of his assets to Christina and also pay child support. Unwilling to accept such an outcome, he began researching how to end a person's life quickly and without arousing suspicion. Delving into various criminal stories, Carlo stumbled upon an article about an armed robbery that had occurred a few years prior in M. Visanti. The robbers had fatally stabbed the homeowner before fleeing with the loot, remaining undetected to this day. A monstrous plan took shape in Carlo's mind to recreate a similar robbery scenario, but this time the intended victims would be the mother and children. The last day for Christina and the children was Friday, June 13th, 2014. Carlo had the day off and spent it with his family, giving them a farewell party, so to speak. They went to an amusement park together, then went to the mall for shopping and spent the evening at a popular local cafe. The man did his best to make sure that as many people as possible saw him and his family that day, and everyone noticed how happy they were. After returning home, the couple put the children to bed in their rooms on the second floor and went downstairs to the living room, where they made love. It was part of Carlo's cunning plan to avert suspicion. He knew that the examination would establish the fact that he and Christina had consensual intimacy, and who would think that after that, a man would suddenly take the life of his wife and children? The woman knew that her husband was going to watch soccer with friends and assumed that he went to get dressed, and she herself settled down in the living room at the TV. But Carlo, at that time, went to the kitchen, where he took a large knife and stealthily crept up to his wife from behind. He stabbed her in the side of the neck, but Christina not only remained conscious, but also rushed to escape. Apparently, she did not immediately realize who had attacked her, and when she turned around and saw her distraught husband with a knife in his hand, she was shocked. The victim tried to defend herself and dislodged the knife, causing the man's hand to slip and injuring his palm. Despite her efforts, the strength disparity was too great. Carlo continued his assault until Christina showed no signs of life. He then went upstairs and cut the throats of his sleeping 5-year-old daughter and 18-month-old son. Experts later concluded that the children likely did not suffer and probably didn't even wake up. Neighbours, some of whom heard loud screams, did not call the police, thinking the noise quickly subsided. Carlo clumsily staged a robbery, erasing his fingerprints and cleaning the floor where he had stepped in fresh blood. However, he left blood splatters unnoticed on his clothing. His claim of a robbery was quickly dismissed. Investigation revealed no logical reason for robbers to harm the children. Carlo became the prime suspect and gave inconsistent statements. Evidence, including a bloodied cloth in the trash, pointed to premeditated murder. Despite being labelled a psychopath, Carlo insisted on his innocence. His motive, revealed later, was to avoid divorce settlements with his wife and financial obligations to his children, so he could pursue a relationship with another woman. Carlo was sentenced to life in prison in January 2015. He showed no remorse and attempted but later withdrew an appeal. His father, unable to accept his son's actions, died shortly after Carlo's conviction.
Police in western France have found the bodies of a mother and her 4 children buried under the terrace of their house in Nantes. They'd been missing since the beginning of April. The family's 2 pet dogs were buried alongside.
In early April 2011, something unusual happened at house number 55 on Boulevard Robert Schumann in Nantes, France. Normally lively with the sounds of Xavier and Agnes Dupont de Lyons and their 4 teenage children, the house suddenly became quiet. Even the shutters, usually open even when they were away, remained closed. This worried their neighbours, who were used to hearing the children and their dogs. Concerned, the neighbours called the police. When the police first checked, they didn't find the family. But after more inspections, they made a shocking discovery. Located near Paris, Versailles was the birthplace of Xavier Dupont de Lyons, born in 1961 to a French count named Bernard Hub Dupont de Lyons, and his wife, Geneviève Theresa. Their family had some unusual history. When Bernard left his wife for another woman, Xavier took charge of caring for his mother and sister, Christine. Christine Dupont de Lyons claimed to receive messages from God, which she wrote down during sessions of automatic writing like a surrealist poet. Her beliefs eventually led her to establish a group called the Church of Philadelphia, which Geneviève convinced others was chosen to survive an upcoming apocalypse and rebuild the world. According to Geneviève, Christine was destined to be a reincarnation of both Jesus and Satan, bringing salvation despite inheriting her father's noble title. Xavier wasn't very interested in French customs. He loved luxury cars and extravagant things, especially those from the United States. His mother, Geneviève, supported his lavish lifestyle using money from her followers in the cult. In 1974, on the island of Bras, Xavier met Emmanuel Teneur, and they became close friends for life. Emmanuel even confessed his love for Xavier once, but despite this, they remained best friends. 2 years later, Xavier met Agnes Honer, who was born near Paris on November 9, 1962. She was known for her strong religious beliefs and worked at a Catholic school teaching catechism. Although not much is known about her family, it's clear that Xavier and Agnes had a passionate but brief romance in 1990. Agnes gave birth to their first child, Arthur, soon after they reunited. They married, and Xavier adopted Arthur as his own. 2 years later, they had their first biological child, Thomas, who was named after Emmanuel, chosen as his godfather. After Thomas, they had 2 more children, Anne and Benoit. The family of 6 seemed to be the picture of happiness, with Xavier being a loving father and the children doing well in school, showing promise for the future. Around 2000, Xavier moved his family to the United States to better align with their interests and preferences. However, the venture failed, causing significant financial problems when they returned to France. Xavier accumulated large debts from his unclear professional activities, which were described as sales by French media. Financial issues troubled Xavier for many years, including a failed attempt to import cars from the United States to France. Xavier also started several small businesses, none of which were very successful. These included a hotel and restaurant guide for salespeople, a customer loyalty system for restaurants, and an association called the French Federation of Commerce. He also managed a discreet business where he was listed as the manager, but the earnings from this were minimal. In 2003, he hired 6 salespeople, but his income remained low, around $4,200 annually. His work often took him away from home during the week, putting strain on his marriage. Financial problems began to affect their relationship, worsened by typical marital disagreements. By 2004, Agnes wrote extensively on a French forum about their challenges. She mentioned that Xavier once said a group death in their family wouldn't be catastrophic. By 2009, their growing debt led to a temporary separation. During this time, Xavier blamed Agnes for their financial troubles in numerous letters, causing Agnes emotional distress, affecting her appetite and sleep. Xavier turned to his friend Emmanuel for help. Emmanuel, despite coming from a wealthy family, lived modestly in a small apartment. He generously lent Xavier large sums of money, funded his travels, and even co-signed for the house where Xavier settled with his family in the late 2000s. Once settled at 55 Boulevard Robert Schumann, neighbours saw Agnes as bossy and less pleasant than her husband. Behind closed doors, Agnes faced personal turmoil, viewing Xavier as emotionally distant, rigid, and sometimes abusive. She confided in friends from her prayer group about her fears of Xavier's mother, Genevieve, whom she described as mentally ill and controlling. In January 2011, Xavier hoped for an inheritance following the death of his father, Bernard, despite the gap between his lifestyle and financial struggles. However, Xavier was in for a surprise when he looked into his father's estate. There was hardly anything significant left. Just a few papers, a rifle, a card, a ring, and some cash. Xavier took these items shortly after Bernard's death. Within hours, he withdrew cash using his father's card. By February 2nd, he obtained a firearms license, and by March 12th, he purchased a silencer for the rifle. During this time, he practiced shooting in his garden, aiming at a balloon on a stand. Emmanuel, visiting at the time, tried the rifle and saw nothing suspicious. Xavier explained the silencer was to avoid bothering neighbours. On Friday, April 1st, Xavier and Emmanuel went to a shooting range where Bernard's inherited rifle was a topic of interest. The next day, Emmanuel called Xavier several times, speaking with him for nearly an hour. Investigation suggests the horror began on Sunday, April 3rd. That evening, Xavier, Agnes and their children went to the movies and enjoyed dinner at a restaurant. Everyone was there except Thomas, who was studying at a nearby university hostel. After returning home, Xavier messaged Christine about their dinner outing. The widely accepted theory is that Xavier drugged his family while they slept, then shot and buried them in the garden, including their 2 Labrador dogs. Xavier's alibi was as calculated as his actions. On Monday morning, April 4th, Xavier started contacting people in their circle. He called Agnes's workplace claiming she was sick and contacted the children's schools, fabricating stories about their illnesses and accidents. By midday, he sent a letter to Arthur's workplace saying Arthur was resigning due to Xavier's transfer to Australia. He still had Thomas to deal with. That evening, he met Thomas for dinner near his university residence. Afterward, Thomas returned to his room. The next day, Xavier sent an urgent message to Thomas, claiming Agnes had a bicycle accident and was in a coma at a hospital. This prompted Thomas to rush to Nantes. It's presumed Xavier killed Thomas in the same manner as his siblings and mother. Later that evening, Emmanuel spoke with Xavier for nearly 19 minutes. Around midnight, a friend of Thomas received a message from him, claiming he was home watching a movie with his father. Thomas was likely already dead by then. About an hour later, Xavier emailed Emmanuel to arrange a meeting. Emmanuel reminded Xavier about having power of attorney and the location of a key on a sailboat, which seemed unusual given the circumstances. Xavier's actions were far from discreet. He moved in and out of his house openly, even leaving a note on the door to stop delivering mail. Instead of hiding, he withdrew cash from ATMs and was captured by security cameras. He used his credit cards at restaurants and stayed in hotels under his real name. As Xavier attempted his perfect escape, neighbours began noticing troubling signs. The once open windows of the chalet stayed closed for days. Local children no longer saw the family's 4 children playing, and the dogs stopped barking. Agnes didn't return to work. It seemed as if they had vanished without a trace. Neighbours, alarmed by these clues, contacted the authorities. When officers arrived, they found a nearly empty refrigerator with only a few jars of preserves. The kitchen had a still damp mop, a chess set was left on the living room table, and guitars were on the sofa. The scene was eerie. Beds were stripped, picture frames empty, and closets missing clothes. Amidst the mystery, on April 9th, a letter surfaced addressed to family and friends. It claimed Xavier had been hired by the US Drug Enforcement Administration and that the family had to go into witness protection, explaining their sudden disappearance. This story raised suspicion and worry among neighbours who felt something was not right. Concerned for the family's safety, they urged authorities to investigate further. Meanwhile, Xavier travelled through southern France in his car. As media attention grew, more details emerged. On April 15th, security cameras caught Xavier entering a small hotel near Cannes. He parked, took a bag, and disappeared into nearby woods. This was the last confirmed sighting of him. Curiously, on the same day, Emmanuel called his mother, revealing secrets. He was homosexual, an alcoholic, and depressed. Responding to pleas from neighbours and lacking leads, authorities revisited the family home on April 21, 2011. They noticed a freshly disturbed patch of earth under a terrace, leading to the discovery of a concrete slab. Moments later, they made a grim discovery. The bodies of Agnes and her 4 children were found wrapped in bags, each with multiple gunshot wounds and covered in religious symbols. They had been carefully buried in burlap sacks with quicklime. The family's 2 Labradors were also found buried nearby. Despite an extensive search, no traces of blood, fingerprints, or DNA were found at the scene. Xavier became the most wanted man in France, accused of the brutal massacre. His face was plastered across the news, earning him titles like the Most Wanted Man, the Nantes Killer, and the Face of Horror. Despite this publicity, he seemed to have mysteriously vanished without a trace. Autopsy results on the 5 bodies revealed a carefully planned execution. Most of the victims had been shot in the head, and traces of a sedative were found in the children, suggesting they were attacked while asleep. Investigators discovered that Agnes, in the master bedroom, had a device for managing sleep apnea that stopped functioning at 3:27 a.m. on April 4th. Speculation arose that Xavier might have hesitated to kill Thomas, possibly due to his position as the heir to the family name. Due to Xavier's close relationship with Emmanuel, the authorities questioned him extensively. Initially cooperative, Emmanuel suggested that Xavier's disappearance might have been a form of pilgrimage before suicide. However, deeper investigation into Emmanuel's life revealed inconsistencies. Police searched his apartment and seized his laptop, uncovering extensive correspondence with Xavier. These emails ranged from mundane to philosophical, with one particularly intriguing email sent on April 6th. This email, along with other details, led investigators to suspect that Emmanuel might have assisted in Xavier's escape. However, Christine also came under scrutiny. During interviews, both she and Genevieve were evasive, painting a superficial picture of Xavier and denying knowledge of the Church of Philadelphia. Despite their denials, investigators unearthed a past complaint from former sect members who had fled in fear after Christine proposed unconventional practices. This revelation about the sect, including wealthy members providing support, suggested a possible source of logistical and material assistance for Xavier. Investigators interrogated all former members and monitored current followers, hoping for any slip-ups that might lead to new leads. Despite efforts, no definitive breakthroughs emerged from these avenues. Meanwhile, Xavier's cell phone records provided clues to his movements within the country, aiding authorities in piecing together his possible escape route. The last concrete trace of Xavier was a security recording from April 15th. Investigators speculated he might have had a weapon in his bag, judging by its shape. Despite signs suggesting he might have taken his own life in the woods, exhaustive searches yielded no body or remains. This led to a theory that Xavier could have been picked up by a boat and taken to another country. In response, an international arrest warrant was issued on May 4th. Nantes police contacted the National Centre for Fisheries Monitoring to check if Emmanuel or Xavier owned a motorboat or sailboat, but they found nothing conclusive. They noted that their records might not be fully up to date. On May 9th, Emmanuel was summoned to the Nantes police station for another interview, which turned into an interrogation. Police focused on locating a boat and identifying its captain. At this stage, Emmanuel was unaware of the depth of the investigation or the suspicions surrounding him. When asked about a reference to a sailboat, Emmanuel described it as a coincidence. He disclosed giving Xavier power of attorney to access his safe deposit box in case of an emergency, with the key stored on a model sailboat in an apartment. The safe contained his will, and that was all. Frustrated and empty-handed, the police released Emmanuel after the interrogation. Despite several coincidences, the investigation into Xavier's disappearance remained uncertain. Emmanuel was viewed primarily as a witness, and no arrests had been made. However, police debated the need for further interrogation, leaning on him as the most likely accomplice. A significant breakthrough occurred when investigators reviewed all checks issued to Xavier's company. They discovered an unusual check for $4,200 signed by Emmanuel, linked to an unknown account in Monaco. They immediately requested account statements, but Monaco's strict banking privacy laws required responses through their own regulatory agencies. On September 28th, 4 police officers revisited Emmanuel's residence. After a long wait, Emmanuel emerged disoriented and in his underwear, barely able to confirm his identity. His apartment was sparsely furnished, littered with empty alcohol bottles, suggesting a state of deep loneliness. Emmanuel hadn't received any letters or calls from Xavier, which troubled him deeply. Police no longer considered him a suspect, but rather a lost soul, raising doubts about their investigative focus. Xavier had become one of France's most wanted alleged murderers, possibly internationally notorious. In 2015, a journalist claimed to have received a letter from Xavier asserting he was alive. Handwriting, DNA, and fingerprint analyses were conducted on the note, but they yielded no new information. On January 9, 2018, police raided a monastery in Rebrun-sur-Aran after a tip-off about a monk resembling Xavier. After 2 hours of intense searching, they determined it was a case of mistaken identity. On January 18, 2019, Emmanuel died of a heart attack. That same year, authorities mistakenly arrested a man believed to be Xavier at Glasgow Airport in Scotland. Another theory suggested Xavier might be in South America, particularly Argentina, where his language skills and charisma could aid in blending in. Over the years, the Church of Philadelphia has persisted and reportedly experienced a resurgence. This secretive group, active for nearly 40 years, remains withdrawn from the world. In the summer of 2019, two brothers raised within the sect filed new complaints against Christine and Genève. For 2 decades, these women have staunchly proclaimed that Xavier is alive, innocent, and hiding in the United States under witness protection. They refute the contents of the April 9th letter as pure fabrication. While this could be seen as denial, it might also obscure certain truths. Since 2011, the case has been fraught with speculation and false leads, leading authorities down endless paths. The crucial question remains, will justice ever be served for Agnes and her children? Despite a bleak outlook, some believe that the truth will eventually come to light.
It was a Wednesday night in Georgia when Theresa left her sister's house, filled with the excitement of a new beginning. Her new apartment was ready, representing the fresh start she had long waited for. Everything in her life felt like it was finally aligning. At approximately 10:30 p.m., she placed one final phone call to a friend. Theresa explained she was returning to the house she still shared with her soon-to-be ex-husband, only to collect a few more of her belongings. She intended to wait for him to be asleep, hoping to prevent any trouble. But after that conversation, nobody heard from her ever again. Her phone fell silent. Her car was found in an unusual location. And the very man she was trying to escape? He gave a story, but there was something about it that simply felt wrong. Uncovering what truly occurred that night would take years, and the reality was far more disturbing than anyone had imagined. This is the story of Theresa Parker. Theresa Fielding came into the world on September 9, 1965, in San Diego County, California. As the daughter of Claire and William Fielding, she was raised in a busy home with her 4 siblings, Hilda, Jerry, Richard, and the youngest, Christina. From their earliest years, Theresa had a uniquely tight bond with Christina, a relationship that would stay strong throughout her life. Her loyalty, however, wasn't confined to a single sibling. Family, in every sense, was always at the center of her world. In her adult life, Theresa was recognized for her warmth and relaxed demeanor. Her kindness made a permanent impact, and her natural empathy led her toward a career in public service. She began working as a police dispatcher in Lafayette, Louisiana, where she excelled in the demanding, fast-paced setting. Conveniently, Christina and her family had also relocated to the same area, which let the sisters maintain the constant contact they both cherished so deeply. Theresa's skill and commitment ultimately brought her to a new position. In September of 1992, she became the supervisor of the Emergency Services Center in Walker County, Georgia. It was likely during this period that her path crossed with Samuel Logan Parker, a local police officer. Born around 1956 and raised in Walker County, Samuel spent his youth exploring the woods and fishing alongside his brother, Kenneth, who would later follow his lead into the military and then law enforcement. For those close to him, Samuel's entire identity was tied to his badge. He was a man who lived for his work and seldom let anything else get in the way. But behind this professional facade, a darker part of him was hidden. In the 1980s, Samuel was married to a woman named Kayla Burrell. By 1989, while he was on his second tour with the Lafayette Police Department, Kayla told friends that her husband had physically attacked her while wearing his uniform. One of these friends was married to a city councilman, Max Morrison, who took these troubling claims to Police Chief Dino Richardson and City Manager David Aldridge. Nothing happened. Samuel was not questioned. The abuse didn't stop. Kayla faced another horrifying event when she questioned Samuel about a minor exchange he had with a store clerk. His response was explosive. He pulled her through broken glass by her hair and then handcuffed her to a bedpost. In time, Kayla found the courage to leave. Yet even after they were separated, Samuel's aggression grew worse. He broke into her new residence with a master key, held her down on a sofa, and put his service revolver to her temple. He threatened her life, vowing no one would find her body if she revealed what had happened. Despite this terrifying history, Samuel eventually started dating Theresa, who by all reports knew nothing of his violent past. His charm was effective. He told Kenneth that she was completely taken with him, and Christina described him as funny and gentlemanly. He appeared to be a perfect fit. On September 11, 1993, Samuel and Theresa got married. Their first years as a married couple were intense but unstable. They loved each other deeply but fought frequently. With time, the more sinister aspects of Samuel's character started to show. Professionally, he had climbed the ladder and was at the height of his career by 2002. In private, however, their house had turned into a war zone. On May 4th of that year, emergency crews were summoned to the couple's residence following a domestic dispute. Samuel, drunk and furious, was yelling at Theresa, accusing her of being unfaithful. When the police showed up, they found the property in chaos, with women's clothing and personal items thrown across the yard, Theresa in tears, and a clear red mark on her face. When questioned about the mark, Theresa said she had scratched it herself. She chose not to press charges and instead requested to spend the night somewhere else. According to Georgia's Code 17, specifically the predominant aggressor rule, police officers must arrest a suspect in obvious domestic violence situations, regardless of the victim's cooperation. Samuel should have been arrested, but the officer in charge failed to act. His inaction allowed Samuel to go on living without penalty. This same police officer later explained his failure to act that night in 2002 by saying he did not want to make Theresa a victim. His choice not to document the event or detain Samuel carried no official repercussion. No report, no follow-up, absolutely nothing. The entire incident was simply erased. By April of 2003, Theresa and Samuel attempted to mend their relationship with a trip. They went to Panama City Beach, Florida, a resort town known for its miles of white sand and blue-green water. It was meant to be a peaceful getaway. They passed the day sunbathing and relaxing, eventually sitting down for a meal at a restaurant on the beach. But at some point during dinner, something enraged Samuel. His demeanor became violent. He threatened to handcuff Theresa, end his own life, and make her haul away his body, possibly suggesting he would kill her too. The terror intensified as they left the restaurant in their car. Samuel discharged his revolver out the window. Witnesses saw it and promptly called the police. When officers got there, they discovered Theresa crying and visibly distressed. Samuel, extremely intoxicated, was unpredictable and hostile. Although he confessed to threatening suicide, he denied shooting a gun or even possessing one. But his lie unraveled fast. Police found 2 handguns in his car, one of which had been recently fired. Given the nature of his threats and his conduct, Samuel was taken to a mental health center for an assessment. He did not go willingly. On the drive there, he said something bone-chilling to the officers, that with his police training, he could conceal a body so effectively that it would never be found. After a 72-hour observation period, he was discharged and went back home with Theresa. Time did not fix the damage. Samuel's mental condition deteriorated, made worse by his unchecked alcohol consumption. He stopped limiting his drinking to his off hours. It began to bleed into his workdays. Their home life, which was already delicate, fell apart completely. In April 2006, Theresa went to 2 of Samuel's colleagues, Dino and Sheriff Steve Wilson, asking for help. She spoke with them for 45 minutes, explaining Samuel's unpredictable behavior, his drinking problem, the Florida incident, and his continuous threats. She emphasized that she did not want him arrested. She simply wanted him removed from the house. Shortly after, Theresa took the first significant step towards her own freedom. She filed for divorce. Her sister Christina was by her side, observing as Theresa, rather than showing sadness, seemed relieved. It was the correct choice. By the start of 2007, Theresa was making plans for a new beginning. She looked for a new apartment, with hopes of living near Christina and being able to spend more time with her nephews. Even though she was still living in the same house as Samuel, the act of finding a new place filled her with a rush of hope. On March 21, 2007, Theresa located the apartment she wanted. The process of moving in gave her new energy. That evening, she went to see Christina, and they chatted excitedly about the new place and their future plans. But as they embraced goodbye, Christina felt something odd, an emptiness she could not put into words. Around 10:30 p.m. from her new apartment, Theresa phoned her good friend and coworker, Rhonda Knox. She explained her plan to go back one last time to the marital house in Lafayette to get some of her things. She would wait for Samuel to fall asleep, doing anything to prevent a confrontation. That night, Theresa Parker disappeared. At about 2 a.m., on March 22nd, Samuel appeared at the residence of Christy Bellflower, a woman he was reportedly involved with. From her phone, he called a fellow officer, Ben Chaffin. What he revealed to Ben was horrifying. He said he had done something to Theresa, and then claimed nobody would ever find her. Before he hung up, he warned Ben to remain silent, or there would be consequences. At 5 a.m., Samuel departed the residence. Detectives theorized that during those early morning hours, he got rid of Theresa's body. They believe he traveled to a secluded location about 30 miles from Walker County, near a river and a hunting path, a spot he was very familiar with from his youth. At 6 a.m., Rhonda Knox got a phone call from Theresa's number. No one said a word. The call ended. After repeated failed attempts to contact her on her cell and landline, an alarmed Rhonda got in touch with Shane Green, a friend at the Walker County Sheriff's Department, and requested he do a welfare check on Theresa. Shane and another deputy, Corey Griffin, went to the house in Lafayette and checked the exterior. Samuel's gray truck was in the driveway. While the garage was secured, Shane shined his flashlight through a crack. He could see Samuel's patrol car inside, but Theresa's vehicle was gone. Christina, not knowing what was unfolding, figured her sister was just preoccupied with cleaning her new apartment. But later that afternoon, things took a turn. Theresa's SUV was suddenly parked back at the house she had shared with Samuel. Yet she was not there. Her phone was not being answered. Nobody had seen her. Even Samuel was placing calls to her. By this point, more than 24 hours had passed without any contact. Christina was becoming frantic. On Saturday, March 24th, the Parker family officially reported her as a missing person. Friends, neighbors, and other community members acted quickly. They organized vigils, put up flyers, and started searching, desperate for any lead. Understanding the sensitivity of the situation, Sheriff Steve Wilson involved the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. Special Agent James Harris was put on the case. He started his work at Theresa's new apartment, where he discovered some clothes, shoes, and her work uniform, but no indication of Theresa herself. The community came together. Search parties scoured the woods, drained ponds, and searched through the local landfill. The landscape, however, was immense. Thick forests extended for miles around the couple's old home. As suspicion grew, Special Agent Harris questioned Samuel. The officer insisted Theresa had left willingly due to their divorce. But contradictions in his story raised serious doubts. Something was off. The Parker residence was inspected 5 times. Investigators took old rifles and other weapons, although none appeared to have a direct connection to the disappearance. Samuel reacted angrily at the police, claiming they were unfairly focusing on him and proposed they examine Theresa's possessions instead. To make their case stronger, investigators brought in scent tracking dogs. They let the dogs get Samuel's scent from his clothes and patrol vehicle. Once released, the dogs traced a path up a hill and then back down, a route that matched the theory that he had carried a body into the woods. Samuel stuck to his story. She had just left. He accused the police of fabricating a story without evidence. But the most significant silence came from the officer who had heard Samuel's confession. He did not tell a soul about that call. As months turned into a year and leads went cold, the inquiry expanded. Yet the evidence, piece by piece, continued to point back to Samuel. The authorities performed another search of the former marital house. This time, a crime scene specialist found what seemed to be blood traces. The case was shifting from just a missing person to something more sinister. As forensic specialists did their work, another troubling fact came to light. Samuel's truck had been obviously cleaned. The inside had been wiped down, erasing any visible evidence. But the case against him, quietly building for months, was about to hit its peak. After a 25-year career, Samuel Parker was terminated from the Lafayette Police Department, not for any misconduct on the job, but for storing explosives inside his locker at work. The firing was confirmation of what many already suspected. Samuel was spiraling out of control. He had lost respect for the badge he once revered and the institution that had protected him. Then came the discovery that altered the entire investigation. Forensic tests confirmed that Theresa's blood, along with Samuel's DNA, was present in the back of his truck. With this evidence, on February 4, 2008, Samuel was arrested and officially charged with the murder of his wife. He held to his narrative that Theresa had gone to Florida, or perhaps to Mexico, but there was no body, no concrete proof. Nevertheless, the case proceeded to trial. On August 17, 2009, the trial commenced. He did not take the stand in his own defense. Instead, his defense team suggested that Theresa could very well still be alive. Samuel's first wife testified, recounting the horrors she had experienced. Then, in a moment that sent a shock through the courtroom, Officer Ben Chaffin at last revealed what he had concealed. He described the early morning phone call from Samuel, where he admitted to murdering Theresa and boasted that her body would never be located. Witness after witness testified how Samuel frequently bragged about knowing the Georgia wilderness so well he could hide a body that would never be found. With this testimony and a network of circumstantial evidence, the prosecution laid out a detailed timeline, showing how Samuel could have taken Theresa's life and hidden her remains. The defense fought back, insisting there was no direct proof connecting him to her death, no body, no murder weapon, no witness to the crime. But in September 2009, the jury returned with their decision. Guilty of malice murder, making false statements, and violating his oath as an officer. The judge gave Samuel Parker a sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole. He displayed no emotion. On the other side of the courtroom, Theresa's family cried. Christina, though relieved by the conviction, faced a heartbreaking reality. Samuel, the man now destined to live out his days in prison, was probably the only person who knew where her sister's remains were, and he was not talking. Samuel's lawyers submitted an appeal, claiming the evidence was not strong enough and the trial was unfair. They asked for a new trial, but fate had a different outcome in store. 3 years after Theresa went missing, on the afternoon of Monday, September 20, 2010, a man named David was on a break from a long day of hauling corn. While on a walk through a wooded area near the eastern bank of the Chattooga River, close to the Alabama line, he came across something strange. It was a human jawbone. David quickly notified the authorities. That same evening, more skeletal remains were found in the same location. As night came, the search was temporarily stopped. The following day, with a bigger crew, investigators went back to the location. More bones and fragments of clothing were found in the vicinity. Ironically, at that exact moment, another search for Theresa's body was in progress, but it was happening in a completely different location, far from the state border. Once the remains were collected, forensic specialists started their analysis. By comparing dental records, they made the devastating confirmation: it was Theresa. And even today, he has never revealed what took place that night. Even though investigators had found Theresa Parker's remains, a key question was still unanswered. How exactly did her body get to that remote location? It might have been the spot where Samuel initially left her, or river currents could have moved her remains there over the years. No one could be certain. After 3.5 years of exposure to the weather, forensic specialists could not pinpoint an exact cause of death. But the doubt was gone. Theresa was found. On the evening of Tuesday, September 21, 2010, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation and the Walker County Sheriff's Office started to inform all the agencies that had been involved in the case. Most critically, they reached out to Theresa's family. After years of suffering and relentless searching, the Parker family finally had a measure of closure. That Wednesday, shortly after noon, Sheriff Steve Wilson held a press conference. Between 3 p.m. and 5 p.m., local journalists assembled outside the Walker County Courthouse, their cameras set for the announcement, just in time for the evening broadcast. The press conference was held in the Public Affairs room in the basement of the Commissioner's office. "It's a difficult day to make this report," Sheriff Wilson stated, "but it's a day that provides some peace to the family, to her loved ones, to her co-workers, and to the hundreds who worked on this case tirelessly for over 3 years." Following his statement, which took about 15 minutes, Wilson answered questions from the media. He confirmed that his department had never given up its search for Theresa. Now, with the recovery of her remains, the jury's decision felt completely validated. The officials conveyed their deep condolences to the Parker family, admitting that while their loss could never be undone, they could at least now provide her with a proper burial. Even those who had once defended Samuel now had their doubts erased. The discovery of Theresa's remains changed everything, destroying any last bit of belief in the former officer's innocence. Still, there was some criticism about how long it took to find her body. Many noted that law enforcement had kept their searches within a 4-county area, but never explored the southern part of Chattooga County. It was only due to a farmer's chance finding that the truth was finally revealed. A few days later, the police made the medical examiner's report public. It confirmed what had long been suspected. Theresa was the victim of a homicide. The report, however, could not name a specific cause of death. In spite of the ambiguity about the method, investigators were all in agreement on one thing: none of this new information would help Samuel's appeal. As Sheriff Wilson stated, the verdict was final. On Thursday, October 7, 2010, loved ones came together at the Walker County Civic Center for a memorial service to honor Theresa. Friends, family, and members of the community attended to offer their last respects. The next day, a funeral service was conducted at the First Baptist Church of Lafayette. The burial was held on Saturday, October 9th. Sheriff Wilson was there in person. By then, Samuel Parker had been serving his life sentence for 14 months in a Georgia state prison. In an unusual move, he gave an exclusive interview to a local news station. Showing no regret, he continued to declare his innocence, slammed the prosecutors, and said they had twisted his character. He insisted the evidence had been tampered with and that he was unfairly depicted as violent and unstable. But the courts were unmoved. In November 2014, the Georgia Supreme Court affirmed his conviction. Justice had been served. For the Parker family, Theresa's absence would always be a profound loss. She was a vital part of their lives, a cherished sister, daughter, and friend. They understood that no conviction or sentence could ever bring her back. But the knowledge that the man who had stolen her life would never hurt another woman offered them a degree of comfort. In her memory, the family made a solemn promise to increase awareness about domestic violence, to speak up, to educate, and to help others see the warning signs before it is too late. Theresa Parker's story transformed from a tragedy into a call to action.
We're diving into a chilling case that proves the saying no case doesn't always hold true. This principle, rooted in English law, gained fame after the miracle of Campton. But in our story, there's no body yet there's still a case. On a November morning in 2011, Galina K returned to her rented apartment on Ubovica Street in Vladivostok and vanished without a trace. 3 years later, her boyfriend, Victor Cohen, was convicted of her murder. However, no physical evidence of Galina's death was ever presented in court. Her parents remain convinced she is alive and continue to hope for her return. In April 2024, Victor Cohen was released from prison, reigniting public interest in the case. The controversy has split opinions. Some believe Victor served time for a crime that never happened, while others argue the sentence for murder was far too lenient. Let's explore how this high-profile disappearance and alleged murder unfolded, dividing the nation and inspiring search efforts for Galina. Victor Cohen was born on July 9, 1988, in Vladivostok. He adopted the surname Cohen in 2012. His parents divorced when he was young, leaving his mother and grandmother to raise him. In 2005, he graduated from the Far Eastern State University's high school gymnasium. He enrolled in the university's Institute of Mass Communications to study public relations but dropped out after 6 months. In 2007, Alona Kadinskaya introduced Victor to her sister, Galina, who was 3.5 years older than him. Galina was born on April 22, 1985, in Rostov-on-Don. At age 13, her family moved to Vladivostok. Galina was known for her striking appearance, unique sense of style, and artistic nature. She studied at an art school and later joined the Faculty of Design at the Far Eastern Federal University. Victor fell deeply in love with Galina, and together they dreamed of pursuing theater careers. Victor dropped out of school, and the couple moved to Moscow to chase their dreams. Unfortunately, Galina failed her entrance exams, and although Victor succeeded, he returned to Vladivostok with her out of solidarity. Back home, they started living together, and Victor received news of his grandfather's death. With the inheritance Victor received after his grandfather's death, he and Galina rented an apartment in the city center, bought themselves cars, and decided to invest the remaining money into a business. They tried several ventures producing car tires, opening a chain of donut shops, and even reselling Churchiela traditional Georgian sweets. However, all these projects quickly failed, leaving the couple disheartened. Over time, the strain of financial failure began to take a toll on their relationship. Their disagreements turned into heated arguments, and at times, violence. On one occasion, Galina's friends witnessed Victor lifting her by the neck during a fight. However, Galina wasn't always the victim. She sometimes hit Victor or broke furniture in their rented apartment during arguments. Their relationship deteriorated further. Galina began frequenting nightclubs, while Victor sought attention from other women, both seemingly trying to escape the problems in their lives. On the morning of November 14, 2011, after another night out at the club, Galina returned home in high spirits. However, Victor wasn't there, which made her furious. At 6:43 a.m., she called him, demanding he return immediately. Within 15 minutes, Victor was back at their apartment. A heated argument followed, during which they decided to end their relationship for good. Galina demanded 300,000 rubles in exchange for the car Victor had previously given her. Victor handed over the money, and Galina left the apartment, supposedly for the last time. The following day, Galina's parents grew concerned when they couldn't reach her. Her phone was switched off. Victor also didn't respond to their calls. 2 days later, he contacted Galina's mother, explaining that the two had quarreled. He claimed she had taken a large sum of money and left, saying, "You'll never see me again. Don't look for me. Tell my mom everything is fine with me." Victor added that he had tried calling Galina several times after she left, but her phone remained off. Initially, her sudden disappearance didn't alarm her friends and family, as Galina was known for her impulsive behavior. However, as days passed without any sign of her, their worry grew. Initially, Galina's disappearance didn't raise alarms because she was known for her impulsive nature and had disappeared for days before. However, 3 days later, her father filed a missing person report, prompting law enforcement to begin an official search. Police immediately questioned Victor, as he was the last person to see Galina. During his interrogation, Victor admitted that his relationship with Galina had deteriorated and that he was seeing another woman. He described Galina as volatile and jealous, claiming she had physically attacked him in the past and once poured yogurt on his car in a fit of rage. Victor insisted on his innocence, saying, "I didn't kill Galina. Yes, we quarreled. She packed her belongings, took 300,000 rubles and left. I don't know where she went." Investigators searched the apartment the couple shared, as well as both of their cars, but found no blood or any evidence of foul play. Victor even agreed to take a lie detector test. While his testimony was inconsistent at times, there was no concrete proof linking him to Galina's disappearance. Police also interviewed Galina's friends and neighbors but found no signs of a crime. Adding to the mystery, Galina had never traveled outside of Vladivostok and didn't possess a foreign passport. With no evidence of wrongdoing, the authorities decided not to pursue a criminal case. Victor, meanwhile, moved on with his life. He collected Galina's belongings and returned them to her parents. Shortly afterward, he moved in with his new girlfriend, Tatiana. Their relationship blossomed, and in 2012 they got married. It was during this time that Victor decided to change his last name. Encouraged by Tatiana, who had heard the name in a movie, he adopted the surname Cohen, leaving behind his father's surname, which he had long disliked. For several years, Galina's disappearance faded from public memory. Victor and Tatiana enjoyed a happy marriage, filled with travel and quiet moments together. But everything changed 3 years later, when Galina's disappearance was reclassified as a murder case. For 3 years, Galina remained missing, and her mother, Elena Kadinskaya, didn't initially worry much. Elena believed her daughter's creative and unpredictable nature meant she might have simply left on a whim. This lack of urgency likely contributed to the delay in classifying Galina's disappearance as a criminal case. In June 2014, however, the authorities revisited the case. Based on existing evidence, they reclassified it as a murder investigation under the relevant criminal code. Galina was officially listed as a missing person, and detectives began exploring multiple theories about her disappearance. These ranged from her leaving to work in the modeling industry abroad to the possibility of foul play. As investigators delved into the murder theory, Victor Cohen, Galina's ex-boyfriend, came under scrutiny. They uncovered reports of frequent quarrels between the two, often fueled by Galina's jealousy over Victor's relationships with other women. Additionally, there were claims that Galina had plans to travel to Korea. She had previously worked as a model in China and was rumored to want to continue her career in modeling. However, Victor became the primary suspect because he was the last person to see Galina alive. Discrepancies in Victor's and other witnesses' testimonies further raised suspicions about his potential involvement. On July 23, 2014, Victor was summoned for questioning. During this session, he shocked investigators by confessing to killing Galina. Victor admitted that during an argument on the morning of November 14, 2011, he strangled Galina. He then dismembered her body in the bathroom, placed the remains into 3 plastic buckets, and transported them to a wooded area near the Vareg factory. There, he built a fire using car tires, burned the body, and scattered the ashes in various locations. Victor displayed an unsettling level of confidence during the interrogation. He spoke casually with investigators, used foul language, and even smiled as he recounted the gruesome details. Sitting comfortably, with his feet on the floor, he behaved as though the entire ordeal was a routine conversation. He shared chilling details, including how he had initially planned to boil Galina's body in a steamer, grind the remains with a meat grinder, and flush them down the toilet. However, he abandoned this idea, fearing the sewer system might clog and incriminate him. Victor coldly explained that he killed Galina because she was interfering with his new relationship. This shocking confession left even seasoned detectives stunned by Victor's lack of remorse and the sheer brutality of his actions. Victor described Galina as an unconventional woman who thrived on attention. She frequently went out to nightclubs and had a fiery temper, often causing loud arguments at home. According to Victor, Galina sometimes spoke of wanting the glamorous life of an escort model. However, she refused to accept that such a lifestyle often required providing intimate services. Despite her eccentric behavior, Victor found her charming and interesting until things took a darker turn. From Victor Cohen's interrogation. I was irritated. I was standing near the coffee machine, drinking coffee, and something in me just snapped. That was it. I went home, walked up to her while she was sleeping, said, "I'm sorry," and started choking her. She woke up and tried to fight back. But I strangled her for a long time. Then I left the house and cried. It wasn't fear, it was frustration and loss. I understood what I had done, but as a rational person, I kept my composure. Following the confession, investigators brought Victor to the apartment he shared with Galina in 2011 to conduct an investigative experiment. There, Victor demonstrated how he strangled Galina on a folding sofa. He claimed she had been drunk and asleep, making it easy for him to overpower her. After ensuring she was dead, Victor said he left the apartment, went to his car, and devised a calculated plan to dispose of her body. Victor explained that he had learned about burning bodies using car tires from a documentary about India, where the practice was used in traditional cremation rituals to achieve higher temperatures. He told investigators that disposing of Galina's body was much simpler than he had initially imagined. Late that night, Victor was taken to the vacant lot where he claimed to have burned Galina's remains. Under pitch darkness, he was asked to pinpoint the exact location. However, according to human rights activists, the chosen location had no traffic or CCTV cameras, raising suspicions about the integrity of the investigation. Key gaps in the case emerged during the investigation. Victor repeatedly pointed out inconsistencies himself. It wasn't clear what tool he used to dismember Galina's body, as an ordinary kitchen knife wouldn't suffice. Questions arose about how he fit her remains into 3 buckets, carried them out in full view, and why no one noticed him leaving with such unusual items. The landlord who rented the apartment to Galina was later brought in for questioning, as investigators tried to piece together the missing details. When investigators questioned the landlords who rented the apartment to Galina and Victor, they revealed that they had lost contact with Victor after learning the police had been there. When they went to check the property, they found the apartment completely empty, no tenants or belongings remained. On the ceiling, they noticed brown splatters they assumed were from coffee or tea, and there were black streaks on the wallpaper, likely from storing car tires. Unknown to Victor, his interrogation had been recorded on video. When he realized he had revealed too much on camera, he retracted his confession. Victor claimed that during his questioning at the investigation unit on Careva Street, officers had forced him to confess through unauthorized methods. He also alleged they threatened to harm his wife, Tatiana, if he did not comply. Victor stated that the story he told was fabricated under duress by the officers, and that the location of the alleged burning of Galina's remains had been deduced using his phone records. However, questions about his claims of torture arose. CCTV footage from the investigation unit showed that Tatiana Cohen arrived at the building around 6 p.m., but was not allowed inside. She waited outside until 6:20 p.m., at which point Victor was brought in. Tatiana entered the building at 6:30 p.m., and Victor's recorded interrogation began at 6:38 p.m. Critics questioned how torture could occur in just 8 minutes, leading Victor to make up such a detailed and graphic confession. On August 11, 2015, after the first court hearing, Victor Cohen was found guilty of the murder of Galina Kadinskaya. The court sentenced him to 9 years and 10 months of imprisonment in a strict regime penal colony. After Victor's conviction, his wife Tatiana became his staunchest supporter and primary defender. Convinced of his innocence, she tirelessly fought to clear his name. The case captured the attention of Vladivostok residents, dividing the public into 2 camps: those who believed Victor was wrongfully convicted and those who saw him as a cold-blooded killer. Supporters even organized rallies in Victor's defense, while his wife remained unwavering in her fight for justice. Even after the devastating news that her husband would spend nearly 10 years in prison, Tatiana remained steadfast in her belief in Victor's innocence. During the court proceedings, a revealing video included in the case files was shown. Victor claimed his confessions were coerced through threats and physical abuse by interrogators, citing hospital records that documented a concussion and ear trauma as evidence. The case gained widespread attention. The idea that a young, charming man with striking brown eyes could coldly strangle, dismember, and burn his girlfriend shocked the public. Many struggled to reconcile these accusations with Victor's charismatic persona and his background. He had even been admitted to the prestigious Moscow Theatre Institute but chose not to pursue it. Friends, classmates, and acquaintances universally described Victor as a positive, well-mannered individual. Victor's defense focused on the lack of concrete evidence. Neither the apartment, where the murder allegedly occurred, nor the site where the body was reportedly burned yielded any traces of human DNA. Witnesses even claimed to have seen Galina in the city after her disappearance. The case's emotional intensity was further amplified by Galina's mother, Elena Kadinskaya. She genuinely believed her daughter was alive and consistently stated in interviews that Victor was innocent. She held on to the hope that Galina would eventually return and explain her absence. After being convicted, Victor continued to claim that the narrative of the murder was entirely fabricated. He pointed out the absence of biological traces at the alleged burning site, as well as inconclusive forensic results from his apartment and car. Galina's parents, surprisingly, supported Victor, remaining convinced that their daughter was still alive. Victor's lawyer, Ivan Mikheyev, also emphasized the lack of objective evidence. Soil samples from the site where Victor allegedly burned the body showed no biological remains. Furthermore, critical case materials were reportedly missing, including inspection reports from the apartment and car, lie detector results, and camera footage from 2011. Victor's family and defense team suggested the case had been hastily reclassified as a murder to avoid accountability for an unsolved disappearance. Despite the conviction, questions lingered about the integrity of the investigation, leaving the public divided over Victor's guilt and Galina's fate. Galina Kadinskaya was never found, but the case against Victor Cohen proceeded despite the absence of a body. Victor, disagreeing with the verdict, filed an appeal, maintaining his innocence and insisting that his confession had been coerced by law enforcement. Tatsuya Cohen, Victor's wife at the time, launched a massive campaign in his defense. She appeared on various talk shows, organized rallies, and maintained an active presence on social media, where she raised funds for legal fees while posting what many believed to be fabricated updates. On December 7, 2015, the Court of Appeals overturned Victor's conviction, citing violations of the Code of Criminal Procedure. The case was sent back to the Court of First Instance for retrial. Despite this, on June 21, 2016, the court again found Victor guilty of murdering Galina. He was sentenced to 9 years and 9 months in a strict regime penal colony. Victor's defense team appealed the ruling once more, but on November 28, 2016, the Court of Appeals upheld the sentence, and Victor began serving his time. Following the final ruling, Tatsuya distanced herself from Victor, withdrew from the campaign, and filed for divorce. It was later revealed that she had entered a new relationship almost immediately after Victor's arrest. This unexpected development led to speculation about her true motives, but Tatsuya refused to comment. Despite the lack of a body, the court convicted Victor based on circumstantial evidence, which prosecutors argued was overwhelming. Among the key pieces of evidence was his confession, in which he described a plan to dispose of Galina's body using a meat grinder. Investigators later uncovered corroborating records from November 14, 2011. According to these records, Victor purchased a meat grinder and a pressure cooker from the Dominica store at the Maxim shopping center. In 2015, the investigation retrieved receipts and matched them with Victor's phone records. A purchase under the surname Pouv matched the exact time of the billing. The store's administrator testified in court, confirming the authenticity of the database and that there had been no tampering. This evidence, combined with Victor's initial confession and his inconsistent testimony, led to his conviction. Though Victor and his defense continued to contest the fairness of the trial, public opinion remained divided, with many questioning the justice of convicting someone in the absence of direct forensic evidence. The court's decision to convict Victor Cohen heavily relied on circumstantial evidence, as the body of Galina Kadinskaya was never recovered. Key factors in the verdict included discrepancies in Victor's statements and corroborative details from various sources. Cell phone billings and behavior. Victor's cell phone records from November 14, 2011, showed that he stayed at the apartment from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. This time frame coincided with the alleged dismemberment of Galina's body. Later that night, his phone connected to a tower near the Vareg plant, where he reportedly disposed of her remains. Victor had previously claimed that he tried to call Galina after she left, but phone records indicated otherwise. Between 10 a.m. and the evening, he made no attempts to contact her. His last call that day was at 11:51 p.m. to Tatiana, made near the plant. What stood out to investigators in the court was Victor's lack of effort to contact Galina after her disappearance. Unlike her relatives, friends, and even Victor's own mother, who repeatedly tried calling her, Victor made no such attempts. Prosecutors argued that this behavior suggested Victor already knew she would not answer. Purchases and evidence in the apartment. Victor reportedly purchased 3 20-liter plastic buckets with lids on the same day he bought a meat grinder and pressure cooker. While the receipts for these buckets did not contain a name, investigators linked them to Victor. Questions arose about how Galina's body could have fit into 3 20-liter buckets. Prosecutors argued that Victor meticulously dismembered her in the bathtub to make this possible. Further evidence came from the bathtub itself. According to Victor's confession, he dismembered Galina there, covering the area with foil to prevent blood from leaving traces. He then scrubbed the tub vigorously with a metal brush, damaging the enamel. Later, Victor claimed that the damaged enamel was the result of Galina using harsh cleaning chemicals. Witness testimonies. Witnesses claimed to have seen Galina in a supermarket in Vladivostok and at Sheremetyevo Airport in Moscow after her disappearance. However, these claims were debunked during the investigation. CCTV footage from the airport revealed no evidence of Galina's presence, and the alleged supermarket sighting was also proven false. One witness, who falsely testified to seeing Galina, was later charged with providing false evidence. Final judgment. The combination of Victor's inconsistent statements, the phone billing records, the detailed confession later recanted, the purchases tied to the timeline of events, and the damage to the apartment's bathtub formed a compelling narrative for the prosecution. While the defense continued to argue that the evidence was circumstantial and that no physical traces of Galina were ever found, the court upheld its decision. Victor Cohen was sentenced to 9 years and 9 months in a strict regime penal colony. Despite ongoing debate, Victor's conviction remains one of the more controversial cases, as it hinges on circumstantial evidence without the recovery of the victim's body. The mystery surrounding Galina Kadine's disappearance and the subsequent conviction of Victor Cohen has left many unresolved questions. One of the main issues discussed by investigators and journalists is why no physical traces of Galina were found, despite the brutal nature of the crime. The lack of traces. The key question that loomed over the investigation was why, after committing such a gruesome crime, there were no physical traces of Galina's body or DNA in Victor's apartment or cars. The answer became clearer when examining the timeline and the way the crime scene was handled. 1. Delay in police access after Galina's disappearance. Victor made sure that the police couldn't access his apartment for a critical period. He immediately moved in with his wife, Tatiana, and the apartment remained off limits to the police until December 8th, nearly a month after the murder. Even then, the police didn't use sensitive techniques, such as luminol, which could reveal traces of blood, to investigate the apartment for forensic evidence. By the time they gained access, Victor had had 3 weeks to clean the apartment thoroughly. 2. Car inspections. Similarly, the police didn't inspect Victor's car until December 27th, more than a month after Galina's disappearance. This delay gave him ample time to clean the car and eliminate any traces of her presence. 3. Burning the body. Expert analysis concluded that it was indeed possible to completely burn a body under artisanal conditions, such as using car tires to reach the high temperatures required to burn bones. This process destroyed much of Galina's remains, leaving only small, blackened fragments of bone. Victor claimed he scattered these remains in the woods near the place of the fire, but wild animals may have further scattered them, making it nearly impossible for investigators to recover any physical evidence. 4. Scattering evidence, the fact that no bones or remains were found in the area Victor described was significant. The only way to locate these remnants would have been to sift through a vast area of forest. The sheer scale of the search made it an almost impossible task, further complicating the investigation. Theories and doubts. Victor Cohen's conviction for Galina K's murder remains controversial, as questions linger about her fate. Investigators argue it's nearly impossible for someone to vanish completely in today's world without leaving a trace. Yet, more than 13 years later, no evidence has surfaced of Galina being alive or of her remains being found. Victor never suggested Galina might return, focusing instead on denying his guilt. Unanswered questions. The case lacks definitive evidence, such as DNA or a body, leaving uncertainty about Victor's guilt and what truly happened to Galina. His passive acceptance of his conviction and lack of efforts to prove his innocence have raised doubts. Lack of closure. Galina's family continues to search for her, clinging to hope despite the years gone by. The absence of answers keeps the case alive in the public's mind, with many still skeptical of the official story. Legacy of mystery. The disappearance of Galina K is a haunting reminder of how elusive the truth can be. Victor's behavior, coupled with the unresolved case, ensures the mystery continues to stir emotions and speculation.
Imagine a cold, dimly lit basement in a quiet Czech town, where the air smells of decay and the walls seem to press in with a weight that feels almost alive. In the flickering shadows, two small figures crouch inside crude cages. Children, though their thin, battered bodies make them barely recognizable. They are covered in bruises and wounds, evidence of months of unimaginable suffering. This was not a scene from a horror film. It was a cruel reality that police uncovered in 2007, one of the most horrifying cases of child abuse in recent history. At the center of it were two sisters, Klara and Katerina Maurova, whose lives would take a dark and tragic turn no one could have foreseen. Klara was the eldest daughter in a seemingly normal family. Born in 1975, she grew up with her sister in Kuzim, a small, peaceful village about 120 miles from Prague. It was a quiet, picturesque place where life moved at an easy pace with good schools and a strong sense of community. The kind of town where things like this shouldn't happen. Little is known about the Maurova sisters' early years, but one thing was clear. Something wasn't right with Klara from a young age. She was a pretty child, with blonde hair and bright blue eyes, but beneath her innocent appearance, her mind was beginning to unravel. Early signs of schizophrenia started to surface. Schizophrenia is a brutal disorder, twisting a person's perception of reality, causing them to see and believe things that aren't there. For Klara, these delusions took on a religious form, filling her head with strange fantasies of divine purpose. No official diagnosis was ever made, but those around Klara noticed the change. Over time, her younger sister Katerina, like many siblings, began to mimic her. Unfortunately, what she copied was not just her sister's behavior, but her increasingly unstable mental state. Together, they fell deeper into their shared world of religious delusions. They convinced themselves that they were chosen for some higher purpose, feeding off each other's fantasies until their grip on reality was barely there. Despite their growing madness, Klara managed to live a seemingly ordinary life. She finished school, went to university to study pedagogy, and even found love with a man who accepted her, flaws and all. They married, and for a brief time, it seemed like things were looking up. When their first child, Jakob, was born, it was a moment of hope, a sign that Klara might escape the darkness in her mind and build a life full of love and normalcy. But the darkness was never far behind. And soon, it would consume everything. Nearly 2 years after the birth of her first child, Klara was pregnant again, and soon welcomed her second son, Andrei. But while the family grew, so did the cracks in her relationship with her husband. As time passed, Klara's erratic behavior, her mood swings and even bouts of aggression, became too much for her husband to handle. Eventually, it all reached a breaking point, and he left, abandoning Klara with their 2 young boys. Despite the heartbreak, Clara did her best to keep life moving forward for her children. She was dedicated to their studies, encouraging their involvement in activities like summer camps, school events, and family vacations. Outwardly, she was still fulfilling her role as a mother, but inside, the loneliness and resentment weighed heavily on her, dragging her deeper into depression. In her isolation, Clara turned to the one person she trusted, her younger sister, Katerina. Hoping that her sister's presence might ease her emotional burden, Clara invited Katerina to move in with her and the boys. It was during this time that a new figure entered their lives. A girl named Anichka, who claimed to be just 12 years old. Some reports say Clara met Anichka at university, where the girl told her she had run away from a youth care center after suffering mistreatment. Others suggest that Katerina, who worked at a local youth institution, encountered Anichka, who said she had escaped from a human trafficking ring. There were many stories about how Anichka came into their lives, but all led to the same unsettling truth. This child was no ordinary girl. The Maurova sisters, driven by their own delusions and religious fervor, welcomed Anichka into their home with open arms. To them, she seemed like a gift, an innocent, vulnerable girl who needed protection. But Anichka was hiding an extraordinary secret. She wasn't a helpless child at all. In reality, she was a 32-year-old woman named Barbara Shkrlova. Barbara suffered from a condition that made her appear much younger than she was. With her childlike face and small stature, she had perfected the art of deception, manipulating those around her into believing she was a vulnerable young girl. She exploited this to gain sympathy and secure a place in the homes of people who were moved by her tragic backstory. There are reports of one family who took her in, convinced they were adopting a young girl in need. However, Barbara's violent and unpredictable behavior soon surfaced, and the family discovered the shocking truth about her real age, leading to her return to the state's child welfare system. Barbara's history was filled with stints in psychiatric institutions from which she often managed to escape. But none of this was known to Clara and Katerina. To them, Anichka was a helpless child in need of love and care. They quickly grew attached to her, and before long, they made the fateful decision to adopt her. A decision that would lead directly to disaster. At first, everything seemed to go smoothly with the addition of the so-called child to the family. But it wasn't long before Barbara began to feel envious of the loving attention Clara's biological children received. She started causing trouble, engaging in mischievous behavior, and creating disruptions, for which she then blamed the two young boys, ages 10 and 8. The boys, in turn, were unfairly reprimanded, often without reason. These increasingly tense situations undoubtedly worsened the fragile mental state of the Maurova sisters. It appears that Barbara's skillful manipulation gave her control over the sisters, allowing her to slowly influence their decisions. Around this time, Barbara began discussing the religion she followed, called the Grail Movement. Research into this group shows it to be an apocalyptic religious organization that believes in a coming transformation of society. Followers, organized into small groups known as circles, interpret the teachings in their own way, guided by the idea that good deeds on earth will ensure a place in heaven. However, it seems that within some circles, these good deeds were believed to absolve members of any wrongs they may have committed. Barbara belonged to one of these circles and soon convinced Clara and Katerina to join her. According to various accounts, this particular group was involved in troubling practices, including violence, exploitation, and other morally questionable acts. At the center of this group was a mysterious figure known as the Doctor, who communicated with his followers through text messages, issuing instructions that were often beyond comprehension. One of the first deeply concerning actions, which went largely unnoticed, was when Clara withdrew her son Andre from school, claiming he had become deaf and mute and that she would be homeschooling him. This marked the beginning of a descent into something far darker for the family. From that moment on, any wrongdoings, whether genuine or made up by Barbara, led to Jacob and Andre experiencing severe punishments. They were hit with disproportionate force for their transgressions, whether real or imagined, using objects as hard as spoons or belts, and even worse, being locked in small, dark rooms at night, exploiting Barbara's control over the siblings. In a more extreme approach, Barbara suggested locking the disobedient children permanently to a local blacksmith to set an example and curb their continued misconduct. the blacksmith was tasked with constructing a cage, unaware of what its purpose would be once completed. This iron cage was then installed in the house's basement, where the children were confined over several months. Clara's sons endured a nightmare filled with cruelty, following the physician's orders received via text messages. They faced torture, including being pinched repeatedly, tied up, whipped, and deprived of food for days. Being trapped in the cage, they were unable to escape, forcing them to use makeshift toilets and sleep on the dirty ground. Every week, pretending to clean up the odor, the women would drench the children and the basement with cold water. However, their suffering did not end there. At one point, the boys were taken to cabins hidden deep in the forest and locked in smaller cages. During this period, more members of the Grail movement assembled and subjected the boys to a week of brutal abuse. They were submerged in buckets of water, suffocated with plastic bags until nearly unconscious, beaten, forced into battles with each other, and made to dig what they believed were graves. Cigarettes were burned into their flesh. They were often bound by their hands and feet, their mouths sealed with tape, and subjected to sexual abuse. Upon their return to their prison, located in the basement of their family residence, the circumstances took a turn for the worse. Barbara came up with a strategy to overfeed the boys while they were confined, aiming to make them gain weight. One day, the three women went down to the basement, and Clara asked her younger son to stretch his leg through the bars of the cage. The frightened child complied, and as soon as his leg was within reach, Katerina and Barbara seized it, while Clara swiftly made a cut, dividing the flesh among them, which led to hysterical laughter. This nightmare-worthy scenario persisted for roughly 6 months, from December 2006 to June 2007. During this time, Barbara came up with another ingenious plan to monitor the children. They bought baby monitoring cameras and installed one in the basement, allowing them to not only oversee the children's every move but also witness their suffering whenever one of the women would go down to torment them while the others were busy with household tasks. Little did they know, this clever plan would ultimately lead to their downfall, in a way that seemed almost miraculous. On May 10, 2007, a neighbor of the Mawarava sisters was installing a baby monitor in his house to keep an eye on his newborn while he slept. After setting up the camera, he turned it on to ensure everything was functioning properly. To his shock, instead of seeing his baby's crib, the screen displayed a dark area where a small child, with his arms tied behind him, was struggling to eat food from the floor with his mouth. At another moment, the screen showed an adult woman's hand holding something, while the child desperately tried to consume it. The image was so disturbing that the neighbor was horrified and immediately called the police to report the appalling scene. Moments later, officers arrived at his home and were met with the horrifying images. The advanced range of their equipment made it clear that the source of this terror was very close. Determined to put an end to the nightmare as swiftly as possible, the officers began to knock on the doors of nearby homes. The initial few residents had no issue allowing the police access to every room until they reached the house where the Murawa sisters lived. Initially, the sisters were hesitant to let the police in, but eventually relented. During the inspection, the police discovered a small door hidden under the staircase. To their shock, what they found was beyond what anyone could imagine. Stepping inside, they were overwhelmed by a terrible stench that filled the entire space. The first sight was of a terrified girl clutching a teddy bear, running directly towards the officers, screaming in fear that she and her brothers had been abused by their adoptive mother and aunt. One officer took the girl outside, while the others were left in disbelief at the sight of two nearly naked boys, their bodies covered in wounds, locked inside cages as if they were animals. One of the boys appeared unconscious. Without hesitation, the boys were immediately freed and attended to by emergency services. They quickly provided first aid and rushed them to the hospital for further treatment. The girl, who didn't seem to have any physical injuries, was taken into custody by the authorities. Clara and Katerina were arrested. Jacob had some wounds that were treated but did not require hospitalization, so both children were sent to a child protection center. However, Andre, the younger boy, was in critical condition when he arrived at the hospital. Upon realizing he had not been returned to the basement, he experienced a panic attack, began to scream that he was seeing ghosts, and begged the doctors to end his suffering. The situation could not have been more tragic. When he calmed down, the doctors could not believe what they saw in the boy. He was covered in scars, bruises, and open wounds, one of which was particularly large on one of his buttocks. He had to remain hospitalized for proper treatment. While healing physical wounds on their body, injury was caused by months of terrible violence with their mother, aunt, and others, so much harder to overcome in the meantime that research began to reveal the truth about what happened behind closed doors in this house, and at the same time in the lives of the population were placed in the care center, believed that the young girl refused to work with advisors and professionals who showed aggression and sadness, but she also began to make mistakes that pointed out the truth during the initial assessment of her mental condition. She got paper and crayon to draw what, instead, she wanted a children's drawing. She produced complex geometric shapes and improved mathematical calculations that go beyond what could be expected from 13 years old. Unfortunately, Annika's studies were never completed. A few days after being placed in the center, she escaped through the window without leaving a trace. Security forces immediately began searching for the girl and distributed leaflets with her photograph and information. To surprise, they soon received tips from various sources who claimed that she was recognized in the picture and claimed that she was a 33-year-old woman named Barbara, seemed to receive help from a known couple who provided her son's documents. In order to leave the country, she initially went to Denmark, and from there to Oslo, in Norway. Barbara again changed her appearance and shaved her head and posed like a 13-year-old boy named Adam. She turned to the authorities and claimed she was on a ran from a malicious father. Several sources say that Adam was occupied by the family and entered a school where he was soon considered a gifted student. This charade continued for several months, but the Czech authorities did not give up, and, in cooperation with international colleagues, the pieces of the puzzle were managed together. DNA analysis eventually confirmed the true identity of Barbara, which led to her arrest. After that, she was extradited back to the Czech Republic to face legal proceedings. After her return, Barbara was assessed psychologically in a number of ways. At least one expert who dealt with her reportedly noticed indications of psychotic tendencies. Among the most startling revelations was the rumored fact that a worried instructor was the reason behind Barbara's imprisonment in Norway. Barbara had drawn a picture of 7 bruised and bleeding children, each with a number, and identified herself as the 7th, which had worried the teacher when she was posing as Adam. Hundreds of reporters and television teams crowded the municipal court in the Czech city of Bjarna on Friday, May 9, 2008, taking pictures of Katharina and Barbara being led inside. The two ladies were accused of tricking the personnel of a daycare center by pretending that Barbara was Annika, a 13-year-old adopted girl. They were not released even though the court apparently dismissed part of the charges. They were taken into custody right away and accused of major crimes including child abuse. 4 other members of the group they belonged to were also included in the charges. Visibly distraught and shrunken, Clara was spotted approaching the courtroom with her sister as the trial got underway. Along with 3 other people, Barbara also made her way into the courtroom. When Clara's turn came to testify, she confessed to abusing her kids over a period of several months. She asserted, nonetheless, that Barbara and her sister Katharina had tricked her. Clara claimed they had put her into a delusional condition, engulfing her in the Grail movement to the extent she was unable to recognize the seriousness of what she was doing. Additionally, Barbara reportedly stated that she had suffered abuse at the hands of the Mawarova sisters. But the court mostly disregarded her assertions, and few people found her credible. Jacob and Andre had the chance to speak with the judge directly, who described the horrifying experiences they went through. They told how the accused violated their privacy, forced them to live in near starvation for months in inhumane conditions, and even cannibalized parts of their bodies. During the hearings, the officers who had entered the House of Horrors also testified. One of the officers described how they saw a youngster lying on the floor, naked, as soon as they entered the basement. He pointed out that the Mawarova sisters showed no concern for the child's welfare, and the girl identified as Annika even tried to block the officers by clinging to their legs. At the end of the hearings, the prosecutor stated that the motive behind these horrific acts was to force the children into complete submission to the group's religious goals. When sentencing, the judge explained that the ultimate aim of these atrocities was to utterly break the will of the children. He also noted that, although there were signs of cult involvement, there wasn't enough evidence to prove it. In the end, the judge found all 6 accused guilty and handed down their sentences. Clara Mawarova, the boy's mother, was sentenced to 9 years in a maximum security prison, while her sister Katerina received a 10-year sentence. The other 3 individuals were convicted of abuse and given 7 years. Barbara, then 34, was found guilty of repeated abuse and cruelty, but received a lighter sentence of only 5 years in prison. The identity of the so-called doctor, believed to be behind the group's actions, was never confirmed. Many were shocked by what seemed like surprisingly light sentences, considering the brutal violence inflicted on 2 innocent children. Moreover, reports revealed that Barbara was released on parole after serving just half of her sentence, meaning she was out after only 2.5 years. Her lawyer argued that her deteriorating mental health played a role in her early release. Meanwhile, Jacob and Andre, with the help of specialists, have managed to overcome much of the trauma, though those events will undoubtedly stay with them forever.
We're diving into a case so disturbing, even the police struggled to accept it was real. What started as a routine call quickly unraveled into a nightmare no one saw coming. This is a true crime story, filled with horror, disbelief, and the truth. Let's get started. He seemed like a savior, someone who would show up when women were at their worst and give them a job, money, and a safe place to stay. They could cry on his shoulder, and he was always there for them. But his kindness cost him something. What seemed like help turned out to be a well-planned trap. He was in charge of where they went, who they talked to, and what they did before they knew it. If they tried to get away, he would do anything to get them back. He would follow them around, torture them, and make their lives a living nightmare. The women around him started to disappear one by one. Some people went missing without a sign, while others were found in horrible conditions. Over and over, he should have been caught, but he kept getting away and always found someone else to hurt. What was the most upsetting part? He wrote down everything. He made movies with the bodies of his victims and liked watching them again, sometimes with their sad families. This man wasn't just trying to help. He was much worse, and he was hiding right in front of us. His name was Michael S. A lot more time should have been spent on stopping this case. He was always able to get away from the law. It was terrible what he did to those people. The public only knows some of the names and identities in this case, as is common in Germany. Beginning in early 2019, Anna S., a woman in her mid-30s, was having a hard time figuring out how to live her life. She had always wanted to be a nanny, but for some reason, that door had closed. Rather, she was stuck in a call center, making just enough money to get by. Anna had a peaceful life in her small flat in Gelsenkirchen, Germany. She shared it with her 2 cats and dogs. Her twin sister Edith, who lived 5 minutes away, was the person she talked to the most. Every day, even if it was just for a cup of tea, they saw each other. After that, Anna's life was all about work and home until she met Michael S. They met on a dating app. In the beginning, Michael seemed to be everything Anna was missing. He was sure of himself, successful, and his life seemed well put together, which was something Anna carved into him deeply. Most importantly, he seemed nice. He drove a nice car and came from a rich family that owned several homes in the nearby city of Krefeld. He wasn't very good looking. He was fat and going bald, but Anna didn't mind, and they became close very quickly. Michael quickly learnt that Anna was having trouble at work and made her an offer. She could work at his mother's hotel and learn the ropes while building a career. She said no when he told her, "I want to help you out financially." She wished to go her own way. In the end, she put Michael in touch with her sister Edith and Dirk, Edith's husband. The 4 of them got together one night to celebrate Michael's birthday. They had drinks in his flat, which was in a building owned by his mother. But Edith and Dirk didn't like something about him. He was loud, only cared about himself, and every talk seemed to go back to him. They put up with him because they cared about Anna, but they were really wary of him. Michael kept giving Anna money as the months went by, while she thought about what to do next. But after 6 months together, she chose to break up with him. The breakup was friendly, and they agreed to stay friends for a while. It's possible that she had started to see what her family saw. The next 3 months, everything looked fine, until Anna's flat caught on fire one evening. As firefighters ran to put out the fire, thick black smoke rose from the windows. When they put out the fire, the damage was already very bad. Anna's house was destroyed, and her dogs, whom she loved, died. Anna couldn't get rid of a bad feeling, even though she was sad and lost. How did this fire begin? She didn't want to believe the thought that kept coming to her mind. Michael. But he wouldn't do something so horrible, right? Anna and her family didn't know that Michael S. had a scary past, but went back decades and started long before they met. It began with a woman named Christine in 1997. She began an affair when she was 22 years old and married but unhappy in her marriage. In the eyes of her friends, the man she had fallen in love with wasn't very interesting. Michael was a guy who was fat, balding, loud, and rude. At the time, he was 24 years old and worked as a truck driver at the metro factory, where Christine also worked. Their relationship was crazy. They went to clubs, parties, and spent a lot of time together at house parties. They could never be apart. They were always hanging out together. Not long after, Christine moved in with Michael at the hotel where his mother stays. This is where things started to fall apart. Christine and Michael's mother were the two most important people in his life. His mum always came first. His friends later talked about how unsettlingly close they were. They said Michael called her several times a day, never disobeyed her, and seemed obsessed with one thing: having a baby with his mother. Christine was strong-willed and independent, and she didn't like it when his mother got involved in their lives. As the tension rose, discussions got heated, but there was something else, something small at first, that would cause things to get much worse. It was Christine's dog, who moved in with her when she did. It was her pet, something she loved, and it was always with her. Until one day, it was gone. She came home from work to find the dog gone. Michael gave a strange reason. He said he took it to a friend's house. Christine tried to find this friend, but she couldn't find them. They were unknown to everyone. That's when she knew Michael had hurt her dog. She looked for her dog at every pet shelter in the area, but she couldn't find him. That was the last straw for her. She broke up with him right away and went back to her husband, who forgave her for having an affair. She was ready to move on with her husband and thought that was the end of that part of her life. She was wrong, though. After a few months, on August 19th, 1997, Christine was on her way to work when she realized something terrible. Her brakes weren't working. She was able to steer her car into a garage without hitting anything. When the workers looked at it, they found something very scary. Someone had put water in place of her brake fluid. The problem wasn't with the machine. Someone was trying to kill her, and she knew who it was. In the hopes that it would end, she told the cops about Michael, but it only made him more angry. Things were about to get really bad. Michael didn't like being turned down. Christine stopped seeing him after they broke up, and he became a scary force in her life. He started to follow her around and was seen standing outside her flat or driving slowly by her place of work at all hours. He wouldn't leave her alone and kept begging her to take him back. When trying to convince them didn't work, threats, both physical and mental, started. His mean behavior got worse to the point where Christine thought she had to change jobs and go to a sister plant to get away from him. Michael did not want to let her go, though. They were seen laughing and chatting as they left their flat on the night of October 2nd, 1998, getting ready for a night out. They were back together after her husband forgave her for having an affair. They were ready to try again. After a few hours, around 6 a.m., Christine's voice woke up a neighbor in the flat below. "No!" she yelled, "Stop!" The neighbor was on the fence because they thought it was just rough closeness between the couple. So they turned over and went back to sleep. They had no idea that a killing was going on around them. Michael had just walked in the door. Christine had already gone to bed and was starting to take off her clothes. He broke into her flat and was waiting there. What happened next was really horrible. Christine's body had been stabbed 126 times when it was found on her bed, which was just a cushion on the floor. The knife went through her body, the cushion, and into the floor below because the attack was so strong. The person who stabbed her had hit her in the eyes, the head, and the middle of her body. She had a deep, planned cut in her throat. It wasn't just crime. There was anger too. Christine's husband knocked on the neighbor's door the next morning, his face as white as a ghost. He asked in a whisper, "Can you call the police?" "My wife is dead. She's lying up there with her throat slit," he added. When the police arrived, her clothes were nicely folded next to her bed. Her alarm was set for the next day, like she knew she was going to wake up. The door was locked from the inside, though. The police knew that for sure. Christine knew who had killed her. Soon, Michael S. was seen as the most likely suspect. Blue fibers from his pants were found to match those on Christine's pillow, which was very strong proof against him. During questioning, he first said he didn't know where she lived. But when shown proof, he changed his story and said he had been there that night, but he still refused to accept he had killed her. Michael went to court in February 1999. He kept quiet and refused to speak during the whole thing. Even though the crime was very violent, he was only found guilty of killing and given a sentence of 11 years, which is shockingly light. He asked to be let out of jail early several times, but each time his request was turned down. Even though he was in jail, Michael didn't seem to feel bad about what he did. She was only 23 years old, and this was just the start of Michael's crime run. Michael S. got out of jail in October 2009, when he was 36 years old. He stayed out of the public eye for 3 years while on probation. He picked up where he left off and moved back in with his mother. But his old habits came back as soon as his probation was over. Michael started to visit people who worked on the streets and picked up different women in his car. Things changed when he met her. At first, it was just for business. He came in often. Michael craved more, though. He began to tell her private things and ask her personal questions, which made her feel like he cared. "What are you interested in?" he told her. "You're so pretty." Over time, they went from being clients and workers to being more loving. They went on dates, watched films, and had drinks together. Soon, she was staying at his place. Michael had already moved into an apartment on the ground floor of his mother's apartment building by that time. In the same way that Anna S. did, Michael became protective and obsessed. He did not want to see any other day. Like what he did with Anna S., he offered her a job, an apprenticeship, and a stable job at his mother's hotel. Anything to get her to hold on to him more. He tightened his grip, but because he felt too much, he found a way to stay away. She told him she had a son at home when she didn't. This would give you a reason to leave if he got too much. She told herself, This was a good thing for a while. She works in a field where it's hard to find people who really seem to care. The next day was Valentine's Day, 2013. Michael was at his flat that night. He made her dinner, and then they watched TV together on the bed. Everything looked fine. She then got up to brush her teeth and get ready for bed. Before she left the bathroom, she had no idea that her life would never be the same again. Michael stood in the doorway and waited. He turned to face her with a wrench in one hand and a pepper spray can in the other. He lunged at her before she could do anything. When the first blow from the wrench hit her, she fell to the ground, knocked out. After that, there was a fight to stay alive that lasted almost 30 minutes. She hit, kicked, and scratched him with all her strength. But Michael was stronger. He threw her on the couch, tied her up, and beat her up. She thought she was going to die. But Michael wasn't done. She was blinded by the pepper spray. And then he pulled out a stun gun and shocked her several times while hitting her with the wrench. It was a cruel and heartless act. But all of a sudden, he stopped. She knew this was her only chance, even though it hurt so much. She needed to calm down. "Why are you doing this to me?" she asked. Michael started to cry. He told her she was lying about her son through his tears. He was mad because he knew she didn't have one. Quickly thinking went along with it. When she said she was sorry, she said she understood now and felt bad about lying. If he let her go, she said, things would be fine again. It was impossible for Michael not to believe her. He took her off the ropes and insisted on driving her home to make sure she was safe. She must have been scared the whole time they were driving because she didn't know if he would change his mind. He didn't, though. She called her brother as soon as she felt safe. He was shocked when he saw her. He took her straight to the police station without any thought. Things didn't go as planned at the stop, though. When she told the police about the brutal attack, they didn't believe her. One person even laughed at her and said, "Look, you're a street worker," as if being violent was part of her job. Nobody else was charged, so Michael was let go. He was never free again, though. She was scared to leave her flat because she was sure he would come back. After that, the text messages started. Michael sent her many messages pleading for forgiveness. To get her to come back, he sent her flowers and money in her bank account, but didn't want to be with him. Then she got a text message from a number she didn't know. It said, "Your life is in danger." She thought at first that Michael was trying to trick her again, but the sender insisted it was real. Someone said Michael had called and offered $5,000 to take her to a building and abuse her. Still not sure, they wanted proof. A picture of handwritten directions in Michael's handwriting was sent to her. He had written down where she usually hung out and her home address. The building he wanted her taken to was where Michael used to work. Michael was supposed to take over once she got there. It wasn't fear or a trick on my mind. Michael was going to kill her. The person agreed right away to go with her to the police station to report what happened. They went to the train stop. This time, the officials finally paid attention. Michael was caught because he had a history of killing people. The case went to court the next year. That's when I learnt about Michael's horrible past and how he had already spent 11 years for manslaughter. Became aware that she had been inches from dying that night, but justice failed again. Even though Michael said he wasn't guilty, he was still given a protection order and jail time for 2.5 years. But he appealed his sentence again, saying he wasn't guilty. The court was too busy with cases they thought were more important, so his next court date was pushed back too far. Michael was free for 5 years, ready to find his next target. Soon after, Michael S. met another woman named Stephanie L., who went by the name Steffi. She was only 23 years old and a new mother who had run away to Cheld to get away from a dangerous person. She had to get back on her feet, make her life safe, and then she would bring her son to live with her. But she was desperate right now. Who is always there to help a woman when she is in trouble? Michael S. Michael became a regular customer while Steffi worked as a street helper. He wanted more right away, though. He gave her what he always does, a place to stay, a job as an assistant at his mum's hotel, steady work, and most of all, a new life. Steffi thought it sounded like getting saved. This man was ready to give her everything she had. She agreed to the deal. She moved up to the apartment building's top floor, where Michael had been living on the ground floor. She was thrilled at first. She wrote on the internet that things were finally getting better in her life. She felt hopeful again and was set on making it work. Michael had other ideas, though. We now know that he never wanted to help. He just wanted to own her. Michael didn't like himself because of how he looked, how much he depended on his mom for money, or how he couldn't do anything on his own. He was broken on the inside. He gathered women like prizes, as if having them around proved he was real. He was most interested in one thing, having a baby for his mother. But when these women turned him down because they didn't fit into his dream, he lost it and changed into someone else. Stephanie asked Michael one night if she could borrow 20 euros. That was all it took. He lost it in a rage. Afterwards, Steffi said that Michael dragged her into her room, pressed himself against her, hit her, and tortured her to get money. It could have been about something else besides the money that had been building up inside him for a while. He might not have been able to use Steffi in his plan. Steffi told a friend about the attack, and that friend told her right away to call the cops. The cops did nothing, just like they did with the person before her. The report was taken, but Michael wasn't arrested right away, which I think is strange because he has a history of violence. Steffi had no choice but to go back to the apartment block where her attacker lived. Not long after that, she got a letter from Michael's mum. She got a clear message. She had to take back what she told the cops if she wanted to keep her house and her job. It said, "We are peaceful people who simply want a peaceful life." Then Steffi disappeared all of a sudden. Her friend tried to call her but couldn't get through. Calls and messages were not returned. Concerned, the friend talked to Michael. When she asked, "Have you seen her?" he just replied, "No." She hadn't been heard from in days, but then she was found. She was locked in her room and found dead on her couch. Michael said it wasn't his fault. Toxicology reports said she had probably overdosed on strong drugs, but it wasn't looked into as a crime. However, wasn't it a bit too handy? Michael had a past. Women kept going missing around him. He got away with it again, though. Since Steffi is no longer with us, and we know that he has a violent past, we go back to Anna's story. Her flat was burned down, and she thinks that Michael did it. Michael S. tried over and over again to get back into Anna's life over the next few months. He offered to buy her a new car and sent her money because he knew she was having a hard time with money. He even got her a new dog, as if that would make the pain of losing everything in the fire go away. Anna didn't believe that he really wanted to make her happy. She knew the trick was a trick and tried to cut off all touch once more. She really thought he was the one who burned down her flat. Michael didn't give up and came up with a new idea. So he tried to make himself look like the answer to all her problems, even though he knew she was still having money problems and hated her job. He told her about his rich aunt, who lived in a different country this time. She was grateful and kind, he said. Michael told Anna to get in touch with her and talk about her problems, and Anna did. The aunt replied with a smile and asked what her dreams were. At the same time, Anna told her the truth. She wanted to open a nursery. She hoped to own a house and have children one day. Then, the aunt did something amazing. She offered to help make it happen. A check in the huge amount of $754,000 showed up. There was no way Anna could believe it. This was her chance. She would never find out, though, that the check was a lie. The money was fake. There was no rich aunt. Michael did everything he could to control her and get her back into his life. But this didn't make her change her mind. Anna did not want to be with him. She would not trust him again, no matter how much money he offered or how he tried to trick her. This made him very angry. Then Michael made one last move to try to get her to come back. He tried desperately to play on Anna's feelings by telling her that he was going to end everything. It worked. Anna agreed to check on him at his flat because she was worried about him. No one would ever see her alive again. Edith, Anna's sister, sent her a message that same day. She asked Anna to come over and sit in the yard because it was a nice day. They did this almost every day. Anna quickly said yes, but she had to do something first and would be back soon. But hours went by, and Edith started to feel lost, so she sent another message. This time, Anna's phone said something strange. The tone was off, and the writing didn't sound like her. There were emojis, but Anna never used them. There was a problem, and she didn't show up that day. By morning the next day, she had stopped answering at all. Edith and her husband Dirk went to Anna's flat because they were scared. They knocked, but no one answered. Then they heard her dogs barking inside. Her dogs were very important to her, so she would never have left them alone like this. More knocks and calls to her phone didn't work. They knew something was wrong at that point. The fire department came and broke down the door. Inside, everything was fine. It was like Anna had just disappeared. Everything she owned was still there. There was a dirty plate in the sink, and her dogs were still in the flat. Edith and Dirk were worried about her and called the cops to say she was missing. The cops moved quickly when they learnt that Anna's relationship with Michael S. was having problems. They broke into his flat and looked for her everywhere. A dog that finds dead bodies was brought in, but it didn't find anything. Still, the police took his laptop and hard drive away. Michael, of course, lied. He said, "I have no idea where she is." After that, the media got engaged. Local news started to blame Michael for Anna's disappearance. The cops also thought it was true, so they kept an eye on him all the time. They even tapped his mother's hotel phone and listened in on the calls he made to her. What they heard scared them. When his mother said the charges, Michael told her, "They don't even have a body, so they don't have anything." His mother thought everything he said when he said that the cops and the media were after him. Finally, on November 26, 2019, Michael S. was caught for Anna's departure. Investigators had found strong proof against him on his hard drive and laptop, but Anna's body was still missing. When the police looked through Michael's hard drive, they found a horrifying film, one that would finally mean Anna's fate. A dead woman was seen lying on the floor, her body turned away from the camera. It was Anna. Her tattoos helped them figure her out. Not the fact that he recorded her, but what Michael did to her body was the most upsetting thing. He filmed himself, lying next to her and touching her. What's worse, he got excited in the process. Then he did something disgusting. He urinated on her, making her body look bad. There was more, though. Police also found video of Michael setting up a secret CCTV camera in Anna's flat. Michael had been watching her the whole time, and she had no idea it was there. He always knew where she was, who she was with, and what she was doing. It was scary that the camera was set up the same day that her flat caught on fire. Now, investigators thought that Michael had set fire to the flat after putting the camera there. Also, dozens of Google searches were found on the laptop. They asked things like, what's the best way to get rid of a body? How to make someone disappear? How to hide a body permanently? There were also dozens of movies on the hard drive that all showed the same remote field. But why did he bury Anna there? A picture of a concrete floor with what looked like a new grave was also there. Did he hide her here? As of now, there were still no answers to all the questions. Then, in December 2020, Michael S.'s trial started. Michael had already been given a sentence for his attack by this point. He had been in jail for more than a year, and now he was finally being tried for killing Anna. The police were finally catching up with him after years of scaring women. But Michael didn't say anything. It was the worst part of the trial after that. The tape of him disrespecting Anna's body had to be shown to her family, who were very upset, as proof. Michael smiled as the video played. He was having fun. He was mean until the end. Michael S. was given a life sentence, which in Germany meant 25 years in jail. He was given an extra 10 years in prison, though, so he wouldn't be able to get out until he was in his 80s. Last but not least, he promised himself he would never hurt another woman. But the search for Anna's body went on, even after Michael was sentenced. Michael never said where he buried Anna's body. To give her the peace she earned, her family was dying to get her back home. They looked for years and went through the field that his drone video showed, but didn't find anything. Even though they dug up the concrete grave from his picture, Anna was still not there. Then, in March 2022, a crazy event took place. A documentary crew had started to film a true crime show about Anna's case when Michael's mother found something shocking. She was cleaning out the basement of her apartment building when she saw something strange, a wall made of much fresher concrete than the rest of the concrete, as if it had been added much later to keep something inside. She had no idea what it was. As soon as the police arrived, they broke through the concrete and found Anna inside. Michael had put her body inside the wall of his mother's basement. Anna had been lost for years, but she had finally been found. Her family could finally bury her. This case is really sad. A lot of women who said Michael hurt them were not believed, which let him keep doing it for longer. But at least some justice was done in the end. Thanks for watching. If this case left you as shocked as it did the investigators, don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell for more true crime stories that reveal the unthinkable.
I killed my boyfriend in self-defense. What did you kill him with? A loaded gun in the house. Can you tell me where the gun is right now? The gun is in the house. Okay, are you sure that he is dead? He's dead, ma'am. He's completely dead. Okay, what's your name? My name is Shayna Hubers.
Today, we're delving into a tale that revolves around love, but not the usual kind. This isn't your typical love story where everyone is joyous. Instead, it's a narrative that unfolds into a different kind of affection, one that led Shayna Hubers down a dark path. Greetings, Fear Files enthusiasts! We're here to unravel and examine the most puzzling, chilling, and mind-twisting cases from around the globe. Before we dive in, our hearts go out to the families affected by the unsettling actions of Shayna Hubers. Let's venture into Kentucky, known for its delectable fried chicken that has captivated taste buds globally. While the Colonel has the world hooked on his secret recipe, our focus shifts to Shayna Hubers, a young woman whose obsessive tendencies reached extreme levels. She was not one to accept rejection lightly. If a guy turned her down, or if a relationship ended, Shayna took it to heart, and she was determined not to let go. In interviews, a friend of Hubers revealed that she had a flair for the dramatic, especially in matters of the heart. She made it clear that if a relationship didn't work out, Shayna struggled to cope. Rejection wasn't a part of her plan in any aspect of life. However, it's not all gloom and doom. Despite these intense traits, Shayna had her positive side. In her academic journey, she's shown as a straight-A student, tackling numerous AP courses. Her dedication earned her accolades for academic excellence and leadership. Shayna, driven by an unyielding competitive spirit, aspired for success in all her endeavours. When faced with competition, instead of letting it derail her, Shayna's ability to focus on her goals propelled her to triumph. So, buckle up as we navigate through the complexities of Shayna Hubers' story, where love took a perilous turn and obsession led to unforeseen consequences. Fast forward, Shayna Hubers swiftly graduated with honours from the University of Kentucky in just 3 years. Her ambitious journey didn't stop there. She set her sights on a master's degree in school guidance counselling, showcasing the potential for a radiant future. However, her compulsive tendencies took a darker turn. The pivotal year was 2011 when Hubers received a Facebook message from Ryan Poston, a 28-year-old high achiever. Unlike Hubers, Poston didn't harbour the same level of obsession, yet his accomplishments were noteworthy. Born on December 30th, 1982 in Fort Mitchell, Kentucky, he grew up as the eldest among 4 siblings, the only boy. Poston's educational journey was as diverse as his achievements. From international high school programs in Manila, Philippines, to graduating in Geneva, Switzerland, he eventually pursued political science, history, and geography at Indiana University. Inspired by his father's legal career, he followed suit, attending Northern Kentucky University's Salmon P. Chase College of Law. Close to his family, especially his father, Poston embraced the changes brought about by his parents' separation and his mother's remarriage to Peter Carter. This shift didn't create a father-son rivalry for Ryan. Instead, he welcomed his new stepfather, finding joy in having 2 positive male role models. So much so that he changed his middle name to Carter to symbolize the significance of both men in his life. The twist in the story unfolds on Facebook, where Hubers' images caught the attention of Poston through his step-cousin Carissa Carlisle. Little did he know that this seemingly charming and sweet girl would become a tragic chapter in his life, a story ending in unforeseen and literal consequences. Their connection began with a message, leading to a face-to-face meeting on Shayna Hubers' 20th birthday, April 8, 2011, in a Lexington, Kentucky pub. According to friends of Ryan Poston, Hubers displayed an immediate obsession. She seemed distant and fixated solely on Ryan, channeling all her energy towards him. Such intense behaviour, as we know, can be unsettling, even overbearing. Ryan, feeling the need for personal space, tried to establish boundaries. However, Hubers, with no concept of personal space, seemed determined to anchor him down. Friends noted her attempts to make him settle down, but he, being a young attorney with a demanding job in Cincinnati, wasn't ready for that commitment. The strains in their relationship escalated due to differing goals. Poston, seeking independence, attempted to end things, but Hubers, fueled by passion and determination, refused to accept defeat. In a revealing text to a friend, Hubers claimed that Ryan stayed with her out of guilt. When he tried to break up, she manipulated him by crying, making him feel terrible, and ultimately taking him back. This on and off dynamic persisted for a year and a half, leaving Poston trapped in a cycle of misery. As Hubers grew more possessive, Poston, troubled by the situation, turned to his step-cousin Carissa Carlisle for help. In a text to Carlisle, he expressed the severity of the situation, stating, "This is bordering on restraining order territory." The romance had become a tumultuous journey, raising concerns that went beyond the boundaries of a healthy relationship. The situation took a darker turn as Shayna Hubers allegedly trespassed into Ryan's condo 3 times, refusing to leave each time. Hubers, during this period, claimed that Ryan was emotionally abusive. According to Nikki Carnes, Ryan's neighbour, Hubers, would confide in her about Poston's actions. She mentioned that he allegedly criticised Hubers' weight, suggesting she needed to lose weight and undergo a boob job. On the flip side, Ali Wagner, a friend of Poston for a decade, presented a contrasting view. She never heard him raise his voice and described him as geeky and kind. Wagner asserted that Ryan, raised with good manners, would never stoop to offending a woman, let alone his girlfriend. Poston, an enthusiast of firearms, would occasionally go to the shooting range, with Hubers joining him. However, a text Hubers sent to a friend on October 2, 2012, raised concerns. She expressed a desire to turn around and shoot him. Although intended as a joke, the seriousness of her emotions lingered. Despite Hubers' persistent presence, Ryan started talking to other girls in October 2012, even setting up a date with Audrey Bolt, Miss Ohio, USA 2012. Hubers, unaware of the date, found out about it through social media stalking. This discovery intensified her obsessive behaviour. After Hubers was detained, authorities discovered unsettling details on her phone. She would constantly text Poston, creating scenarios to manipulate him into spending time with her. The messages revealed Ryan's growing frustration with her behaviour, indicating that the relationship had become a source of distress for him. Poston, seeking moments of peace, would occasionally turn off his phone. However, Shayna Hubers found ways to manipulate him emotionally. Once, she concocted a fabricated story about her aunt being on her deathbed in Hawaii. Claiming urgency, she asked Ryan to drive her to the airport. Ryan agreed, only to find out later that the entire narrative was a complete fantasy, with no record of the supposed one-way ticket on October 12, 2012. A day before their planned date, Hubers texted Poston stating that she woke up in the middle of the night with chest troubles and had been hospitalized. She claimed to be on her way to a specialist, but it was all untrue. Instead, she was at home researching high blood pressure and heart disease on the internet, fabricating a story about having left ventricular hypertrophy. The tragic event unfolded at Ryan Poston's condo. An altercation occurred, leading to gunshots. Hubers made a chilling call to 911, claiming she killed her boyfriend in self-defense. The operator probed, asking if Ryan was still alive when she shot him, whose gun it was, and what drove her to such an extreme action. Hubers, insistent on self-defense, recounted a scenario where her boyfriend was attacking her, grabbing and throwing her against a couch. As the details unfolded, it became clear that the situation was more complex than initially presented. Hubers' actions and words painted a distressing picture, and the investigation into this tragic event continued. In her statement to the 911 operator, Shayna Hubers claimed that the gun belonged to Ryan, asserting that he kept loaded weapons in the house and had threatened her with it. She admitted to shooting him 15 minutes before making the call, leaving the operator surprised about the delay in alerting authorities. Police suspected that this delay was to allow Hubers time to craft her version of events before their arrival. During the call, Hubers revealed that she shot Ryan multiple times, explaining that he was struggling and in pain, and she decided to put him out of his misery to finish the job. Adding complexity to the narrative, she mentioned placing the gun on a bookshelf. As the conversation unfolded, Hubers, after providing her and the victims' names and details about their breakup before the shooting, sought assurance from the operator about potential arrest upon the officer's arrival. The operator couldn't predict the outcome but advised her to stay on the line. While waiting for the officers, Hubers continued speaking, claiming that she wasn't a murderer. To bolster her defense, she asserted that Ryan had been violent, kicking her out before she returned to retrieve her things. Strangely, she stated that she was fine when asked if she needed an ambulance, contradicting her earlier claims of violence. Her narrative of calmly trying to break up with Ryan contradicted the circumstances. Ryan had been attempting to end the relationship for some time, and this tragic incident occurred just hours before he was scheduled to go on a date with another woman, adding a layer of confusion to the already perplexing situation. Inconsistencies arose during the investigation, particularly regarding the motive and the sequence of events, raising questions about the true nature of the incident and Shayna Hubers' actions that led to the tragic end of Ryan Poston's life. After her arrest, Shayna Hubers was taken to the police station for questioning. The interview began after she was read her Miranda rights, but remarkably, she willingly shared her version of events without prompting from the police. Interestingly, her initial concern wasn't about Ryan Poston. Instead, she expressed fear that no one would want to marry her after learning about her act of killing in self-defense. The conversation continued to revolve around her personal life, contemplating the potential consequences if she got away with murder. Hubers, amid the gravity of the situation, was already contemplating the toll it might take on her future, expressing doubt about ever getting married due to the stress. Hubers then proceeded to explain the events leading to the shooting. She portrayed Ryan as incredibly egotistical, accusing him of insulting her family and physically assaulting her by throwing her on the couch. Interestingly, her narrative about the positioning of Ryan at the time of the shooting seemed inconsistent between her 911 call and subsequent statements. Initially, she claimed he was right in front of her, reaching down to grab a gun, but later she described him as being at a table, suggesting a lack of coherence in her story. Throughout the interviews with different investigators, one consistent claim was that she shot him multiple times to end his pain. The motive appeared unclear, whether she was trying to convince the police or herself of this reasoning. During a questioning session with Lieutenant Fornash, Hubers began making noises as if attempting to cry or wail. However, as soon as Lieutenant Fornash left the room, she abruptly stopped, raising questions about the authenticity of her emotional display. Hubers's behavior and statements painted a complex picture, and her seemingly inconsistent narrative left investigators questioning the true motivations and circumstances surrounding the tragic events that unfolded at Ryan Poston's condo. Alone in the questioning room, Shayna Hubers engaged in erratic behavior, walking about and singing to herself. She maintained a constant stream of conversation, displaying curiosity about prison life, questioning whether people could bring their cell phones and the accessibility of showers. Her demeanor, seemingly detached, raised further questions about her mental state. Despite her pleas of self-defense, Hubers was accused of Ryan Poston's murder and pled not guilty. Contrary to her claims of a violent struggle, authorities found no signs of a struggle inside the condo. Hubers stated that Poston threw her into a bookcase, but a photograph of the bookshelf contradicted her account, showing everything in place with books upright and a pipe stable on a wooden stand. Hubers' narrative faced additional scrutiny when she alleged that Poston had locked himself in his bedroom during the incident, a contradiction to her claim of him attacking her. Phone records revealed her search for unlocking a door with a bobby pin, and evidence suggested that she successfully gained access to Poston's bedroom. Analysis of the weapon's evidence also contradicted Hubers' version. It indicated that she approached Poston when she shot him, a move inconsistent with someone acting in self-defense who typically would move away from an assailant. As the investigation progressed, Hubers' changing accounts of the incident became more evident. Initially claiming Poston collapsed face down on a table, twitching, she later suggested he was charging at her. This inconsistency, coupled with the evidence, cast doubt on the credibility of her self-defense argument. Hubers' attempt to portray Poston as an aggressor included allegations of inappropriate behavior on their first date. She claimed he touched her thigh and engaged in rough intercourse. However, texts revealed a different story. On October 3, 2012, she texted Poston about beautiful corsets and suggested bedroom role play, to which he expressed disinterest. The downstairs neighbour's testimony, stating they heard the gunshot, added weight to the evidence against Hubers, challenging her self-defence narrative. The investigation into Ryan Poston's tragic death revealed a complex web of inconsistencies, raising questions about the true nature of the events that unfolded in his condo. The neighbours, arriving home around 8:30 p.m, reported hearing a woman weeping on Ryan Poston's porch. About 15 minutes later, they initially mistook 2 shots for firecrackers, but upon hearing 4 more in quick succession, they realised they were gunshots. Despite this, they claimed not to have heard any physical confrontations or fights, and they would have been able to hear such a disturbance if it had occurred. During the trial, Shayna Hubers did not testify in her defence. While expressing regret for her actions, she offered apologies to her family and friends, but notably omitted an apology to Ryan Poston's family. Found guilty of Ryan Poston's murder on April 23, 2015, after 5 hours of jury deliberation, Hubers received a 40-year prison sentence with the possibility of release after 20 years. In an attempt to mitigate her sentence, Hubers' defence sought to portray her as a victim of domestic violence. However, the judge rejected this argument, emphasising that recognition as a victim of domestic violence typically requires marriage to or full-time cohabitation with the victim. Hubers falsely claimed she lived with Poston, but evidence contradicted this. Hubers' initial conviction was overturned in August 2016 due to a juror's undisclosed criminal history. Her second trial began in August 2018, and during this time, she had met someone in county jail and planned to get married. Notably, she called the media immediately after submitting their marriage request to the jail. In an interview with WCPO's Craig McKee, Shayna Hubers discussed her newfound love and her feelings about the upcoming trial. While imprisoned at the county jail, she met a transsexual inmate, Richard McBee, who identified as a woman named Unique Taylor. Both incarcerated on robbery charges, they decided to get married and submitted a marriage request to the detention centre. Despite facing resistance, they married on June 7th, 2 months into Hubers' second trial. During her second trial, Hubers took the stand and testified in her defence. However, her story shifted once again. She now claimed that Ryan Poston was on top of her, holding her by the hair and yanking her head around. When confronted about her previous statement regarding Poston being at the table, Hubers pretended to be unaware, denying ever making such a statement. Ultimately, Shayna Hubers was found guilty at her second trial and sentenced to life in prison with the chance of parole after 20 years. 7 months after their marriage, she filed for divorce from Unique Taylor, citing irretrievable breakdown. Shayna Hubers is currently incarcerated in the Kentucky Correctional Institute for Women, serving time for the brutal murder she committed. This case illustrates the extremes to which love can drive a person, showcasing both its positive and destructive aspects. It serves as a reminder to carefully balance emotions to avoid potentially brutal consequences. When someone talks about a birthday party, you usually imagine a happy time with laughter, drinks, and of course cake. It's a joyful occasion, but sometimes things take a dark turn. In today's episode, we explore a tragic incident involving Tatiana Spitzner. Our journey takes us to Brazil, a country known for its fantastic football, or soccer as most of us call it, lively carnivals, delicious food, and overall positive vibes. However, like any place, Brazil has its dark side. While murder rates have been decreasing in Brazil, a new issue has arisen: femicide. This term refers to the killing of a woman due to domestic violence, and sadly, it's on the rise. A 2019 report from the Brazilian Public Security Forum highlighted this disturbing trend. Yet, this problem isn't unique to Brazil. According to the World Health Organization, 1 in 3 women worldwide has experienced violence from their partner. Most women manage to overcome such abuse, but Tatiana Spitzner wasn't as fortunate. Tatiana, a 29-year-old successful lawyer, lived in Guarapuava, a city with a population of 182,644 in the mid-south of the Parana state in Brazil. Despite its status as the largest municipality in the state by area, it couldn't shield Tatiana from a horrifying fate. It was supposed to be a fun night out for Tatiana and her friends, but as we'll discover, appearances can be deceiving. So, sit back, relax, and keep your ears open as we delve into the tragic case of Tatiana Spitzner. Tatiana Spitzner and her spouse, Luis Felipe Manvilla, had celebrated over 5 years of marriage. Luis, at 32, was a university biology lecturer and a staunch advocate for a healthy lifestyle, actively engaging in various physical activities that held significant importance for him. Their love story began in early 2013, when Luis Felipe, captivated by Tatiana, fell head over heels in love. He mustered the courage to ask her out in August of the same year. Over time, their connection deepened, and by November 15th, according to Luis Felipe's account, he proposed, and the couple swiftly moved from engagement to marriage. The engagement, brief but sweet, lasted a little over 2 weeks. On December 3rd, 2013, the couple exchanged vows and rings in Guarapuava, marking what should have been the happiest day of their lives. Luis Felipe made solemn promises to care for and provide for Tatiana throughout their lives. However, as life would have it, vows are sometimes tragically broken. Fast forward to Luis Felipe's birthday, a day meant for joy and positivity. Instead, tragedy struck. On what was supposed to be filled with laughter, the couple found themselves in the midst of a heated argument. The roots of the argument between Tatiana and Luis Felipe were planted when Tatiana arrived home a few minutes late. Luis, dressed up and eagerly awaiting their meeting with friends at a local restaurant, was visibly upset. Tatiana had been at a nail appointment, wanting to look her best for her husband, but the appointment took longer than expected. The usually cultured and educated public image of Luis Felipe crumbled in the face of this disagreement. His volatile character emerged as soon as Tatiana entered the door, and he started berating her for being late, insisting they should have already been at the restaurant. Publicly, Luis Felipe was seen as a refined individual, but he appeared somewhat distant compared to Tatiana, who had a wide circle of friends and a large family. The university professor, in contrast, was an enigma in Guarapuava, with little known about his past life. All that was known was that he had a brother and a sister. His father had passed away a couple of years before 2018, and his mother was battling cancer. Marcelo Virtuoso, a 35-year-old businessman and owner of the Uplay fitness gym in Guarapuava, shed some light on Luis Felipe's activities. According to Virtuoso, Luis Felipe would visit the gym, greet people, train, and then leave without engaging in conversations. Virtuoso noted, he wouldn't talk to anyone. Luis Felipe's passion for physical growth was evident, with Virtuoso stating, "From the beginning of the year until now, he's gotten really big." To add another layer to the unfolding story, the police discovered a substantial stash of anabolic steroids in the couple's apartment, raising further questions about the dynamics of their relationship. Many people speculate that Luis Felipe's outbursts of aggression and short temper might have been a side effect of the illegal supplements he was taking. Psychiatrist Adriano Segal from the endocrinology clinic at Hospital das Clínicas explained that the use of steroids can lead to psychiatric disorders, irritability, and also to transient testicular atrophy by increasing testosterone levels. This may have made it difficult for him to control his anger. However, this is in no way an excuse for the tragic events that unfolded. The couple eventually arrived at the restaurant where Tatiana's friends were eagerly waiting to celebrate Luis Felipe's birthday. Initially, the atmosphere seemed amicable as everyone wished him well. According to the perpetrator's statement, they both drank that night and got a bit tipsy. However, other reports suggest that another fight erupted when Tatiana allegedly found evidence of her husband interacting with another woman on Instagram. In his defense, Louis-Philippe claimed that he had posted a story on his Instagram account about his birthday, receiving messages from online friends, including some from different women. Despite accusing his wife of jealousy, every story has two sides. Turning the spotlight to Tatiana, one of her close friends, Juliana Santos, aged 35, publicly revealed that Louis-Philippe was the jealous one, even resorting to physical violence. Juliana stated, "Tati was very reserved with personal matters, but with me, she opened up. The first time she complained about Louis-Philippe, she said that his jealousy bothered her." This information came to light after the tragedy occurred. At the time when Louis-Philippe's jealousy intensified, Tatiana was living with him in Germany, where he was pursuing a graduate course. The reason behind his increasing possessiveness was unclear, but one thing was evident. Their relationship began to unravel due to the physical distance between Tatiana and Louis-Philippe. Tatiana and her friends didn't communicate much during this period, leading to a noticeable drift. However, upon the couple's return to Guarapuava, they reconnected. Tati called me in November to congratulate me on my birthday, and she already wanted to meet me for coffee. At that point, the complaints became more incisive. She even talked about divorce because she was so scared, but the bureaucracy that comes with it made Tatiana dismiss the idea, revealed a friend to the police. On March 8th, International Women's Day, Tatiana and her friend Ju met at the gym and planned another coffee outing. Things were taking a serious turn. Julianne shared, "She opened up. She said that Louis-Philippe was treating her very badly, demeaning her in front of others, doing everything to contradict her, and even said that he got to the point of hating her." Everyone interviewed in Guarapuava, even those not particularly close to Tatiana, described her as a person without any evil inside of her, someone who trusted others and saw the good in everything. She was known for her cheerful demeanor, love for parties, trips and friends. Those closest to her were certain that what happened wasn't a case of suicide. Now, what exactly transpired between Tatiana and Louis-Philippe? To unravel the mystery, let's delve deeper into the case. Following the party that turned into an argument, the couple headed towards the Golden Gate building in downtown Guarapuava, where they shared an apartment. Security cameras in the city center captured a detailed account of the incident. It all began with a vehicle pulling up outside the Golden Gate building. Numerous images captured the brutality of Louis-Philippe, the university professor, as he repeatedly slapped his wife across the face, even before they could exit the vehicle. Despite Tatiana's desperate attempts to fight back, the sheer strength of her husband, fueled by his aggression, proved overpowering for the 29-year-old lawyer. But the horror didn't end there. Louis-Philippe continued his torment even after they got out of the car. The sickening display of violence persisted in the underground parking lot of their building. Relentlessly, the brute battered Tatiana without remorse, thwarting her every effort to defend herself. Attempting to escape through the parking lot, Tatiana ran, but her husband chased her down, relentlessly hitting her again and again. Despite her desperate efforts, Tatiana managed to reach the elevator, CCTV images capturing her running for her life. Yet, her husband pursued her, and she frantically pushed the button, hoping the doors would close and provide. Her husband laid hands on her, pulling the young lawyer back inside, denying her any chance of escape. The shocking images vividly depict Tatiana's desperate attempts to keep herself out of harm's way. Despite her struggle, the strength of the steroid-using Louis-Philippe proved insurmountable. He swung her across the metal walls, hitting her head and causing her to fall to the floor. Those were the last moments captured when Tatiana was still breathing. After the horrifying episode in the elevator, the couple reached their apartment, and the exact details of what transpired inside remain unclear. However, the outcome was undeniably tragic, with approximately 15 minutes passing since they left the elevator. The brutality behind closed doors during this time can only be imagined. Additional CCTV footage from cameras outside the building, right in front of the entrance, reveals a body dropping onto the pavement on the sidewalk. The images are so brutal that they have been appropriately blurred. Yet, the most shocking part was yet to unfold. Fearing the consequences of his actions and unsure of what to do next, Louis-Philippe leaves his apartment. He descends, exits the building, and then retrieves the lifeless body from the sidewalk, carrying it back inside, hoping no one witnessed the gruesome scene. Next, the murderer is seen taking Tatiana's body into the elevator, placing her on the floor, and then raising his hands in a gesture that seems to express remorse and shock. However, these actions were undoubtedly performed for the cameras. As he arrives at his floor, Louis-Philippe removes the body from the elevator before returning with a rag to wipe what appears to be blood from the walls and the floor. These scenes become even more shocking when considering the ease with which he cleans his tracks. After these horrifying actions, the aggressor attempts to escape by returning downstairs to retrieve his car. Louis-Philippe drove away from the scene of the gruesome incident, but his escape was short-lived. Several residents promptly called the police to report seeing a man picking up a victim's body from the pavement. One witness even recounted hearing the husband shouting, "My love, wake up!" The murderer covered a considerable distance, driving approximately 185 miles or 300 kilometers from his apartment complex. However, he was swiftly located because he had crashed his car on the motorway. When questioned about why he fled, Louis-Philippe claimed that he was too disturbed by the images of his wife jumping off the balcony. However, the available evidence contradicted this narrative. According to the report, there was no evidence of any chemical reaction occurring in Tatiana's body before her fall. No traces of adrenaline or cortisol were found, which would typically indicate fear or awareness of plummeting to the ground. Experts concluded that the young woman was already dead when she hit the pavement. Additionally, Tatiana had a high alcohol content in her blood, a reasonable outcome given that they had just come home from a birthday celebration. The lawyer also suffered multiple fractures consistent with a 40-foot fall onto concrete pavement. Upon closer examination, investigators discovered the imprint of a pair of hands on her throat, and her hyoid bone at the front of her neck was fractured. These injuries are commonly associated with strangulation, supporting the theory that Tatiana was already dead before falling on the pavement. Criminal prosecutor Diana Rampasso delivered a chilling statement stating, "Our investigation proves that the victim was killed inside the apartment by asphyxiation and her body was thrown over the balcony. We believe the accused then took the elevator to the ground floor and collected Tatiana's body, taking it back up to the apartment in the elevator." This harrowing account of the events leading to the lawyer's murder paints a vivid picture of the spousal violence she endured. Close friends of Tatiana alleged that she disclosed her fear of her husband, accusing him of mistreatment and expressing a desire for a divorce. These claims were evident in a series of messages sent months before her death. In contrast, the husband's defense counsel maintained that the pair had a happy relationship, a claim starkly contradicted by the evidence. Far from a happy relationship, other sources among Tatiana's friends revealed, "Tati complained to me one day that she and Louis-Philippe." WhatsApp conversations between the two friends provided a clear picture of the relationship Tatiana was in. One friend shared, "We started talking a lot. She told me everything. She said that Louis-Philippe didn't look for her in bed. She tried to get closer, but he pushed her away and said he was disgusted by her. This doesn't seem like a healthy relationship to us by any means." As the investigation progressed, further facts about Tatiana's mistreatment came to light. Witnesses reported that the victim's husband used humiliating nicknames for her, such as albino dung, referencing her skin color. Additionally, he would reportedly destroy Tatiana's clothing if he didn't like it, adding another layer of cruelty to the mistreatment she endured. Tatiana Spitzner, Louis-Philippe Manvilla, practiced various forms of violence against her. He exerted control over her choices, requiring his approval for her to wear anything new. Louis-Philippe refused to assist with any housework or even carry groceries. When Tatiana suggested hiring someone to clean the house regularly, he rejected the idea, insisting that she be responsible for it. Additionally, Tatiana was deprived of using her own hard-earned money as a lawyer. Any purchase, especially clothing, had to be approved by Louis-Philippe. If she bought something without his knowledge, he would promptly tear it and discard it. Following the events in July 2018, Louis-Philippe Manvilla was sentenced to 30 years in prison for the murder of Tatiana Spitzner, a crime many would classify as femicide. In addition to the initial sentence, he was convicted of procedural fraud, adding 1 year, 9 months, and 18 days to his sentence. He has been incarcerated in the industrial penitentiary of Guarapuava since then. The trial, lasting 7 days, resulted in a conviction by a jury composed entirely of men. During the proceedings, Louis-Philippe apologized to the victim's family for the assaults, but continued to deny the murder. He asserted that his wife jumped from the balcony, committing suicide, despite all evidence pointing in the opposite direction. The defense attorney, Claudio Dalladone, argued that Louis-Philippe's actions were a result of steroid use, emphasizing the potential impact on his mental state. Nonetheless, the overwhelming evidence and the jury's decision stood against him. Louis-Philippe Manvilla expressed dissatisfaction with the jury's decision, claiming it was clearly contrary to the evidence of the case. He announced the intention to appeal and seek the annulment of the jury, but this did not come to fruition. Gustavo Scandolari, the lawyer representing Tatiana Spitzner's family, considered the verdict a milestone in the fight against femicide. He emphasized, "The sentence of conviction is a satisfaction to the family. It is a clear message from the Guarapuavan society and all Brazilian citizens against gender violence and all forms of domestic violence." Scandolari pointed out that the jurors understood the case's evidence, and the judiciary had delivered a proportional and fair penalty. He anticipated that this judgment would serve as motivation for more actions, encouraging people to report cases of violence against women. Following the trial and Tatiana's tragic death, her sister, Luana Spitzner, created an Instagram page called Todos por Tatiana, meaning Everyone for Tatiana. The page aimed to raise awareness about femicide, a growing phenomenon in Brazil and worldwide. Luana's page garnered over 60,000 followers dedicated to ending violence against women. In honor of Tatiana, it's crucial to shed light on the severity of the situation. Here are some facts and advice to address and combat femicide, a cause worth spreading awareness for. Most violence against women is perpetrated by current or former husbands or intimate partners. Shockingly, over 640 million women aged 15 and older have experienced intimate partner violence. Among women aged 15 and older who have been in a relationship, almost 1 in 4 adolescent girls aged 15 to 19, accounting for 24%, have faced physical and/or sexual violence from an intimate partner or husband. Additionally, 16% of young women aged 15 to 24 have experienced violence in the past 12 months. In 2018, an estimated 1 in 7 women had encountered physical and/or sexual violence from an intimate partner or husband in the last 12 months, with 13% of these women aged 15 to 49. These figures do not even account for the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has heightened risk factors for violence against women. Tragically, 130 women are killed by a member of their family every day. In 2017, an estimated 87,000 women were intentionally killed globally, with over half, 50,000 of them, being killed by intimate partners or family members. Furthermore, more than a third, 30,000 of these intentionally killed women were victims of current or former intimate partners. Tatiana confided in her friends about the mistreatment she endured from her husband, but her cries for help went unanswered. Despite the care and concern of those around her, Tatiana's plea for intervention was ignored. If her friends had taken a stand against Louis Philippe and sought help from the appropriate authorities, perhaps Tatiana would still be alive today. It's crucial to recognize that Tatiana did everything in her power to escape the violence, yet it wasn't enough. She needed support, just like many other women around the world facing similar situations. Don't hesitate to ask questions and speak up. Tatiana's story serves as a reminder that raising awareness and supporting those in need is essential. If you or someone you know has been through a similar situation, don't hesitate to share your experience. Let's spread awareness and create a supportive community. In this challenging world, it's vital to spread positive messages and help those in need. As the video concludes, the message encourages viewers to comment, share experiences, and express interest in other cases.
Jessica Wongso was born in 1988 in Jakarta, Indonesia, into an exceptionally wealthy family. The youngest of 3 children, she was raised by her parents, Imelda and Winardi Wongso, in an environment of extreme luxury. Her family owned a major company specializing in plastic imports, making them one of the largest plastic distributors in Indonesia. Her father was even nicknamed the Plastic King. In a country where most people live on an average income of around $4 a day, Jessica belonged to the privileged few. She always had more than she needed and never lacked for anything. In 2005, Jessica's parents moved to Sydney, Australia, as it was a key market for their business. They purchased a beautiful home in Double Bay, one of Sydney's most exclusive residential areas, where even a small plot of land could cost millions. For more space, Jessica's father bought 2 adjacent plots. However, for reasons unknown, Jessica did not move to Australia with her parents and siblings. She stayed behind in Jakarta to complete her high school education, surrounded by a staff of servants who took care of her every need. From a young age, Jessica was passionate about video games and showed a natural talent for painting, often spending hours absorbed in drawing. This passion eventually led her to pursue a degree in graphic design. After graduating from high school in 2007, Jessica moved to Sydney to live with her family and enrolled at the Billy Blue College of Design. Although her siblings were also in Australia, they led separate lives, and Jessica rarely saw them. As she started her university life, she made many friends. Her college friends described Jessica as a lively, silly girl who always entertained those around her with her humor and energy. It was during this time that Jessica met Myrna Salihin, another Indonesian student at the university. Like Jessica, Myrna also came from a wealthy family in Jakarta. Her father, Eddie Salihin, was a successful businessman. Myrna had a twin sister named Sandy and a long-term boyfriend, Arief, who was studying in Melbourne while Myrna was in Sydney. Jessica and Myrna quickly became close friends, bonding over their shared backgrounds, love for design, and strong personalities. However, they also had their differences. While Jessica was outspoken and loved being the center of attention at every gathering, Myrna was shy, modest, and preferred a simpler, more low-key life. Moreover, unlike Jessica, Myrna's family was warm and close-knit. The university years were some of the most memorable for everyone. Jessica and Myrna often went out with 2 other classmates, Hani and Vera, who were also international students from wealthy families in Jakarta. Time passed, and eventually graduation day arrived. After graduation, Myrna returned to Jakarta with her boyfriend, while Jessica chose to stay in Australia with her family. In June 2015, Myrna visited Sydney for a holiday. She planned to meet her university friends and spend some time exploring the beautiful harbor city. Reconnecting with Jessica, they arranged to have dinner together. 4 years had passed since their graduation, and they had each gone their separate ways. While Myrna enjoyed a fulfilling life with her fiancé, They were newly engaged and planning their dream wedding. Jessica's life was less smooth. She was working in New South Wales and had a long-term boyfriend named Patrick, but their relationship was troubled by frequent arguments. Jessica confided that Patrick used prohibited substances and was prone to violence. She seemed to be struggling with mental health issues, becoming increasingly depressed and negative. The cheerful, lively Jessica from university was no longer there, and Myrna grew concerned for her friend. Being straightforward by nature, Myrna advised Jessica to break up with Patrick. It was clear from Jessica's stories that Patrick was not good for her and was having a detrimental effect on her well-being. However, Myrna could never have anticipated Jessica's reaction. Jessica became silent, offering no response to Myrna's advice. When Myrna finished speaking, Jessica abruptly stood up from the dining table and left the restaurant without saying goodbye. That day, Myrna learned a valuable lesson. Never advise someone on whether to marry or divorce. The friendship between Myrna and Jessica, already strained since graduation, now seemed beyond repair. Myrna told Ariev that she would only meet Jessica if other friends were present. Myrna felt uneasy about seeing Jessica alone, but Ariev reassured her not to overthink it. After all, Jessica was in Sydney and they were in Jakarta. They no longer had many mutual friends and life had moved on. In November 2015, just 5 months after the awkward encounter with Jessica, Myrna and Ariev celebrated their fairy tale wedding in Bali. The ceremony was beautiful, filled with friends and family, but notably, Jessica was not among the guests. Myrna, admired for her beauty, intelligence, and wealth, seemed to have it all: a loving husband and a life that appeared picture perfect. Meanwhile, across the ocean, Jessica's life was unraveling. In August 2015, she crashed her Audi A3 into a nursing home at 2 a.m. while intoxicated. The car plowed through a brick wall, stopping just inches from the elderly residents' sleeping quarters. Thankfully, no one was injured, but the accident caused chaos and woke everyone in the home. Jessica sustained only minor injuries, but her car was heavily damaged. This wasn't the first time in 2015 that Jessica had found herself in an ambulance. Over the course of the year, she had been hospitalized 5 times, struggling with a deep desire to end her life. Police and emergency services were frequent visitors to Jessica's home, often arriving just in time to prevent another tragedy. But by November, her boyfriend Patrick had reached his limit. He sought a restraining order to keep Jessica away, exhausted by her relentless harassment. Thousands of threatening messages, including promises to kill them both if he left her. Jessica also harassed Patrick's friends and family, leaving them all deeply concerned for their safety. Jessica's life continued to spiral as she drowned herself in alcohol and engaged in increasingly reckless behavior, which eventually cost her her job. Furious and feeling like she had nothing left, Jessica began to lash out. She sent threatening messages to her former manager, detailing how she could kill both the manager and the manager's mother. With her life in Sydney in ruins, no job, no relationship, and no stability, Jessica decided to return to Jakarta. To those around her, it seemed like she wanted to start fresh, but her decision was driven by something far darker. In early December 2015, Jessica created a WhatsApp group with Hani and Myrna, 2 of her old university friends. Hani was also living in Jakarta. Although Myrna was still upset and hadn't spoken to Jessica since their last encounter, Jessica's return to Jakarta set events in motion that no one could have anticipated. Myrna didn't respond to Jessica's messages right away. However, after Jessica's persistent pleas and with Hani's involvement, Myrna reluctantly agreed to meet. Jessica eagerly messaged the group, saying she would take care of the reservations and treat them to drinks. She even asked what everyone wanted to order. Myrna mentioned she liked Vietnamese iced coffee but said she would order it herself when she arrived. They planned to meet at 5 p.m. on Wednesday, January 6, 2016, at Oliver Coffee, a luxurious cafe in the Grand Indonesia Shopping Center. On the day of the meeting, Jessica arrived at 3:30 p.m., a full 90 minutes early. She spent some time wandering around, seemingly taking in her surroundings, In reality, Jessica was carefully observing the placement of the cafe's cameras. Eventually, she chose table number 54, a secluded spot by the wall out of direct view. By 4:15 p.m., Jessica returned with 3 shopping bags from the body shop. She mentioned she had bought 3 bars of soap as gifts for her friends. Placing the bags on the table, Jessica subtly adjusted them to block the camera's view. Soon after, she approached the bar and ordered 3 drinks, 2 cocktails and 1 Vietnamese iced coffee, paying for them in advance. When the server brought the drinks, Jessica ensured they were placed behind the shopping bags. After the server left, Jessica shifted her seat. Although the camera footage was blurry, her hand movements were noticeable. It appeared she was adding something to the coffee. Once she was done, Jessica stashed the bags behind her chair and returned to her seat. Myrna and Hani arrived at the cafe at 5:15 p.m., 15 minutes later than planned. By that time, their drinks had been sitting on the table for over 45 minutes. Jessica stood up to greet them as they approached. Myrna's body language indicated discomfort and awkwardness around Jessica. As they sat down, Myrna between Jessica and Hani, Jessica quickly urged Myrna to try the coffee. Unaware of what was to come, Myrna took a sip. Almost immediately, she knew something was wrong. She waved her hands frantically, telling Hani that the coffee tasted terrible. Though she barely touched the drink, that single sip was enough to seal Myrna's fate. Less than a minute later, Myrna's head snapped back in what would be her final movement. She began to vomit, foam at the mouth, and convulse before collapsing to the ground, all within minutes. Chaos ensued. Servers and the manager quickly came over to help while Hani desperately tried to wake Myrna, who was completely unconscious. The manager told the staff to call an ambulance and bring oxygen tanks. As other customers watched in shock, Hani screamed and cried uncontrollably. Only Jessica stayed eerily calm and emotionless. Later, the restaurant manager told the police that she first thought Myrna was having an epileptic seizure. But Jessica immediately glared at her and accused, "What did you guys put in the coffee?" The manager, confused and offended, wondered why Jessica would blame them for tampering with the drink. Jessica's accusation made the manager suspicious, so she told the staff to seal the coffee cup as evidence. If Jessica hadn't spoken up, this key piece of evidence might have been thrown away. Meanwhile, Hani called Ariev, telling him that Myrna was having a seizure and foaming at the mouth. Ariev was filled with panic and rushed to the hospital, but by the time he arrived, Myrna had passed away. The doctors did everything they could, but it was too late. Ariev was heartbroken. Just 2 months after their wedding, his future with Myrna was gone. Myrna Salihin died at 6:30 p.m. on Wednesday, January 6, 2016. Her family and friends were in shock, struggling to understand how a healthy young woman could suddenly die. Just 2 months earlier, they had celebrated her wedding, and now they were gathered around her coffin in grief. The suddenness of her death, along with the strange circumstances, immediately raised suspicions. At the funeral, Jessica's strange behavior stood out. She seemed irritated and didn't shed a single tear, which made people wonder even more. Why had she insisted that Myrna drink the coffee? Why had she ordered it 45 minutes before they arrived? Why choose a table hidden from one camera's view and blocked by the shopping bags from another? Sadly, everything happened so quickly that no one thought to search Jessica that day. Security footage showed that while everyone else was panicking and trying to help Myrna, Jessica stood off to the side, looking around and scratching her thigh. Experts later guessed that the itching on Jessica's hand might have been caused by contact with cyanide. When asked to hand over her trousers for testing, Jessica claimed she had thrown them away because Myrna had vomited on them. But in reality, Jessica never went near Myrna after the poisoning. She just stood back, showing no emotion, and did nothing to help. It's hard to believe that a friend, a young woman like Jessica, could be capable of such a terrible act. But her cold, distant behavior and suspicious actions left many wondering what she was really capable of. The manager handed Myrna's coffee to the police for investigation. 3 days later, the test results came back. The police confirmed that the coffee contained a deadly amount of cyanide. In Indonesia, where most people are Muslim, religious beliefs often discourage autopsies. In criminal cases, the police need the family's permission to perform one. At first, Myrna's family was hesitant to allow the autopsy because they didn't want her body to be disturbed. However, the investigators worked hard to convince the family, promising that the procedure would be done with great care. Eventually, the family agreed to let the police take some samples, but they did not allow a full autopsy. On the evening of Saturday, January 9th, 3 days after Myrna's death, the autopsy was conducted, and the findings were completed by the next morning. The results showed that Myrna's stomach had bled and contained a small amount of cyanide. However, the toxicology tests found no cyanide in other parts of her body. Thanks to the manager's smart decision to have the staff seal the coffee cup, the police had solid evidence. The murder weapon was a coffee cup laced with cyanide. The question then arose: how did Jessica get cyanide? Acquiring cyanide legally is difficult, but many believed that Jessica, being smart, might have bought it on the black market. However, the police found no evidence that Jessica had ever obtained cyanide. The case shook the entire nation of Indonesia, drawing massive public interest and media attention. People followed the case closely, discussing it as if it were a crime thriller. From that point on, many rumors began to spread. After security camera footage quickly circulated on social media, most people suspected Jessica. But the big question remained: why? What was her motive? Some speculated that Jessica had unrequited feelings for Myrna and decided to seek revenge after learning that Myrna had married Ariev. Others suggested Jessica acted out of anger because she wasn't invited to the wedding and felt left out as Myrna became closer to Hani and Vera. Ariev, Myrna's husband, thought that Jessica was upset because Myrna had advised her to break up with her boyfriend. Meanwhile, Sandy, Myrna's sister, believed that Jessica killed Myrna out of jealousy. She envied everything Myrna had that she didn't, not just wealth, but also a loving husband, a happy family, and close friends in Jakarta. However, all of these were just speculations. The true motive behind Jessica's actions might only be known to her. Indonesian police contacted the Australian authorities to access Jessica's criminal record while she lived in Australia. Since Australia has laws against the death penalty, the police agreed to share the files on the condition that Jessica would not face the death penalty if found guilty. The Indonesian authorities agreed, and it turned out that Jessica's record in Australia was far from clean. She was mentioned in 13 police reports for offenses like threatening others, driving under the influence, and even having her ex-boyfriend file a restraining order against her. On June 15, 2016, 6 months after Myrna's death, the trial of the century began at the Central Jakarta Court. Jessica showed no signs of guilt or sadness. In fact, she was quite the opposite. If you only looked at the footage, you might think she had just won a jackpot rather than being on trial for murder. Jessica appeared glowing, smiling throughout the session, and even waved proudly at the press. It was clear she enjoyed being in the spotlight. During the trial, she kept a calm demeanor, often smiling at the judge and looking confident that she would be acquitted. Her wealthy family hired over 15 of Indonesia's top lawyers to defend her. The defense argued that no cyanide was found in Myrna's liver, lungs, or urine. Only a small amount was detected in her stomach, which they suggested could have been naturally produced after death. They also claimed that a full autopsy was needed to determine the exact cause of death, while the examiners had only studied tissue and fluid samples. Jessica's lawyers even suggested Myrna's death could have been from an undiagnosed illness. The police, however, never proved that Jessica possessed cyanide. On October 5, 2016, the packed courtroom and the entire nation held their breath as the final verdict was read. Jessica was ultimately found guilty and sentenced to 20 years in prison. The courtroom erupted in applause and sighs of relief. Due to an agreement with Australian authorities, Jessica avoided the death penalty by firing squad. For many Indonesians watching the lives of the ultra-wealthy like Jessica and Myrna, this case highlighted that even the rich face their own troubles and unhappiness. Afterward, Vietnamese iced coffee became a popular drink in cafes across the city, though it carried a dark association that no one really wanted to talk about.
We're diving into a chilling case about someone who caused a bloodbath in a peaceful town. When a crime happens in a small, quiet place where everyone knows each other, it quickly becomes the talk of the town. But if it's a brutal attack on an entire family, something that's never happened before, it doesn't just get people talking, it leads to rumors, speculations, and gruesome stories that eventually become an urban legend. This tragic event took place in the fall of 2010 in a small Australian town called Kapunda, with a population of only 3,000. It's located near the Light River and Barossa Valley in South Australia. The whole town was shocked by the horrific news of a family being massacred. The local police, who had never seen anything like this, were left baffled. Rumors quickly spread, and the story was told in many different ways. Things got so out of control that the police had to partially classify the case to avoid further panic and prevent leaks. The family involved was well known and respected in the town. They had no known enemies, and there seemed to be no clear motive for the crime. At first, it appeared to be a senseless act of violence, leading detectives to believe it might have been the work of a madman. Surprisingly, the real culprit wasn't even considered a suspect at first, and might have gotten away with it if he hadn't accidentally revealed himself later on. Let's talk about the Rowe family. The head of the family, Andrew Rowe, was born in England in 1965. When he was just 3 years old, he and his parents moved to Australia, where they decided to stay. They settled in a suburb of Adelaide, and Andrew grew up there, attending school. He was known to be friendly, had a great sense of humor, made lots of friends, and enjoyed fishing with his dad. After high school, while studying in Adelaide, Andrew met Rose, a cheerful young woman just a year younger than him. The two quickly developed a romantic relationship, and in 1985, they got married in a small ceremony with only close friends and family. 2 years later, in 1987, they had their first child, a boy named Christopher. In 1994, Andrew and Rose Rowe welcomed their second child, a daughter named Chantel. The family settled in the quiet town of Kapunda and started their own carpet cleaning business. The business thrived, giving them financial stability. Their children attended local schools, where both performed well academically. Christopher, their eldest son, took up guitar and became interested in music, while Chantel excelled in painting, danced, and played basketball. She was known for being kind-hearted and always willing to help others. Chantel dreamed of becoming a lawyer, and Christopher planned to pursue a career in programming and technology. The Rowe family was close-knit and happy. By the summer of 2010, 23-year-old Christopher had moved out to live with his girlfriend, just a few blocks away. In September, 16-year-old Chantel started working part-time as a waitress at a roadside cafe. Since she didn't have her driver's license yet, her father or brother would drive her to work, though she looked forward to getting her own license soon. The crime scene was so horrifying that even seasoned detectives from Adelaide were shocked. Inside the house, it looked like a scene from a horror movie, with blood splattered everywhere on the floor, walls, furniture, curtains, and even the ceiling. The bodies of 45-year-old Andrew and 44-year-old Rose were found in the kitchen, severely disfigured, while Chantel's body lay in her bedroom, brutally torn. Each family member had suffered multiple stab wounds and had been dead long before the police and paramedics arrived. Detectives quickly suspected that the crime was personal, as nothing was stolen. Valuables like phones, a laptop, an expensive camera, and even money were left in plain sight. This suggested that the killer wasn't motivated by robbery. The brutality also hinted that more than one person might have been involved, as it would have been difficult for a single individual to overpower 3 adults. Alternatively, the perpetrator could have been a physically strong man. Investigators noticed that someone had clumsily tried to clean the crime scene, wiping away footprints in some areas, but the attempt was abandoned. Bloody shoe prints were also found leading to the door, but they suddenly stopped, implying the killer might have removed his shoes and left in socks. There were no signs of forced entry, which suggested that the family had likely known the killer and willingly let him inside, or he had entered through some other means. The family had no known enemies, leaving everyone puzzled as to who could have committed such a horrific crime. Some clear fingerprints were found on the door to Chantel's room, but they didn't match anyone in the police database, indicating that the person responsible had never been caught for any previous crimes. The house was immediately sealed off as a crime scene, and the surrounding area was fenced off to keep away curious onlookers and the press, who had quickly gathered at the scene. To avoid scaring the killer into hiding or fleeing, the police chose not to release too many details about the investigation. Still, rumors of a maniac spread quickly through the small town. People became fearful, avoiding the streets at night and locking their doors tightly. As strange as it sounds, the first person suspected of the crime was Christopher, the only surviving family member. At the time of the murders, he was on vacation with his fiancée in Moreton Bay, Queensland, on the Pacific coast. However, authorities had to investigate all possibilities, no matter how unlikely they seemed. Christopher was the first to raise the alarm when he couldn't get in touch with his family, and he took the next flight home after hearing the devastating news. His alibi and fingerprints were quickly checked, and it was confirmed that he was on the other side of the continent at the time of the crime, so he was ruled out as a suspect. A strange detail emerged from the investigation after the murders. The killer changed into clean clothes and lay on the bed. Bloody drag marks near Chantal's bed indicated that she had likely tried to hide under it, but the killer had pulled her out. Forensic experts also determined that she had been sexually assaulted before her death. This further suggested that the crime was deeply personal, filled with senseless cruelty. Andrew, the head of the family, suffered over 30 stab wounds, while Rose was stabbed 50 times. Evidence showed she had been attacked twice and had even tried to call for help after the first attack. Chantal had 33 stab wounds and had been sexually assaulted. Investigators immediately looked into Chantal's personal life, focusing on whether she had been in a relationship or had any obsessive admirers. It was soon revealed that she had been dating a boy named Dylan for about a year. They both attended the same school, and at 16 years old, Dylan didn't initially seem capable of committing such a brutal crime. Nonetheless, detectives needed to interview him, check his alibi, and hear his thoughts on whether anyone might have wanted to harm Chantal or her family. Dylan cooperated fully with the police, expressing his deep grief over Chantal's death. He explained that they had a loving relationship and planned to marry once they were older. He was devastated by her loss and didn't know how to cope. At the time of the murders, Dylan had been in a nearby city attending his grandfather's anniversary. His alibi was confirmed by dozens of witnesses, and he was ruled out as a suspect. The police had few leads but now had the killer's fingerprints, as well as DNA from the seminal fluid found on Chantal's body. This gave them a crucial piece of evidence that could eventually help them identify the murderer. The DNA extracted from the seminal fluid and fingerprints left at the scene did not match anyone in the police database, adding to the mystery. Interestingly, the family was killed with knives from their own kitchen, suggesting that the attack may not have been premeditated but rather a spontaneous act of violence. The killer took the murder weapons with him when he left the house. Forensic experts determined the time of death to be between midnight and 2 a.m. A neighbor of the Rowe family reported hearing Rose call for help twice around 1 a.m., followed by a loud thud, but assumed it was a domestic dispute and did not call the police. No strangers were seen near the house that night, and officers meticulously searched the area for any clues or the missing murder weapons. The police also reached out to the local community through the media, asking for any information that could help with the investigation. However, this led to an overwhelming number of tips, many of which were unhelpful or false. People called in to report suspicious individuals, strange cars, and even tried to link the crime to local biker gangs or drug dealers. There were also tips about social media posts from local residents, but none of these leads advanced the investigation. 2 days before the murders, detectives discovered Chantal's expensive camera at the crime scene. Since Chantal was an avid photographer, they hoped the camera might contain useful images. Indeed, they found many pictures, and the most recent ones drew their attention. On November 6th, just 2 days before the massacre, Chantal had hosted a small gathering at her home. Her parents had gone to stay with relatives for the night, so she took advantage of their absence to invite her boyfriend and 3 close friends, along with their partners, for a quiet evening of movie watching and a barbecue. It wasn't a wild party, just a calm, friendly get-together. Chantal took numerous photos that night, capturing everyone enjoying themselves. Some of the guests even posted pictures from the evening on their social media pages, which the police examined for any potential clues. All of Chantal's friends who attended the party stayed overnight at the row house and left the next morning, with Andrew and Rose even cooking breakfast for everyone. Detectives realized it was crucial to interview everyone who had been at the party to see if Chantal had any enemies, envious peers, or stalkers. They also decided to collect fingerprints from each person to compare them with the prints found on Chantal's bedroom door. Chantal's friends were still in shock over the murders but fully cooperated with the investigation. They came to the station to testify, provided their fingerprints and DNA samples, which didn't match the ones found at the crime scene, and allowed the police to access their social media accounts and phones. They recounted the events of what ended up being the last party at the row house. Dylan recalled that on Sunday, Chantal wasn't feeling well and likely had a cold. By the evening, she had developed a fever and called her boss to let him know she wouldn't be able to work the next day. The following morning, at around 5 a.m., Dylan texted her to ask how she was feeling. He saw that his message had been read, but Chantal never responded. What Dylan didn't know at the time was that Chantal and her parents were already dead, and the killer had read his message. In a chilling detail, the police discovered that the killer had even tried to respond to Dylan's text, but Chantal's phone account had run out of credit, so the message was never sent. The killer had attempted to create the illusion that Chantal was still alive. Dylan, along with several of Chantal's closest friends, helped the police compile a list of everyone she had been in contact with. Law enforcement systematically worked their way down the list, questioning and checking each person. About a week into the investigation, they reached an 18-year-old named Jason Downey, who had previously attended the same high school as Chantal and Dylan. He had graduated the previous year and was now working at a local auto repair shop. Initially, Jason didn't raise any red flags. He was of average height, very thin, and appeared completely harmless. The plan was to ask him a few questions and then let him go. However, during the interview, Jason began to act strangely. Instead of answering the detective's standard questions directly, he became increasingly nervous and his behavior started to raise suspicions. On November 4, 2010, Christopher left for a vacation to Brisbane with his girlfriend, intending to return and prepare for their upcoming wedding. However, on November 8, Christopher couldn't reach his family and grew increasingly concerned. After learning from his father's office that Andrew hadn't shown up for work, Christopher sensed something was wrong. He asked a friend to check on the house. Around 3 p.m. that day, a patrol car arrived at the Rowe home. When the local police, who were unprepared for such a crime, saw the horrific scene inside, they immediately requested backup, realizing they were dealing with a brutal triple murder. Jason Downey began acting oddly during the police interview. He complained about not being invited to Chantal's party, mentioning that everyone else had a partner and he didn't have a girlfriend. Then, out of nowhere, he claimed to have an alibi for the night of the murders, even though no one had asked about it yet. His odd behavior made the police even more suspicious. As a result, they decided to fully investigate him, including taking his fingerprints and DNA sample. Surprisingly, Downey remained calm and cooperative, agreeing to all the tests without showing any nervousness. This behavior caused the police to briefly doubt their suspicions, but they continued with the procedures. When an expert collected his fingerprints, he noticed fresh, deep cuts on Jason's palms. Downey explained that he had hurt himself while working at the machine shop, but the cuts looked as if they had been made by a thin, sharp object. When the fingerprint results came back, they showed that Downey's prints matched the ones found on Chantal's bedroom door. All that remained was to wait for the DNA results, which were due in 2 days. The police questioned Downey again, asking how his fingerprints ended up in the Rowe family house if he hadn't been there recently. Downey calmly explained that he had visited the house with Dylan about a month and a half earlier, suggesting that's when he might have left the prints. However, this explanation didn't hold up, as the prints were fresh and clean, not old or faded. On November 16, 2010, the DNA results came in, confirming that Jason Downey had assaulted Chantal that night and was responsible for the murders of her and her parents. But the question remained, why had he done it? And how did this skinny young man find the strength and rage to commit such a brutal act? Jason was arrested that same day. Now, the detectives needed to uncover the motive behind this horrific massacre. Who was Jason Downey? Jason Downey was born in September 1992 in the Scottish town of Kilmarnock, where he spent his childhood and early teen years. He was the youngest of 2 children and was raised alongside his older brother Jamie. When Jason was just 8 months old, his parents divorced and his mother, Lorraine, took on the role of raising him. His father remarried soon after, and Jason and Jamie had a half-sister named Judy, though they had little contact with her. When Jason was 13, he, his mother, and his brother emigrated to Australia, where they settled in the small town of Kapunda. In their new home, Jason's mother remarried, this time to a local resident. Jason Downey had a difficult time adjusting to life in the small town of Kapunda after growing up in a big city. He despised the quiet, provincial atmosphere and longed to leave. At school, Jason struggled socially. His peers found him strange and most only spoke to him out of pity. He was overly talkative, arrogant, and frequently lied, boasting about his imaginary athletic abilities, popularity, and supposed admirers. In reality, girls ignored him, and his odd behavior repelled others. Dylan, Chantel's boyfriend, played on the same basketball team as Jason and felt sorry for him. Out of kindness, Dylan started inviting Jason to friendly gatherings and even introduced him to Chantel, a decision that would have disastrous consequences. Chantel, who was polite and empathetic, treated Jason kindly, and she had even defended him from other teenagers on occasion. Her friendly demeanor, however, led Jason to develop an intense crush on her, which soon turned into an unhealthy obsession. Jason began to believe that Chantel harbored secret feelings for him but couldn't express them because of her relationship with Dylan. Although Chantel never encouraged Jason's advances or gave him any reason to hope, he misinterpreted her kindness. Over time, his infatuation morphed into a delusional fantasy in which he believed that he and Chantel were meant to be together. Jason became consumed by these thoughts, mistaking her politeness for love, while no one around him noticed the depth of his obsession. Once the police were certain that Jason was responsible for the murders, they knew they had to act quickly to arrest him. However, they were unsure of how best to proceed, fearing that Jason could pose a danger to himself or others. To avoid any potential complications, they decided to lure him to the police station under a benign pretext. When Jason arrived, he was immediately placed in handcuffs, but surprisingly, he showed no emotion. He wasn't startled, scared, or angry. He remained completely calm. During his first interrogation, Jason denied all accusations. He tried to explain away the evidence, claiming that he had left his fingerprints in the Rowe family home during his previous visit a month and a half earlier. When questioned about how his DNA was found on Chantel's body, Jason made a desperate claim. He said that during that same visit, he and Chantel had consensual intimacy. However, this story was easily disproven. The forensic evidence made it clear that the seminal fluid found on Chantel's body could not have remained there for such a long period, either inside or outside her body. This false narrative further exposed Jason's lies and guilt. Jason Downey's confession revealed a disturbing sequence of events that led to the brutal murders of Chantel and her parents. After an argument with his mother and stepfather, Jason claimed he decided to sleep in his car. However, after speaking with Dylan, who mentioned Chantel was sick and staying home, Jason became obsessed with seeing her. His initial plan was simply to drive by her house and look through the windows, something he had done many times before due to his fixation on her. When Jason arrived at the Rowe family's home, it was dark inside, so he parked his car at the end of the street and returned on foot. He found a small bathroom window left open, and, being thin, he was able to squeeze through it without much difficulty. Once inside, Jason sat quietly in the bathroom for about half an hour, listening to ensure that everyone in the house had gone to bed. Jason later claimed that his intention was to confess his feelings to Chantel. However, he took a knife from the kitchen before entering her bedroom, a fact he could not explain logically. Investigators believe that Jason had more sinister intentions from the beginning, likely planning to use the knife to threaten and control Chantel in order to fulfill his obsessive desires. When Jason entered Chantel's room and attempted to assault her, she resisted. This resistance triggered a violent rage in Jason, leading him to stab her repeatedly. The horrific attack woke her parents, Andrew and Rose, who rushed to help their daughter. However, Jason, now in a frenzied state, turned his knife on them as well, brutally stabbing both Andrew and Rose to death. In his confession, Jason claimed he acted out of an uncontrollable passion, but the calculated nature of his actions, sneaking into the house, bringing a weapon, and murdering not just Chantel but her parents, suggested otherwise. His confession did little to minimize his guilt, despite his attempts to downplay his responsibility. As the investigation progressed, more damning evidence against Jason surfaced. A pair of blood-stained shoes was found discarded in a deserted area, and the blood on them matched that of all three victims. The sole prints from these shoes matched the bloody footprints found at the crime scene, and inside the shoes were traces of Jason's sweat, further implicating him. Despite Jason's attempts to cooperate with investigators promising, for example, to show them where he had disposed of the knives used in the murders, the murder weapons were never recovered, leading detectives to suspect that he was still trying to manipulate the situation. Jason's confession did help reconstruct the timeline of events, but it did little to change the gruesome reality of his crime. His obsession with Chantal, combined with his inability to control his urges, had driven him to commit an unimaginable act of violence, wiping out an entire family in the process. The trial of Jason Downey concluded with a sentence that echoed the severity of his crimes. In the fall of 2011, nearly a year after the brutal murders of Chantal Rowe and her parents, Jason stood trial. Throughout the proceedings, he remained emotionless, often changing his testimony and showing no remorse for his actions. He continued to claim that he had no memory of killing the Rowe family and insisted that he had loved Chantal, even though his actions told a much darker story. One detail that stood out during the trial was that after the massacre, Jason had taken Chantal's pendant and chain, which were later found during a search of his room and car. This act underscored his obsession with her, as he tried to keep a piece of her with him even after her death. Despite his claim that the tragedy could have been avoided if Chantal had invited him to the party she hosted before her death, it was clear that his feelings of rejection and obsession had driven him to commit the horrific act. Throughout the trial, Jason maintained a calm and indifferent demeanor. He ultimately pleaded guilty, hoping for a lighter sentence. He openly admitted to his brother that this was the reason for his guilty plea to avoid life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. In the end, on April 19, 2012, Jason Downey was sentenced to life imprisonment, with the possibility of parole after 35 years. Had he not pleaded guilty, he would have had to serve at least 45 years before being eligible for parole. Chantal's brother, Christopher Rowe, who lost his entire family in the massacre, expressed that while he believed the punishment was just, no court sentence could ever heal the pain of losing his loved ones. In memory of his parents and sister, Christopher had their names tattooed on his body. Despite the grief and tragedy, Christopher has since found a way to rebuild his life. He is now married and raising his son, Kobe, honoring the memory of his family while moving forward with his own. The case left an indelible mark on all involved, with Jason Downey's lack of remorse and cold demeanor continuing to haunt those who followed the trial.
Thank you all so much for watching and for sticking with me through this incredibly difficult story. Your support truly means the world to me, and you can help my channel continue to grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment with your thoughts, and sharing this video. Your engagement really does make all the difference. I appreciate every single one of you.